minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Hello everybody, welcome to Lancs TV's coverage of Lancashire versus the Blaze. Back here at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire in 4th position coming into the game. The Blaze top of the table, having only lost one game so far. As always, let's begin by getting some news from the toss.
Can we just get one together? Lancs ball. Perfect, thank you.
Good though. How are you?
Let's just get a word with both the captains then. We'll start with Ellie Threlkeld. Ellie, not many coins been coming down in your favour this season. Has this one, and what will you be doing first?
Yeah, I won the toss, so I'm going to have a ball today. Obviously fresh wicket, a bit of grass on it. So yeah, hopefully our seamers can go well early doors, take some early wickets.
Was there a bit of thinking as well that you chased so well the other day at Southport?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's been a theme across the competition, to be honest. So yeah, hopefully we can do the same again today.
What about your team? Have you made any changes for this game?
Yes, we've got Mahika Gore and Grace Potts coming in for Hannah Jones and Tara Norris.
OK, well, as I say, best of luck for today as always.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's get Kirsty Gordon in as well. Kirsty, obviously not come down in your favour, but what do you make of having a bat first on this one?
Yeah, it looks like a really good pitch. Normally is here when we've got like a fresh one, so I feel pretty happy about that. I might have bowled, but yeah, a bit indifferent, so be all good.
You're obviously going well in the competition. Have you made any changes to your team today? There's an obvious one, I suppose, in that you're standing here talking to me.
Yeah, so Charlie Phillips comes back in for Cassidy McCarthy. I come in, obviously, and Grace Ballinger misses out with a bit of concussion. Orla Prendergast has sadly had to go home, and Georgia Elwes has come back in from her little niggle last week. I think I got them all.
So we've got a fair few changes there. What's the thinking? Just wanting to mix it up a little bit today?
Yeah, with the bowlers a little bit, but ultimately probably been forced into a couple as well with Grace and Orla, which probably made selection slightly straightforward in some ways for some of those batting positions. But yeah, we've been going really well, so we're not looking to change too much. I think we just want to continue the momentum that we've been building the last 4 games.
Well, thanks for speaking to us, and I'll let you go and get ready.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So there you have it. There's the news from the toss. Myself, Mike Perkins and Ali Byrne will be joining you shortly in the commentary box. But the news from the middle is that Lancashire have won the toss and they have chosen to bowl first. Hello everybody, as promised you join myself, Mike Perkins, and former Lancashire and Cheshire captain Alison Byrne in the commentary box. The Lancashire players making their way out to the middle. Eve Jones deep in conversation with Ellie Threlkeld, a little bit of old captain and new captain there, making each other's thoughts known before this game. Let's run you through those lineups in full then. Lancashire lineup like this: Eve Jones, Emma Lamb, Katie Mack, Seren Smale, Fee Morris, Ailsa Lister, Ellie Threlkeld, Kate Cross, Grace Potts, Mahika Gore and Sophie Morris. Tara Norris and Hannah Jones, the 2 players who miss out there. So 2 changes to the Lancashire lineup. We also have 3 changes for the Blaze, as Kate Cross has the new ball in hand and is ready to go. So they line up Amy Jones, Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Bryce, Georgia Elwis comes into the side, Georgie Boyce, Ella Claridge, Sarah Glenn, Josie Groves. It is a case of Charlie Phillips coming in for Cassidy McCarthy, and Kirsty Gordon plays instead of Grace Ballinger. Orla Prendergast, the other player to miss out on the Blaze lineup. They're going very well. They're top of the table, but of course Lancashire could be there by the end of the day. Kate Cross on her way to open the bowling. She delivers a ball which is just nudged away behind square on the offside. 1 to the total to start with for the Blaze. They've been put into bat here by the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, who gathers the ball, and we can get an opening thought from Alison Byrne.
I'm really looking forward to this one, Mike. It's glorious weather, fantastic day for cricket. 2 teams in form, top v-force. We've got England opening bowler Kate Cross bowling at Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones, her England colleagues. So it's quality cricket all round, I think, today.
Here comes Cross again, bowling with that Red Rose of Lancashire on the shirt here at Emirates Old Trafford, something she adores doing, running in from the Brian Statham end and forcing a defensive stroke. Good to have you with us already on the Lancs TV stream. We've had a tremendous response to the game so far this season, so it's excellent to have so many of you joining us once again. And as we say, you're here bright and early to see Kate Cross running into bowl from the Brian Statham end. Right arm over the wicket. That one's allowed to pass through outside the off stump. There is no run. The opening batters as well, we should have said for the Blaze. Tammy Beaumont, who got that early single. Centuries in both of her last innings. So definite pedigree from the England player there. And also international England pedigree from Amy Jones, who's batting for the Blaze. It's a fairly fearsome lineup for the opposition today.
It is indeed. They've got Sarah Glenn as well, bowling those leggies later on.
Here's Cross, bowls a ball in towards the pads. This one's pushed out into the offside, and of course, with 2 England teammates, one bowling, 1 batting, there will be a little bit of a desire, I think, from this opening pair not to get out to Kate Cross.
Indeed. Nobody likes to get out to a teammate, do they? And I don't think these 2 like to get out at all, quite frankly. Beaumont's on fire this season, isn't she? She is literally a blaze.
Here comes Kate Cross, and this one is just nudged up to mid-on. Comfortable stride forward. Lister there with the fielding into the side for the last game, retain their place today. It was some chase that the other day.
I loved watching it, mate. I watched and I heard you and who was it? You were commenting.
Faith,
Remind me,
yeah.
Faith. That's it. I listened to Faith and yourself for most of that. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
One slip in place for Cross then as she roars in once more from the Brian Statham end. Good little deflection there at short cover to prevent a run being scored. Emma Lamb in there took a catch off Kate Cross the other day in nice and close. That's the end of the first over of the day. Just the one run off the first ball of the game off it, and a very quiet start to your Sunday morning. Reminder, if you are joining us here on Lancs TV, this game will be on throughout the day, but we'll also keep you up to date with Northamptonshire versus Lancashire in the County Championship. Lancashire looking for their first win of the season down the road at Northamptonshire, so we'll keep you across that score, and we'll keep you across the other scores in this competition today, because we are, well, there's 8 teams in this competition. We're one of 4 games that is taking place today, so we'll keep you across all of those. The other games already underway. Warwickshire women batting first against Durham. They are 3 without loss. Hampshire batting against Essex. They're 2 without loss. And Surrey are 9 without loss into the second over of that one against Somerset. So we're all set. We're all ready to go. First time we've had you on Lancs TV this season, Alison Byrne, as Mahika Gore prepares to bowl the second over to Tammy Bowman. I'm curious to get your thoughts on the new look competition as Gore comes in to deliver from the James Anderson end. It's whipped away into the leg side by Beaumont. This one is going to be the first boundary, unless it's cut off by some pursuing fielders in all red, but neither Cross nor Smale can get there, and the ball bounces up over the rope for 4 runs. The first boundary of the day for the Blaze going to Tammy Beaumont, and it was very nicely flicked through the gap. So what are you making of this new look?
I'm actually really quite excited by what I've seen so far, because not only is it a new system, a new setup, there's 2 tiers, and also it's so fantastic to see so many of the England players regularly turning out for their regions. It's really raised the game. You can tell the number of runs are being scored as well has been magnificent.
Mahika Gore, of course, is one who's looking to force her way into that England side, as this one's chopped down to third. Sophie Morris is there to do the fielding, so there'll just be the 1 run, but Beaumont backing up well. She's already 6 off her 3 deliveries. Amy Jones yet to score from her first 5, just taking her guard, but we were mentioning it in the first over there, there's this sort of keenness not to get out to the players you'll be playing with all summer, and yeah, it's been a feature of the competition, hasn't it? And it's been driven, I think, by the New England coach, Charlotte Edwards, who
she certainly has made that quite clear.
Gore again bowling to Jones, jams down on it. A little bit of excitement from the Lancashire fielders, but no interest from the umpires there in that appeal, and I'm really entirely sure what it was for. I think LBW, but
I
it
think
seemed
maybe
to be a lot of batting
LBW, but as you say, I think there was a little inside edge, well, a huge inside edge, but to be fair, Charlotte Edwards, she's straight talking, and she means what she says, and I think there's certainly people who will be looking for a call from her this summer.
Smashed away through the offside, and Jones is away for the day. Gore not really even offering much width there, but Jones just took advantage of any fullness in length and pushed that one square of the wicket and away for 4 runs. And Ellie Threlkeld and Eve Jones stand there, hands on hips, but I think that's an indication this is quite a good pitch.
Looks it, doesn't it? I don't know if it's a new strip, Mike. Do you know when you went out to examine did you get a chance to speak to the ground staff? No.
I didn't get a chance.
Either way, even if it's a used pitch, it's looking good, isn't it?
This one straight onto off stump, and Jones pushes to Lamb at extra cover. No run on offer. It remains 10 without loss, which is where the score went with that first 4 of the innings from Amy Jones.
I'm a little surprised they've gone with so much seam, to be honest with you. Lancashire. Without Hannah Jones bowling as well. They've brought in Mahika Gore and Grace Potts. I mean, Mahika Gore is no slouch of the ball, neither is Grace Potts, so they must value their input on today's game.
Gore bowls pushed back towards the bowler and ignores it actually and allows Fee Morris, who's back in her regular shirt of 31 today, picking up the ball.
Talk about that later.
I did ask her about that. We may as well do that now actually. I did ask her about it. Was Sophie Morris's shirt.
I know it was, because I saw Sophie at my cricket club during the week. We were having a right giggle about it.
There was a phone call made, shall we say, to Sophie Morris to essentially say, I've not got any shirts with me, do you mind bringing some along? And I'm surprised she's not, or she may well come out to bat in one of Sophie Morris's shirts again, because Fee Morris got 90 in that game today, and it was 90 not out, and she won the game, so she may well stick with the ploy.
Suggest to Sophie that she might have to keep her shirts under lock and key a bit for a while.
Here comes Kate Cross, running in to bowl her second over of the day. It's driven powerfully at Lamb, who backs off a little bit from Beaumont there, and affects the stop, and that will be another dot ball.
I think Lancashire are going to have to be patient here, because there is going to be runs in this pitch, and with quality batters such as these two at the crease, not to panic if it starts to get 5-6 and over, not to panic, because we've seen already that Lancashire are perfectly capable of chasing down that sort of target.
Smattering of spectators already in below the old pavilion at the far end as Cross bowls. This one's down the leg side. Should be disappointed with that. 11 without loss. It's been a tight start from Lancashire in the early stages. City of Manchester bathing in the sunshine away to our right. The high-rise buildings there, and blue skies all around us. It's even quite warm in the commentary box, which is an indication of just how warm.
It's very warm in here. I'm going to have a word with the people who run this media building about the aircon.
In comes Kate Cross, her knees pumping once more as she approaches the crease and again slips down the leg side. So that'll be 12 without loss, with another extra to the total. She was going very straight at Southport the other day because she was getting that away shape, and she managed to fool Alice Capsey with one of those balls that Capsey thought she was going to be able to work through the leg side. And
now the umpire seems a little bit concerned about something in the eye line of the batter there. He's just gesticulated.
Yeah, I think it's Tammy Beaumont's not happy with
there's something going on there
at the moment, and just wants them moved. She's right seems to be the the indication she's giving.
There we go.
The 12 fielders for
very good.
Lancashire have helped out. Danny Collins and Hannah
They're
Jones.
a bit lighter than the screens we used to have to move, mind you. They're making heavy work of that, aren't they?
I was going to say, I don't think that one's moved
you
a
need
little
to
while.
get in the gym, ladies. They look see-through.
Well, they are a little bit, yeah. They are a little.
Weird.
Here comes Kate Cross. Oh, no, she has to wait for Beaumont a little bit longer as the flags flutter in the breeze above the old pavilion at the far end. Here comes Cross again. And bowls the ball that's driven down the ground. That's going to go all the way. This is going to be 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Beaumont, just onside of straight. And she leant on the ball and sent it back past the bowler, Kate Cross, who's struggled a little bit in this second over to keep Beaumont quiet. She's in very, very good form with that characteristic grip right at the bottom of the handle.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop her driving down the ground, 16 without loss.
I love watching Tammy Beaumont, but I'm hoping not to enjoy it too much today, though.
Nice high hands as she waits for Cross and defends this one exactly where the drive went past Ailsa Lister, but because she didn't put her hands through it on this occasion, with the length being slightly different from Cross, just a better length than rather than over pitch, she just rolled the ball to Lister on this occasion. But Beaumont looking in very, very good form. She's been captaining the Blaze in the opening games, but back-to-back hundreds in victories over Essex and Hampshire coming into this game. It leaves her 3rd in the run-scoring charts behind 2 Lancashire players. She going to sneak another single here. Tammy Beaumont gets hit in the back. She sees the funny side of it, but I don't think she did initially when it hit her. It's rather pinned her in the back. Was that Katie Mack with the fielding? We're going to get a replay of this on Lancs TV, and this one is where she could tell it was coming. And it got her on the bum in the end.
I don't think it was head back. Should we leave it at that?
Yes, I think she might be quite glad it hit her there rather than the back.
Yes, I think there's
a little bit less bone. I think
slightly more padding as well.
Jones back onto strike, pushes forward, defends into the offside. Lamb's there with the fielding. Lamb, one of those 2 players above Beaumont in the run scoring charts. preventing a run being scored there. The other one is Eve Jones, who stood at slip. We have a fielder down at third. We have a backward point and extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, we have mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and long leg. Here comes Cross again. Up to the wickets, and she's going to deliver this one that's pushed back towards the bowler. Gets a hand on it. Grace Potts into the side. Yeah, it's quite a interesting tactic to go with seam today. Certainly, I think maybe they were expecting it to turn at Southport the other day. It didn't turn as much as that they thought, so maybe that's a reason for going back the way they have. They have got Fee Morris and Emma Lamb to back up Sophie Morris, the frontline spinner too. So there's there's options there, isn't there?
Certainly options, but as I say, they know their players better than we do. They train with each other. The coaches have been working with them weeks and weeks and weeks. They've made their plans.
Yeah, that's certainly true. They will know their plans. We see that shot of the city of Manchester and the high-rise buildings away in the distance as Mahika Gore comes in to bowl, and that one is defended into the leg side by Tammy Bain.
We've just had a visitor from one of the maintenance team to turn the aircon on.
Oh!
Ask and you shall receive in this place.
Well,
amazing. Thank you very much, people.
I think we probably should have known where it was, really, shouldn't we? But yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
So we've got no excuses now, Mike?
No. Well, we're expecting it to get up around 25, 26 today. So I hope those spectators in front of the pavilion have got plenty of sunscreen on, as Mahika Gore is on her way. I hope the players have too, because they'll obviously be out in the thick of it. Lancashire choosing to bowl first here. 17 without loss, the Blaze score. They don't add to it with that particular defensive stroke into the offside, as this one is going to be thrown back round the field, and Gore again, heel to toe as she approaches. Delivers this one. It's slashed into the backward point area. Katie Mack is on her guard, and she is a busy player and does very well there. Bit of applause for, well, herself as much as she's saved 4 runs there.
Very good. Interesting. They brought in Fee Morris a little bit closer to the bass on the onside there. Short mid wicket.
Yep. Morris hands on hips there in that position. Just crouches
now
down.
Right field there with Tammy Beaumont on form.
No, it does seem that rather in the firing line as Gore bowls, and it's driven to mid-off here by Beaumont. No run on offer, fielding easily done once again. It's Lister once more. She'll be keen for a score today, having been brought into the side. But we mentioned Mack again there. I mean, she was so busy on her feet during that innings the other day. I mean, I think one of the best players in the competition to watch.
I think she's been
fantastic.
fantastic.
Way she goes about it.
Yeah, she's just got that energy, that buzz, that positivity. And again, Beaumont has stopped Gore halfway through her run up there.
Yeah, just...
Oh, I think there was a little forklift truck or some sort of trolley being delivered, a big blue thing behind her eye line there. If you can just spot it behind, just into the right of the cover.
Yeah, if that's distracting you, though, you're looking in the wrong place.
She's quite tall, Mahika, so you're looking up slightly different angle than you are for most bowlers coming in, aren't you?
Here comes Gore again, bowling to diminutive Beaumont, who plays into the leg side. There is no run on offer to Seren Smale on that occasion. We'll have a football match starting later on down the road, so the car park in the distance will get very busy through the gaps between the hotel and the pavilion. Couple on the balconies as well, looking on from the hotel this morning. So yeah, we'll see certainly between the hotel and the pavilion and the pavilion and the point today. We'll see lots of cars coming in for the football later on. Man United v West Ham, as that one goes down the leg side. It'll be another 1 to the total, 18 without loss. That moves on to with that wide.
Shame, that was looking up to be a maiden over, wasn't it?
Guess it shows just how fine the margins they play with are these days, but much as Cross was in the previous over, Gore will be disappointed to have.
Great over though. She took a bit of tap in her first over, didn't she? So to come back so strongly.
First little bird of the day makes its way down onto the outfield as Gore comes in, and that one's through outside. stump, and too
Unlucky.
far the other way now from Mahika Gore, too far outside the off stump for the umpire's liking, and that will be another one to the total, 19 without loss. They've got to be careful here, because in a game where it's going to be high scoring and the margins are going to be fine, these wides could cause problems.
Yeah, extras are over 50 overs. It's a massive thing. It's not just the extra runners, it's those extra balls you can face at the end of an innings that can make all the difference.
Gore again to Beaumont, who again felt that one was a bit wide to hit, so let it through, but it was okay for the umpire's liking. So we've had 4 overs so far of the innings, 19 without loss, and we're seeing the people on the balcony on the pictures here, brought to you by Lancs TV. My name's Mike Perkins with Alison.
Yeah, I just noticed one of them had a Man U shirt on there. Clearly enjoying the opportunity to take in some fantastic... Oh, there's 2 more Man U fans there. They'll be hoping for a good result today against the Hammers. I'm not hoping for it quite so much, being a red of the other persuasion, Merseyside red. But naturally, today I will be a part-time Man U, I wouldn't say supporter, but admirer, shall we say.
You don't need to go that far. As long as you support Lancashire,
yeah.
it's fine. There's cross bowls, and this one's driven into the offside, and it's picked up by Emma Lamb, who is at cover. We've got for this over a backward point, a conventional cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside with a fielder down at third outside the ring. So that's the offside field for cross. They've done away with a slip already, which again I think is an indication that hot sunny day, they're looking to restrict the Blaze to a total they can chase.
Could be a war of attrition today, Mike.
Here comes cross. Bowls, and it goes straight through, slip off the outside edge. And it's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. Good effort from Morris, but she can't prevent the 4. And that is frustrating, to say the least, from the Lancashire perspective. They've just done away with their slip, and they lose 4 runs through that very region. The score moves on to 23 without loss.
How often do you see that happen in cricket? You move your field and the ball goes there. But to be fair, when you move the slip away, psychologically the batter's thinking, I know I can perhaps take a free hit here, because to cover across from there where Thelcott was almost impossible, isn't it?
Here's cross again, bowls a ball that's uncomfortably turned into the leg side by Jones. I think she did get the bat there eventually, but it was threatening to take her on the body, or around the thigh at least, and she had to take the bottom hand off the bat as well, but just gets it down and away for a single, 24 without loss. The 5th over of this game.
It's a hot one, but there is a breeze down there as cross comes in.
Delivers again, driven up to Grace Potts at mid-off. No run on offer on that occasion. It'll be a big day for Potts, coming on at first change here. Seamer brought into the side.
She played at Emirates Old Trafford before Grace Potts. Is this her first?
She will have played for Sparks here.
Of course she has, yeah. It's her debut for Lancashire.
She won't have played for Lancashire, though, because obviously he's moved in some of the first 2 games at Southport, or first 2 home games at Southport. This one, the 6th game of the season, as Beaumont's there and blocking this one out into the offside. Again, no run on offer, but Beaumont will be quite settled at this stage. So yeah, everyone's played 5 games coming into this round of fixtures, so this is the 6th one. The Blaze have won 4, lost 1. Lancashire have won 3, lost 2 when they're opening 2 on the road, and then 1 at Southport midweek against Surrey, as this one is bowled in towards the stumps. Beaumont was back on a crease and dabbing into the offside. Good finish to the over, 24 without loss. Then the score after 5 overs. We're in the power play. A reminder, only 2 fielders allowed outside this circle.
Oh, I just had a little giggle. Sophie Morris is doing third to third in this heat. Oh, a lovely morning/afternoon you're going to have, young lady. You'll be looking forward to that shandy this afternoon.
Always a lively cricketer, Sophie Morris. Always a smile on her face. But yeah, it's quite some work to do today. She makes her way down in the sunglasses. No cap on either at the moment.
Oh, these youngsters, they'll learn the hard way.
Most of the Lancashire fielders have got caps on, I think, other than Sophie Morris. Mahika Gore's given hers to the umpire and is charging in once more to begin the 6th over of the innings, and this one is prodded back down the onside of straight, so the short mid-wicket Fee Morris will come and pick it up. As we say, Morris with 90 the other day, and Katie Mack, the other big scorer in that game for Lancashire women.
Interestingly, sorry Mike, but interestingly they've kept the slip in for Gore. She must be getting a little bit more movement potentially than Cross. She does move it. Perhaps not as accurate as Cross at this stage of her career.
Jones faces up and drives to mid-off the bowling of Gore and finds Ailsa Lister, who remains in good form in the field. So yeah, 84 off 64 for Mack in the end, 90 off 76 for Fee Morris. It's going to be contributions of those nature that you feel Lancashire will be looking for in the second innings of this game, but they've chosen to bowl here. I guess it's going to make not too much difference in terms of heat, because we're already right up there in the 20s, and it's only probably going to get warmer from here as this one's driven into the offside. Lamb is there with the fielding, not her best throw. Causes some amusement to Emma Lamb, that one, but she's right up there this season in both batting and bowling charts. Her best of 130 came against the Blaze in the first game of the season, 331 runs in total so far. She's also had 10 wickets at 21 with best figures of 3 for 42, so we'll likely see her bowl again at some point today as Gore bowls, and that's an appeal for LBW. Kept a little on the low side, which is what interested the fielders, I think, but the umpire was of the feeling that this one's missing. Let's have a look at the replay now on Lancs TV. It swung back a long way, and it actually did way too much. That was a fairly unplayable delivery, I have to say.
Unbelievable. She's moving it. I mean, the last couple of overs, she's, apart from the 2 wide, every ball's been a dot ball. I mean, she's really come back. You can tell that they're sensing something here because they've kept in the short mid, they've kept in the slip.
Here's Gore again, and she bowls another ball that swings back towards off stump. It's pushed into the offside, and that probably explains the 2 wides in the previous over of just sort of controlling it. The challenge at the moment, but the ball before last, I mean, Jones would be very happy to settle for a dot ball and remain at the crease there, because that was fairly unplayable.
Yeah, we haven't seen an awful lot of Gore in recent seasons, potentially protecting her with her being such a young player, but you know, she's one to watch, this young lady. She really is.
Here she comes again, bowls to Jones, who's swinging it. Trying to look to swing it over the leg side, didn't do so, was taken on the pad. Again, I think it was just doing way too much, but a maiden over for Mahika Gore, very well bowled, congratulated by her teammates, because that could be a precious over. Again, it swung from probably outside off stump and ended up missing leg. I mean, that is real movement.
Those left-handers, when they do that, they're ugly to bat against. They really are, aren't they, Mike? And she's got the added advantage, of course. She's 6'2". There won't be many left-arm bowlers 6'2" that even these international players will have faced. To be fair, I'm trying to think of one who's around currently playing internationally, and I cannot off the top of my head. Please, you know, put a little message on YouTube if you can think of one, people.
Left arm. I mean, there's a few tall ones.
But no left arm. It's not generating that amount of swing as well.
And that's why everybody was so excited when Mahika Gore was. I mean, they say discovered she was always there in the UAE, but it was just a case of going and finding her. Here comes Kate Cross again to Tammy Beaumont. Can she back up that maiden over? Big appeal for LBW. Think a little bit high on that occasion. May have been some bat involved as well. Cross was pleading with the umpire to give out her England teammate Tammy Beaumont, because she knows how important it'll be to this game. But yeah, I think that was back thigh in the end of Beaumont that it hit, which is always an indication
this is great tandem bowling from these two, isn't it? They've spread the field slightly for Cross, just trying to keep it tight, keep the runs down, put the pressure on, maybe make a couple of people play a couple of rash shots.
Cross again.
There you go. She's gone for that. Yes, there you go. That's precious paid off.
Short mid wicket. It's a very good catch by Fee Morris away to her left-hand side, and it's an uppy shot from Beaumont. She's out for 11, and having made centuries in her previous 2 innings, That is a very, very big reward for Lancashire. Beaumont out for 11, caught by Fee Morris off the bowling of Kate Cross. And it was a really, really good grab by Fee Morris. You certainly enjoyed that one, Alison.
Sorry everybody.
No, don't be sorry. It's I'm sure what Lancashire fans will be doing at home themselves. And I mean, actually, in slow motion, I don't think it did justice to that catch, because I can tell you, watching it here from up in the media centre at the Players' Pavilion and at the Brian Statham, and that one went quick to Fee Morris.
But Fee Morris, we've said it year on, year out since she's come to Lancashire, that she's an absolute blind infielder. I mean, I remember you saying to me this time last year how much pride she takes in her field and how much care she takes over it. And, it was, I thought Lauren Winfield Hill did a podcast for Wisdom this year. And I think she mentioned in there that, or in an article she did for the Cricket, or something like, I'm sure I've read it, that she says it makes you a less, if you're not focusing on your fielding, then you're a selfish player. It says it all, doesn't it?
Does indeed. Does indeed. As in comes Kate Cross and bowls. This one's pushed into the offside. That goes straight to backward point. The new batter is Catherine Bryce, who one of the premier all-rounders in this competition.
I mean, that was set up beautifully, wasn't it, by Gore, Cross, and of course Threlcoat with her field settings there. You could sense that there was increasing pressure being placed on the batters. The runs were starting to dry up.
Yeah, it was the pressure of dot balls, wasn't it? As Cross bowls another one, and there's still no run here, so Cross is on for a wicket maiden at the moment.
But I do think it's going to take moments of brilliance like that to take wickets today. It just seems that's sort of a day, doesn't it? Where the field's set for high-scoring innings.
3 dots and a wicket off the second ball for Kate Cross so far. After a maiden the previous over from Mahika Gore. Lancashire have started well here, as their season has started well. That one takes the stumps on the way back. Cross was trying to get a little fingertip on it to keep the non-striker Amy Jones honest. But I suppose best shot in the game, but brings you no run. One of the great ironies of it.
Used to be the first shot you learnt as a young cricketer, wasn't it? Forward, defensive. Now it's see ball, hit ball. Quite right, as it should be.
Just a
when you're young, you want to get bat on ball early doors, don't you?
Just a little push of the bat on that previous one from
it's a good
Bryce. Another appeal for LBW from Cross, but that one was speared in towards the pads. It is a wicket maiden, so the Blaze find themselves in terms of their score exactly where they were in the 5th over, but they've now lost a wicket as well. 24 for 1 is the score at the end of the 7th. Here with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne. Just seeing pictures from the players coming out in the county championship match at Northamptonshire. So they are making their way out to middle there, and we will keep you updated on how things go in that game as well as this game. So Lancashire looking for their first win of the season down at Northamptonshire. They resume 102 behind, needing 4 more second innings Northamptonshire wickets. Back here though, 24 for 1. Lancashire have started very well against the Blaze, looking to catch their opponents and move towards the top of the table as this one is defended back up to mid-off, and that is where Lister does the fielding, does the honours.
I'd like to have a speed gun at this point, because I think Mahika Gore has just ramped it up a little bit pace-wise.
Well, it was her maiden over which has really sort of got things going from the Lancashire perspective. Lancashire would need a bonus point to go top of the table today, but that's not beyond the realms of possibility. They'd also need Somerset and Hampshire not to get positive results in their games, as this one is worked away into the leg side to Fee Morris. Lancashire go to Warwickshire, the side behind them in the table, midweek at Edgbaston.
And that one took you were busy talking about other things, but as Fee Morris took that, it just took a nasty little bounce off that artificial strip there, protecting the grass wicket next to the one they're currently playing on. That's a horrible place to field at the best of times.
Yeah, there's just some of that.
Hope she's got a gum shield in.
I don't know if it's Hessian matting anymore, but it's that sort of matting anyway. That one's wide outside the off stump, so the spell of dot balls is broken with that wide delivery, but I think you can forgive Mahika Gore because she's swinging so much at the moment. If it doesn't go, she's going to be in a bit of bother because it's very hard to sort of keep it on the line of the stumps with that swing. 25 for 1, and this is exactly what Lancashire would have wanted, having put the Blaze in. Can they pick up another couple of ones and really put themselves in a dominant position? That one driven away, just a little bit of width outside the off stump on offer there for Amy Jones, and a flowing bat sends it away to the boundary at cover point. Lovely stroke by Jones, just waits with that high back lift and sends her hands through the ball, and away it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, it looked a little bit streaky when I watched it live, but actually when I watched it on the replay, it was a real quality shot.
Just waited for the ball was the main thing that allowed her to meet it with the middle of the bat. Here's Jones again, and same route to the cover point boundary from Amy Jones. And that one was over pitch. That one was a genuine half volley for Jones to put away. And the result was the same. You can see what Gore's looking for here. She wants that in-swinging Yorker, but if you get it a fraction wrong, you're going to go for 4.
Well, I think Jones was because she's swinging it both ways, Gore, I think, and I think she was expecting she played for the outswinger there. She's quality, isn't she? Quality, though. Aren't we lucky to be seeing this quality of cricket today, Mike? Honestly,
we are indeed. In the sunshine at Emirates Old Trafford, as this one's bowled, and the swing of the bat sends it up to mid-off. Ailsa Lister there with the fielding dot ball.
I reckon this must have been the in-swinger. Let's watch this, because she's set her up with 2 outswingers. She's gone for an in-swinger there. We'll see. Or are we going to see? Never mind. Let's just assume I was right.
I think you've been quite demanding of the good people at Badge.
Let's just imagine. I know I'm so spoilt here, but let's just say I was right. It's much easier, isn't it? Then.
Well,
yeah,
we will.
Yeah.
We will.
Okay.
Third coming up inside the circle. The fielder at cover point has gone back to the boundary where the 4s have gone. Nice. This one's driven to extra cover. Good bit of fielding by Lamb. Gathers it one-handed on the tumble and returns to Ellie Threlkeld with throw. Good over for the Blaze. Takes them up to 34 for 1. 10 from the 8th over of the innings, and we're underway. All going well here at Emirates Old Trafford for Lancashire. They've got that early breakthrough, having put their opponents, the table toppers, the Blaze, into bat, and they'll be looking to make sure that they build on this start now with Cross. But that was an over back to the Blaze, and Amy Jones, who you were saying earlier to me, Ali Byrne, looks like she needs a bit of a score from her early forays in this competition. She's not gone past 50 yet.
Not yet, but she's too good a player not to go through the whole season without picking up 2 or 3 50s. She certainly looks to have her cover driving boots on today, doesn't she?
She does indeed. She's sent the ball to the boundary on a couple of occasions via that route. Now that was uppish for a second, but it's beaten Lamb. It bounced in an awkward area just in front of her. I think she's disappointed not to stop it anyway, but it was in the air for a fraction of a second from Jones. 35 for 1 brings Catherine Bryce still looking for her first run back onto strike.
And she brought in a slip fielder for Crossy.
Already has the best figures of the competition so far with the ball, Bryce. 5 for 38 against Warwickshire as Cross bowls. This one's driven smoothly up to Ailsa Lister at mid-on. No run on offer.
Yeah, you see off Tammy Beaumont, and then you get somebody like Catherine Bryson, who's nominated for ICC Women's Player of the Month in April, Player of the Tournament in the ICC qualifying tournament that Scotland recently played in, and you just think, oh, come on. But this is the beauty of this competition this year. These are the little contests we're seeing week in, week out.
Yeah, very strong lineup for the Blazers. Down the track comes
quality.
Bryce to get things moving, and she finds the cover boundary as a result. Just creates a little bit of length for herself there by shuffling out of her crease, and she strikes it very nicely indeed through cover. There was a big smile on the face as that one went away for 4 runs, gets Bryce underway, and she'll be very happy with that. 39 for 1. Yeah, the lineup in full: Amy Jones, Tammy Beaumont, the Bryce sisters, Catherine and Sarah, and Georgie Boyce, Georgia Elwis, who has hundreds to her name when she was playing for the Southern Vipers, Ella Claridge, Sarah Glenn, Josie Groves, who can bat. We've got Charlie Phillips today, and Gordon in that one jumps off the turf and nearly took the outside edge on the way, and that was a very good reply from Kate Cross, Alison Byrne.
Yeah, I thought maybe she'd edge this and it'd double bounce the keeper. No, it missed everything, didn't it? Yeah, well spotted, Mike. Great ball, though.
It was a strange one in that it jumped and then didn't carry to the keeper. Usually when it jumps, it's the keeper's taking it sort of round the waist, round the chest. So perhaps an indication that this is a sort of a lowish bouncing wicket in some senses, but it popped alarmingly up actually as it passed the batter, which is, I suppose, the important bit from the bowler's point of view. That one driven out to Fee Morris, who's busy at short mid-wicket. She's taken the catch off Kate Cross to dismiss Tammy Beaumont for just 11. Brilliant to have more than 1,000 of you with us already. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button, as it helps other people find our Lancs TV stream, and good to have you join us on the Geo app in India as well. You with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, as this one is played down to 3rd by an advancing Bryce. She's clearly decided that's the way to get her runs on this wicket. She's on to 5. 40 for 1 is the score. We've had 9 overs. It's flown by Ali Byrne at the start of this game.
I know, it's amazing, and that's with the seamers on. Normally, you know, you're saying that when the spinners have been on with the short run-ups, etc. But it's fascinating stuff, isn't it? There's so many little contests within contests here.
It is indeed, and we'll, as I say, we'll keep you up to date with all the scores in this competition, and we'll also keep you up to date with Lancashire, who are now 108 behind, still needing 4 Northamptonshire second innings wickets to set themselves up a chase there. Elsewhere in this competition, we have matches going on across the country. Warwickshire 32 for 2. They're in the 10th over of their innings against Durham. We have Hampshire 40 for 2 against Essex Women. Hampshire at home in that one. And Surrey have gone to play Somerset today, and they are 74 without loss.
Change of bowler here, Mike.
It's Grace Potts coming in from the James Anderson end and starts with a wide down the leg side, so she'll take the room from there. 41 for 1. She might have been a little surprised to get the call in this over, I guess. We saw Sophie Morris bowl this over at Southport the other day and bowl a maiden in it, and then get Danny White Hodge out the over after. But I thought Mahika Gore was bowling pretty well, even though she had gone for 10 from her previous one, as she delivers this one straight into the bat of Catherine Bryce, who was forward and just prodded it out into the offside. Katie Mack with the fielding, no run.
Yeah, she was bowling well, but started to get a little bit of time. But it's not a bad thing to mix them up a bit, mix the bowlers up a bit.
And she sort of got the maiden that had helped Cross get her wicket. It might have been worth one more, but
hot day out there, Mike.
Yeah, and they'll save her
She's
for
tall,
a spell in the middle and a spell at the
young.
end, I'm sure. Mahika Gore, as this one's a better delivery into the pads of Bryce. So 2 dot balls for Potts. She's
and of course,
found the line in length.
Potts would have been a club mate of Amy Jones last season. Is that right? Was it last year she played for?
Yes,
yeah. So maybe they're thinking, oh, we know, let's get the Warwickshire girl on against the ex-Warwickshire girl. Let's see if we can put a few thoughts in the batter's mind. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Jones didn't play a massive amount for Central.
No, that's true. None of the England girls did really play for the Regents, did they?
As we say, it's been a noticeable change this summer that Charlotte Edwards has wanted players to go and get early season form. I mean, let's face it, after the winter they probably needed it, as that one's prodded out to forward square leg and thrown back to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld out for no run. You know, there wasn't a lot of runs on offer over the winter, so they've I suppose they've got to go and prove themselves again in English conditions. As in comes Potts to bowl to Bryce, who's prodding again into the leg side. No run on offer.
Good over this from Potts after a relatively poor bad ball, obviously a wide, but it's a good recovery. 4 dot balls. That's what you want on a hot day like this. Every dot ball is worth double, I think, on a pitch like this.
21st of May, the international summer begins against the West Indies for England. As in comes Potts again.
Nice.
Defended into the leg side. Morrissey of the fee variety is there to pick.
The fee variety.
Sophie as well.
Well, it's hard to tell which one's which now they share shirts, isn't it? You know.
Well, it is.
You sure
yeah.
that's Fee and not Sophie they've moved over?
There's a little difference in
just
height,
physique.
luckily, so that does help.
One's got a hat, one hasn't, one's blonde, the other one's dark haired. Yeah, there's almost impossible to tell them apart. Potts is coming in. Been a good over, Mike.
India, the other tourists this summer to take on England, all start their series on the 28th of June, as that one's played down to long leg just for the one run, and it's fielded by Mahika Gore there. So 10 overs gone, the score 42-1. That's the end of the power play. Alison Byrne will be picking up ball by ball commentary for you for the next period of this game. But what do you think will be going through the thoughts of the players at this stage as see the batters?
I think if I was Strelka, I'd be quite encouraged by what I've seen. All three of your seam bowlers seem to have settled down into a good rhythm, getting a good line and length, get a bit of movement. Of course, on one of the crucial thing is they've got their not the prize, because there's some fantastic players in the Blaze side, but a massive prize. So power point is finished, which means some of the field is spreading slightly, Mike. And it's Sophie Morris on to bowl, left arm spinner. Loaner of the said shirt that Fee Morris scored in. She didn't really have much choice by all accounts. Fee Morris is like, oh, Sophie.
Oh, well, that's not how Fee told it to me,
Really?
but there we go.
Really? It was a phone call, sort of as Fee was about to get the shirt. But there you go. You wouldn't say no, would you? Let's be right. Teammates and all that. Morris into bowl. But rocks back into her shirt mate. Her shirt sister Fee Morris.
If she's going to get 90 or 76, she can have
you can have anything. You can have any part of my clothing you want if it was me. Again, another accurate delivery from Sophie Morris. Plays it, dabs it into the on for the back foot into backward point. No run. Yeah, Grace Potts is just below us now, just tidying her hair in between the over. Sophie, and that's beat the outside edge of the bat. That pitched and bounced as well, didn't it?
That's
Took some turn.
a good sign early on.
Yes.
Just third ball from the spinner and beating the outside edge. That could be an indication that maybe spin will play a part today.
Morris in. Another accurate ball. She's tried to play the same shot again. There is oh yeah, it's Bryce on strike, beg your pardon. Scotland captain, obviously. From Edinburgh. Morris to Bryce. Brings her forward. No run.
Getting a really good view actually when there's that shot of Sophie about to come in and bowl here, of how she sort of spreads her fingers on the ball to give the seam a real good rip as she lets it go.
Bit shorter. Bryce tries to rock back. Dream over from Morris from her perspective. Keeping things tight. Bryce has only managed to score 6 off her first 21 balls. She won't be accustomed to scoring that slowly, I'm sure. And the end of that over, it's still 42-1 after that excellent maiden from Morris. Mahika Gore is making her way down towards us.
And she started exactly the way she did in the game at Southport with a maiden over. And that brought the pressure that Wyatt Hodge then felt she had to go and attack Sophie Morris, albeit at the end of the after the power play had gone, and she ended up hitting it up in the air, and that was Morris's wicket the other day in the game. So didn't concede any balls in her first over at Southport, and then got a wicket, having not conceded any with her 8th delivery. Potts to continue from this end. There are spinners in the Blaze lineup, we should say as well. Sarah Glenn and Josie Groves chiefly among them.
Potts has just moved her short cover out to cover on the boundaries. On the boundary, not offside there. Oh, and as if by magic, it's gone straight to her for the one run.
It's quite a short side over there. We're sort of a long way over to the right of the square today. There'd be another pitch, maybe 2 if they really wanted them away to the right-hand side. But for that reason, with the boundary in on the left as we look from the Brian Statham end.
Brought her back in again for Bryce, though. He's struggling to get any rhythm going at the moment, but that will help. A little short ball out to square leg, deep square, picks it up into that vast open space on the onside there. It's much bigger boundary on that side, and she picks up a single.
Glad to see Sarah Smale getting to a few
yes.
spaces. At Southport, it just seemed that every time she chased one, it would be a yard or two out of her grasp. So she's done well there. She's
got a bit more time to see the ball when the boundary's that long, haven't you? You can see it as Pot strides in purposefully. That's a really good delivery as well. Right on the money note, but run there. Solid as in defence was Jones.
It's a little more lush, the outfield here, and I think they've managed to just keep a bit more water on it than you perhaps can at a club ground.
There's still quite a few grey, nasty, bobbly bits on those practice strips just in front of Smale. I hope she doesn't come across with anything coming in that direction as a result of those.
I know, you can definitely tell it's
Pops.
used.
Strides in, pushed into the covers. This time she's taken a really sharp single. As the fielder semi-fields that one to the total, 45 for 1. Jones moves on to 21.
Or is getting used anyway, this outfield at the moment. But as I say, all the outfields, wherever you go in the country, seem to look more like kind of July, August than in May, really. It's a sign of what a good summer we're having, I suppose, in terms of sunshine.
Number 9, Potts on a run-up. Bit wider, bit of a wafty shot there. I don't think Catherine Bryce would be overly impressed with herself with that one. That's the shot of a player keen to get going. She's 7 off 23 at the moment. I mean, good bowling from Potts.
I mean, nothing wrong with 42 off a power play, but batting has seemed more difficult than I thought it was maybe going to be this morning.
Slight cloud cover in the air, a few fluffy clouds about, but nothing major. Potts. Bit shorter, just push that into the covers off the back foot, bringing in that cover side fielder end. Just the one, keeping it tight still. End of the over, so it's another good over from Potts. 46 for 1, only 4 off it, bringing Morris back into the affray. Let's have a quick check with Threlkeld, asking her skipper if she can change something potentially.
Just
back she goes.
That last shot there from Bryce, it was more of a kind of a chop than her actually putting back to ball. It was more kind of her sort of, it wasn't going to hit the stumps, but it was kind of almost more, she was keeping the ball from going to the wicketkeeper rather than actually hitting it and sticking her hands through it the way she did with that cover drive to get off the mark.
Just waiting for Threlkeld to jog down the wicket there after a chat with Morris. Sets herself. Here comes Morris, left arm. Interestingly, Morris is going left arm around the wicket to Catherine Bryce.
Guess it'd be fairly standard to a right-hander for the left armer to do that. She's got 4 on the offside, mid-off, extra cover, slightly short, conventional cover and backward point.
Oh, just bounced in front of fielder at cover. I think can't see who it is from here.
Emma Lamb, by the way.
Lamb, yeah.
And then she's got 2 sweepers on the short side at deep mid-wicket and square leg.
Morris is coming in again. Ponytail flying in. It's aerial, it's aerial, it's aerial. But it's gone over the fielder at long on and it's going to go for 4. Really good attacking intent from Catherine Bryce. She's been looking to expand her shots, I feel, last couple of overs. Used her feet well there. Head down. Nice shot.
She likes that shot. She got 162 at Loughborough in, I think it was the 2nd edition of the Rachel A. Flint Trophy. But that was a very characteristic shot.
I don't think Morris will mind that too much, to be honest with you. She's forcing her to play over the top. Another wafty shot from Bryce off the back foot through to the keeper, Threlkeld. Reliable as ever.
Just to complete that field, it's mid-on who's actually been sent to long on now. And they're going to send cover back as well. So they started with those fielders up, but they're now going to spread them back slightly. So the only 2 left in the ring are on 45 and straight mid-wicket.
Morris is in again. Oh, they've gone for the reverse field. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Catherine Bryce has played that beautifully along the carpet. 4 runs. Yeah.
showing the 360 game there. Catherine Bryce, she's gone down the ground. Now she goes through third for 4 using a reverse sweep. Very, very good stroke.
Now, what has Morris got in her locker? Temptation is to chase the ball at this point if you're the skipper, isn't it? And just move your field after every ball, but that doesn't let your bowler settle to any rhythm if you do that. Bit shorter. It's gone down to backward point again. That's a sharp single as well. 1 run.
Again, same area, down towards third. Didn't get out the ring this time because she just sort of glided it off the face of the bat.
Suddenly, Bryce is on 17. Score's moved on to 55-1. How did that happen? We blinked, right?
It's
we blinked.
amazing how players are able to do that these days. They can just sort of
go up the gears.
Yeah, just go through the gears very, very quickly. And okay, she's a little way to go now, still 13 off getting back to 1 a ball, but any instant now she'll be up there. You can. You know, players, they don't like to hang behind 1 a ball for very long these days.
Yeah, they're not scared to play their shots, are they? Their mindset is different to as it was maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where it was a case of 50 overs, try and stay in. The mindset's changed for the better, I feel. Yeah, now then, this is interesting from Potts. Still keeping the fielder on the 1 at that extra cover position there for Bryce. Plays it straight to her. Good. What's the word? When you can look into the future.
Good foresight.
There you go. That's the one.
Good foresight. But no. As I say, good to have around about 1,000 of you with us at the moment. If you are obviously checking in on the county championship streams, that kind of thing today. If that's what you're looking to do make sure you, if you're lucky enough to have more than 1 screen available, keep us up on 1 because this looks like it's going to be a good game.
It's been the outside edge, gone to straight to the keeper's hands. Element of luck involved there. Bryce was taking a chance, trying to cut that from far too close to the body, I think.
We'll keep you up to date on all the scores in this competition. Warwickshire now 56 for 2 against Durham. Hampshire 62 for 2 against Essex. We also have Surrey 100 for 1 against Somerset, and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on in the county championship too.
That's been cut down to third, and it's going to beat Sophie Morris. What a lovely piece of timing from Catherine Bryce. She's just been beaten by the outside edge, doesn't let it stop her. Every opportunity to score runs, just late cut down to third. Lovely shot. Bryce moves on to 21.
Zabe and Harrison still going for Northamptonshire against Lancashire in search of their first win, 172 for 6. Northamptonshire in their second innings, they lead by 134 in that one.
Park comes in, having just been smacked for 4. Bit fuller again. It's gone down to third, but Sophie Morris is waiting, and she'll just get the 1 for that shot. Good intent again from Bryce. That's food for thought for Grace Potts.
Yeah, it is indeed. A little bit of pressure on her for the first time in this spell. I suppose there was when the first ball went down the leg side for a wide, but then she, as I say, really backed up well, finding her line and length quickly.
Pushed into the covers, well fielded. No run there. Yeah, good response. Right on the money with that one.
The voice you're hearing on Lancs TV and the Geo app in India is Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Very much enjoying a sunny Emirates Old Trafford at the moment.
Potts in. Cuts again down to third. Stopped on this occasion. Good comeback from Potts after a couple of great shots from Bryce in the middle of that over. Scores moved on to 60 for 1 run. Morris has got 0 for 9 of her 2 overs so far. She comes in to take her 3rd over, which is the 15th over of this innings. Said the overs are sailing through, Mike.
Yeah, it's been a very quick start to the day in the field from Lancashire, actually. They've been very
don't hang around, do they, in between in the balls?
One thing I noticed going down to do those coin tosses is there is always a briefing from the umpires about time. You have 3 hours and 10 minutes. We will let you know if you slip behind it at any point, and we will be very hot on that, and we will keep you going throughout the day. So yeah, it's always a sort of message you hear at the toss, and it's always chiefly among it.
Understandably so. We don't want to be out there forever. I think 3 hours 10 minutes and 50 overs is a fair length of time. Gives the captains a chance to adjust their field if necessary without having to race through it massively. Morris. She's gone deep and she's done it. She's taken a catch. That's a great catch. Great catch. Kate Cross, England international. You wouldn't expect her to drop that one, and that's Morris's first wicket of the day. Lancashire's second wicket, 60 for 2. Breakthrough. And it's Catherine Bryce was just looking to expand her game. 22 off 34 she ended up with, but the last couple of overs she was really motoring. Let's have a look at this dismissal on the replay. Yeah, look at that for a catch. Never in doubt.
As easy as Kate Cross is going to get it, just sort of sailed into her hands, didn't it? And that was a sign of Bryce had got a little bit behind that kind of one-a-ball target that players have, and was trying to accelerate things. She played that shot well last over. It's a characteristic stroke for her, but on this occasion the ball just sailing off the bat and into the hands of Kate Cross, and there you have it. Second wicket of the day for Lancashire. It's going pretty well for them. I would venture at 60 for 2 in the 14th.
So Morris has dispatched one of the Bryces, and she's now getting younger sister Sarah into the crease. Of course, very decent player in her own right. Played for in the WPL for, as you know, is it Delhi Capitals, I think, reached the final, kept wicket in most of their games in that tournament. So good player to have in your squad, in your team. Second ball from Sophie Morris. Defended stoutly.
Well, it was those 450s and 100 in the inaugural edition of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy that I really remember Sarah Bryce's batting for. She was so strong square at the wicket back in 2020.
Real challenge. Oh, that's gone a bit leggy. It's going to be given wide. She's lucky she didn't get it smacked down to deep square as well, I think. Can quite get hold of it, could Bryce.
Yeah, she might be relieved 1 and an extra ball there rather than 4.
Let's flick down to short fine leg.
Threlkeld was interested in that one. Felt kept low enough to be hitting the stumps, and Bryce had maybe gone backward where she should have been forward. Still on naught. Sarah Bryce, that is.
Bowling in her sunglasses. Again. Oh, is that taking a tickle down leg? It has! It's a bad ball. It's got a wicket. I'm sure Morris will be the first to admit that. What a horrible, horrible way to get out for any new batter coming in. A little tickle down the leg. Great take. Again, how many times have we said that over the last few seasons? Great take by Captain Threlkeld. 61 for 3. What a great start from the Lancashire girls. They're thrilled. Unlucky Bryce. Horrible way to get out. Yuck.
Yeah, an absolute strangle down the leg side for Sarah Bryce. Third ball out, caught by Ellie Threlkeld off the bowling of Sophie Morris. And Sophie Morris was a little disappointed, you were saying from the chat that you two had with her bowling the other day. I thought she bowled magnificently the other day at Southport. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 56 for 1 her figures in the end, and that wicket was Danny White-Hodge, the England player, as Georgia Elwes, another former England player, makes her way out to the middle. Bryce knew there. She knew straight away that she'd tickled that one down the leg. There was the guilty look behind to see if Threlkeld had caught it. But Morris, I think, is getting the reward today for how well she bowled yesterday. She's just come in and hit his stride straight away.
And do you know what? It looked like a really bad ball, but it didn't actually. It pitched right on the stumps and turns. So fair play to her. I may have done you a disservice there, Sophie. Next time we're at Oxon Cricket Club, I'll buy you half a shandy for that one. Sorry, mate.
I don't think she'll mind one bit at the moment. 2 wickets in and over. Going very well, both the Bryce sisters.
Morris is in. Defending. Elwes defends that one. Twiddles the bat, sets her helmet, looks at the bowler, off we go again.
And it is a big bonus to...
Played it off back foot. Oh, do you know what? It's going to go, because he beat that infield. That outfield isn't going to slow down in any way, shape or form. 4 runs from Elvis. A lovely piece of timing from her.
It is a big bonus to get both the Price sisters, because you do almost feel when you get one out, oh no, there's another one walking out to the crease who's going to bat exactly the same. So yeah, it's a big bonus to get.
It's a great over for Morris there. 2 wickets, 2 for 14. She moves on to. Shame about that last ball, but she won't mind one occasional 4 if she's taking 2 wickets every over, will she?
Yeah, she'll definitely take that. I mean, it's a little bit of a shame given what a good over it was.
65 for 3.
Looking at that Surrey score of 106 for 2, it's Bryony Smith, the captain, leading the way there with 46 not out. Wyatt Hodge made 44 from 35 before being dismissed. Capsey also out now. And Sophia Dunkley, good to see her back in. She's made her way to the wicket. She had a bit of a niggle the other day and missed the game at Southport.
And it's Emma Lamb into bowl. Emma Lamb's having a stellar season with bat and ball, isn't she, after a horrid, difficult couple of seasons with that back injury. Lamb has been smacked out to the covers. Only for 1. Good arm back.
Yeah, she's 3rd in the wicket-taking charts at the moment with 10.
Surely she's knocking on Charlotte Edwards' door by this stage for an England call of Mike.
You would think so.
Surely.
As I say, top of the run-scoring charts and 3rd in the bowling. You can't really do a lot more.
Not really.
Are you surprised to see her back bowling? I was getting the impression last year that she was...
your interview with her last
away.
year here.
Yeah,
I think, she's tried it. It's worked well. She's carried on with it, why not? If you're enjoying it and you're getting success from it and your body's holding up, why not? And that's smacked out against the covers. Elvis, 1 run.
I don't think she ever explicitly said I'm not bowling. I just think it was an impression you got that recovering from the back injury was the priority, and obviously batting was the priority.
Elvis on strike. I beg your pardon, that's Jones this time on strike. Again, she repeats Elvis. It's almost like watching Elvis bat. It's an identical shot to the previous shot for 1. Yeah, but the thing is though, Mike, when you're used to bowling and batting, and your batting's not going well, it does just psychologically put more pressure on you as a batter. I think she mentioned this as well, which we'll come to in a minute. That's a dab down to 3rd. Sophie Morris is having to run after that. They could even take 2 at this because it's running away from Morris. Yes, they have. 2 to the total, moves on to 68. And she was saying, if I recall rightly, that actually just being able to bat and not being able to bowl has really placed extra pressure on her psychologically on her batting. She's been able to bowl this year, and her batting has blossomed. Well, and also her bowling, so it's great to see her fit and healthy and contributing with both bat and ball at the moment. As Blaze have taken another run there while I was gabbing.
How good are the facilities, people? Because it's a lovely cool temperature in here now, isn't it?
Lamb to bowl. Straight back at her along the floor, and Lamb pretends to shy it back in. Very dramatically. 71 for 3. Good opening over from Lamb without actually threatening the batter's wickets too much. She'll be pleased with that.
And we're looking out, of course, on very, very hot conditions here in Manchester, here in Old Trafford. 22 degrees already, getting up to around 25, 26 this afternoon. It will remain that way right through to 6 o'clock. So that might be another little factor in Ellie Threlkeld's thinking at the toss to put the Blaze in, that temperature is only getting warmer, and the Blaze will be, well, they'll be blazing in the blazing sunshine later, won't they?
They'll be well named. Morris is being kept on at the Brian Statham end, left arm around the wicket, played off the back foot into the covers, off the bat of Elvis.
I think you'd have had a job taking the ball off Sophie Morris after 2 wickets in the last over.
There we go, Morris. Oh, a bit of flight from Morris on that occasion. The dot ball.
As we said, that the buildings over Manchester in the distance, almost glistening in the sunshine. Got a little bit of a breeze bowling from blowing from right to left.
Morris in, a bit fuller again. Nicely defended from Elvis. She won't be rushed, very experienced. I think I'm right in thinking she got her she was one of the first players who got a central contract from England. 2014 was it when the contracts were first handed out? So she's no fool. And there we go. She's just played beautiful, well-balanced shot over long on. Oh, sorry, mid on, over to long on space. And Cross has got no chance of cutting that off. 4 runs. But I seem to remember Catherine Bryce doing that about 2 overs ago and they're getting out the next over. So I don't know if Morris, again, will be too disappointed by that.
True. Elvis, though, is one who's
very calm.
Done it for many a year and will really sort of calculate her her shots over the top, and somebody has gone back at long on.
Ah, okay.
Already.
Morris is in. This time, oh, she's played that one down the leg again. I wondered just for a second if we were going to get another little tickle to the keeper, but no, not on this occasion.
Throw held appealed. Must have taken a bit of
Maybe
that one because there was no signal from the umpire for the wide.
And again, it's gone down leg slightly, and well, Elvis did well to get a bat on that, but they've got a short mid-leg. She didn't say short, it's Mahika Gore. She's not really short, so she might. But short fine leg, who's also very tall fine leg, who is now doing fine leg to fine leg. Anyway, enough twiddling. 75 for 3. At the end of the 17th over here at Emirates Old Trafford. Plenty of space to come and enjoy some cricket. Those of you out there wondering what to do with your beautiful sunny day, come down. Enjoy some quality cricket, get an ice cream, half a shandy.
Yep, sit in front of the pavilion there. That's where most of the supporters are at the moment. Just looking up Georgia Elwes, 488 runs in the 50 over competition last year with a best of 101.
Lamb has just been hit into the covers for a single. It's a short boundary that side, so unsurprisingly they've kept the boundary fielder in place. Bringing Elvis back on strike. Jones has moved on to 24 of her 36 balls so far. In comes Lamb. Dabbed for no run. Good ball from Lamb.
So that was the 7th best batting number for Georgia Elwes in the competition last year.
In comes Lamb again. Ooh, bit of a wishy-washy shot to nothing there from Elvis.
Just felt there was a little bit of jump off the pitch again. It wasn't loads. It was nothing that should have upset the batter, but it just felt like it was there.
Good bowling in that case. Well done. Good shot. She rocks back, hits it through the mid-wicket area, beats short mid-wicket, but there is cover there to prevent the boundary on that super long boundary we've spoken about. Score's moved on to 77 off that hit. Still a long way to go in this innings, though. There's still time for one or more of these players to create a big innings. Put the pressure back on Lancashire. Morris is having to do some work down at third. Sliding stop from Sophie. Saves another run there, just the one.
Yeah, somebody in this Blaze lineup you think will come off at some point, but it's just
could be Jones, could be Elvis at this stage, who knows. Rocks back, beats short mid-wicket, and there's a race to the boundary for that one, and it's dissected 2 fielders out there. Well placed 4 from Elvis. She's not taken too much time to get into her work here. Well watched.
Yeah, almost actually in the end was able to stand at the crease and hit that one. Didn't have to go back a long way. We got a nice side-on look at that on the replay. But it gave that appearance just because she was onto it so early and hit it so well through straight mid-wicket for 4.
That's the end of the over. 82 for 3. Elvis has moved on to 17 off just 15 balls, just what the Blaze needed at this stage, isn't it? And Jones on 25 off her 37, and Morris is to continue from the Brian Statham end. She's ready, but the fielders doing boundary to boundary, understandably not quite as ready.
Yeah, so as I say, you would expect somebody in the Blaze lineup to come off, but it's about restricting
Morris.
The rest.
Off the back foot, played to mid-off, no run to Grace Potts. Fields that one easily.
in order to kind of try and stop one innings being winning the game, if you like.
Right, Morris to twirl again. Slightly wider hit from Jones then. She can't pierce the field on that occasion either. Well, she's tempting them, is Morris. Is Jones going to go aerial again? We'll see. She is. But she's played it well. She's played it over Grace Potts' head. Nice slide from Potts. Well done. Good bowling from Morris. You just sensed she was pinning Jones down a little bit there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an inside-out shot, wasn't it, from
2
Jones?
runs to the total.
But she got enough of it and sent it over the top for runs.
Good bowling. Morris again a bit shorter, a bit faster. Out to that field on that long cover boundary. Keeps it to a single.
She won't want to go too early here, Amy Jones, because as we say, she's not got past 50 in the competition just yet. Made 163, which is the best score of any edition of the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy in 2021.
What's Morris got in her locker? Bit shorter again. That one's been smacked into the covers. 1 run. It's Emma Lamb out there doing the duty. She's got a nice big field to look after there as Lamb out on that boundary, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's got a lot of space there. A lot of room to graze, as the saying goes.
While she's bowling from the other end. Nice.
Well,
thank you, Ali. Nice bowling. Manages to push it down towards that long on fielder. Took a nice catch earlier, did cross. Brought into action again there momentarily. The end of that one, it's 87 for 3.
Yeah.
She'll be disappointed she hasn't taken a couple of wickets there, Sophie.
Yeah, she will. She sort of seemed to have the batter's number in that over, didn't she? But without quite producing the wicket.
I was being slightly facetious, Mike. She took 3 off that one. Lamb's coming in again. But I think she's actually just come in to collect her hat. Is there a change of bowling on the offing? Could be.
Let's see, well, it's not going to be Eve Jones who
No,
models an action there. Oh, it is Emma Lamb.
Oh, it is. Right. Maybe I thought. Okay, maybe she thought she was being taken off and misread the captain's signals. She's coming in again to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end there. In front of the members, we were basking in the sunshine, the midday sun there. Hope they've all got hats and glasses and factor 50. Lamb. Into Jones. Jones has done an expansive shot out to the covers, but found the fielder. A couple of yards either side. Should have had her 4 runs. Jones has moved to 30. 88 for 3. Lamb's in again. Pushes it out to long on. Lamb's got quite a fast arm action, hasn't she, for a spinner? It's a little bit flatter than Morris. A little bit quicker in. Gives it a rip. She's got 2 on the leg side boundary, 1 on the offside boundary as Lamb. And that's been dabbed into short mid wicket. No run, bowled from Lamb. Elvis, she's got a little habit of scraping her studs there in between balls. I've only just noticed that. In comes Lamb, bit more flight. Oh, it's nearly missed a hand. That was nearly a caught and bowl. Off that full toss, those famous full tosses that take wickets. Didn't quite get there this time. Close.
Elvis has got kind of a slightly strange record across the 50 over competition that we used to have, the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy.
No run. Lamb fields her own bowled in there. Bowling.
In that last year where she was 7th in the run scorers, that was her most prolific season with 488, but she made a century in the 2024, 2022 and 2021 editions.
And again, dabbed into that big space on the covers. Fielder moves round, keeps it to a single.
So though she wasn't always required by the Vipers who she played for in that competition, when she was required, she seemed to get centuries. She didn't play in the 2020 edition because she had England commitments, and it was a COVID bubble thing, which made 112 in the 2021 edition, 115 was her highest score in the 2022 edition, as we see a busy little bird on the outfield there, making its way and fluttering off.
What was it, Mike? Penguin?
And then it certainly wasn't a penguin, no. It was a little bit smaller than that and a little less aquatic. And then 101 was her top score in the previous, or the final edition of the competition as well. So likes a big 100 and likes to be not out if she can be as well. The two of those scores, she was not out at the end as well.
We've got Potts from the Statham end on this occasion. They've changed her end. It's gone down wide. Last time she bowled a wide first ball of the over, she created a 6-ball run of dots. So hopefully she'll do the same this time. I think that's a wagtail, Mike.
It's a wagtail, is it?
I think so. I'm not really an ornithologist,
rather
but
than
that's my
a
best
pied-tailed,
or rather than a penguin, anyway.
I neglected to do my ornithology search at Southport, so I'll indulge you with it today.
Potts. Strong runner, good arm action, dot ball. Yeah, I'd be curious why they've changed her end. Could be to do with who she's got numbers of bowlers and which end's taking spin, which end was seaming the most. Yeah,
I mean, they're going to bowl the seamers in short bursts today as well, so it could just be a case of this is the best place to get her back in.
Maybe Potts has had a word in her ear. Likes this end, Skip. Can never go this end. And she's bowled her. As we said it, like this end, Skip. Middle peg. Very well bowled, Grace Potts. And that is a big, big wicket. At this stage of the game, Elvis has gone for 19.
I've completely missed it because I was looking at white wagtails.
Well, there you
go.
But
that is a big wicket because, as we say, Georgia Elvis is somebody who has a century in her, so it's another important batter who's
Potts
yet back.
Drives in. She's played on. She's played on.
Unlucky there for Georgia Elvis. Yeah, it's a good thing we have the replay.
But if you bowl it in the right place and somebody's going to attack you, you quite often get your value for that. And Potts has been accurate. She's rocked back and she's unlucky.
Yeah, when you chop on like that, you're never going to be thinking the cricketing gods are with you. Now this is an interesting moment. Georgia Boyce come into the crease to bat against her former side. She was injured for a lot of last season, so it's been a long route back. But she was in some good form the season before that, having moved to the Blaze. She's Nottingham born, so that's part of the reason she's joined the franchise that's now based at the team based at Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, of course Georgia Boyce used to open for Lancashire Thunder back in the day, didn't she? So she'll be no stranger to these seam bowlers.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's a white wagtail.
Okie dokie. It's also 21st over. Would you like to take ball to ball, or are you happy for me carrying on?
I'm quite happy for you to carry on.
Okay.
Given you've started.
You get your ornithology facts right. Grace Potts into bowl from the Statham end after just dispatching Elvis, and Boyce calmly plays that into short mid-wicket.
Also known as a pied wagtail.
There you go. Thank you for that.
There you go. That's what we saw though, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah, definitely a pied wagtail. There you go. I was right. I've been right about two things today.
And that's according to the RSPB website. So
I knew that. Potts is getting ready to come in for a fifth bowl of the over. Still got a couple left though with that wide ball. Played to leg, and she's going to take a quick single here as Jones. That was good thinking. It's come off the pad. Seems the umpire giving a leg bye. Yeah, I thought so. So Boyce is still not officially off the mark, although she's helped put one to the total. Brought Jones back on to strike. Boyce a chance to survey the scene, calm the nerves a wee bit, take a few breaths. Potts, Statham end. Off the hips from Jones, quick single. Very nicely fielded though. Wow, she got that in quickly.
Sharp in the end, wasn't it?
Was it?
Sharp single.
One run. Takes the score to 92. Crucially though, that's a loss of 4 wickets at this stage. Which does limit their ability to attack this middle phase of the batting innings as much as they would have done if they'd only had perhaps 1 or 2 wickets down.
Our brilliant camera people at Badger and Coombs are clearly after the pied
Nice.
wagtail.
Are they what they're doing? Leave it alone. One run out to the covers.
Well, in terms of trying to get a nice shot in it for
Oh,
people at home,
bless
because
her.
I just saw it pop up between between
Bless her.
deliveries.
And at the end of that over, good over for Potts, well-deserved wicket. She'll be putting on her hat, taking a break in front of us here in the commentary box.
In fact, looking out on the field, can't see where it is at all. Anyway, I'm going to
Are
start
you
getting
still,
distracted.
Excuse me, are you still twittering on?
I am.
Are you being a bird brain?
I am.
You're trying to get a feather in your cap?
But what's more important is the wicket we're seeing here of Georgia Elwes chopping on.
Yeah.
That was the big moment of the 21st over of the innings, and it's put Lancashire
93 for 4.
in a very, very good position. The double wicket over of Sophie Morris as well, the early one that went to Kate Cross after a maiden over from Mahika Gore at the other end. It's all going very well for Lancashire as the pied wagtail makes its way round behind the wicketkeeper, Ellie Threlkeld, and it's bowled by Emma Lamb outside the off stump, and it's taken by Threlkeld, just melts into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and Lamb on her way again. Anderson end of the ground, and it's just dabbed behind square on the offside by Georgie Boyce. I think she could feel that was going to hit at its outside edge, knew there was no one at slip, so allowed it to do so, and it rolls away for another couple of runs. 95 for 4 the score, but a little bit of work to do from the Blaze perspective here. It doesn't feel as if at this stage it's going to be a 300 wickets again, but who knows. Either way, I think it's going to be one of those tense chasers today for Lancashire, as that one's played back to Emma Lamb, who's busily about her work here. She's looking to get in the wicket column, as she has 10 times already this season. Prodded back to Lamb once more, and once more there is no run, so Lamb conceded just 2 off the over so far. Back of a run again. Boyce has to quickly be back into her stance, gets a pull stroke away, and finds Eve Jones in off the boundary at backward square leg, returns on a couple of bounces. 96 for 4 is the score now.
Yeah, the crowd are getting good value for their money today, aren't they, with this bowling performance?
They are indeed getting good value for the Emirates Old Trafford sunshine, as well as this one's played back to Emma Lamb. No run on offer. There's people who say the sun doesn't shine in Manchester.
Oh,
look at this.
Come on.
Look at this.
Get out of it. 96 for 4.
They have to discount days like this from their particular equation. But yeah, I mean, it was that sort of double wicket over from Sophie Morris in the 15th that has really set Lancashire up here, but the pace bowlers either side, Cross and Potts, also taking wickets. It's a good card for Lancashire at the moment. They're doing very, very well indeed. And it's going to be Potts to continue from the Statham end of the ground. Runs in, elbows jutting out, knees pumping, and delivers this one into a forward defensive stroke from Georgie Boyce, who's now 4 off her first 9 deliveries. The batter's out, then Beaumont caught by Fee Morris very well at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Kate Cross for 11. Catherine Bryce was out, caught by Cross off the bowling of Sophie Morris for 22. And then Sarah Bryce was caught third ball down the leg side off the bowling of Sophie Morris by Ellie Threlkeld, and Grace Potts then bowling Elwes in the previous over as she peels and then thinks better of it, as that one is speared in at full length towards the pads. No run on offer.
Tell you what, Mike, you got your money worth if you booked a hotel last night to go and watch Man United, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've got England players, Scotland players scattered everywhere on this pitch. Wonderful sunshine. Have your coffee and your breakfast on the balcony. Watch your cricket, or if you go and watch your footy later on. What a result!
Footy, and you'll be back for the end of this one as well. As
yeah, true.
Creeps down the leg side. It's going to be a wide ball. 97 for 4. But they've been royally entertained by those in all red this morning. Lancashire on top in the early stages of this game, but as we know, Ali Byrne, a long way to go, and they're going to have to convert this into a winning position now. That's the next challenge for Lancashire.
Absolutely. They'd have taken this at the start of play, though, I think, if you'd asked Ali.
In comes Potts and Bowles. This one's driven nicely up to Ailsa Lister. No run on offer as a result of that. As I say, we'll keep you across what's happening between Northamptonshire and Lancashire in the county championship, because another couple of wickets have fallen in that one. Northamptonshire now 194 for 8. They lead by 156. So Lancashire looking well placed for their first win in the county championship as they go in search of their 4th win in the Women's One Day Cup, as this one is defended back to Potts by Boyce. The Blaze, the leaders in the early stages of the competition after 5 games, but Lancashire in 4th will be hoping to at the very least close the gap to the top, if not get the bonus point and go to the top of the table. They'd need results from Hampshire and Somerset, who are the sides between these two in the table, to go in their favour too. As this one's clipped in the air, it's caught by Fee Morris.
Well done.
And it's an easy catch, and Georgie Boyce is out for 4. Caught by Fee Morris off the bowling of Grace Potts, and it was a lazy swing of the bat, really, wasn't it? It was an uppish stroke, and that's exactly what Fee Morris is there for. She took a very good catch earlier on.
Yeah.
That was a much more regulation one, but still smartly done. And another wicket falls, and Georgie Boyce is out. It's 97 for 5 from here. It looks as if, like they did in the first game of the season at Trent Bridge, the Blaze are going to struggle to get to a total that that Lancashire won't be able to chase.
Now then, Amy Jones has got a decision to make here. Does she try and remain patient? Does she expand her shots? Does she try and play out the overs?
Ella Claridge is definitely a strong batter to have coming in at number 7. She's generally, though, in that position because she likes to put bat to ball, but she certainly can build an innings if she needs to. So I don't think Amy Jones needs to panic too much yet. But yeah, she will be getting a little concerned because it just limits her opportunities to accelerate later on as well.
Claridge is another wicket keeper, isn't she? There's a few in this team. Jones, Sarah Bryce, Claridge. Nice to have these options available.
And yeah, the rest of the card from here: Sarah Glenn, Josie Groves, who can bat, Charlie Phillips, who I don't know too much about, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on, and then Kirsty Gordon, who did make a 50 last year, but it was in a very sort of backs to the wall situation. I feel it was one made out of sort of guts and determination and sending a message to her teammates as much as anything else. Here comes Potts once again. Bowles, right arm over the wicket, and Claridge is forward and pushing this one up to mid-on from her first ball. Just sort of dabbing it there, really, and Kate Cross picks it up. A little bit of concern about the knee of Grace Potts, and she's walking not great on it. And I think
they're calling for help, I think. Oh, no.
Good in the sense that it was the last ball of the over, because Grace Potts, I think, is going to
she could well be going
Danny
off
Collins
here, you know?
to come on as the extra fielder and get this looked at. And that'll mean a bowling change from the Statham end. Potts, who picked up a wicket in that over, the 5th of the Blaze innings, getting Boyce caught at short mid-wicket by Fee Morris, is now hobbling off the pitch, and that's a concerning sign. Tall, quick bowler, obviously pounding into that hard pitch, and yeah, Grace Potts is going to go and have a word with the physio. So that'll be a real concern for Lancashire, but it means we will
it will be
Sophie Morris now have a go from the Anderson end.
Be a huge concern for Lancashire. She's bowling very well.
As Alison Byrne has tapped in Charlie Phillips's name into a search engine for us, which is very handy, as this one is popped into the offside by Amy Jones, who continues on her way. 32 she now has to her name. 19-year-old pace bowler Charlie Phillips was called up to the senior squad at the start of 2024. This was of Sunrisers after impressing numerous times with the new ball in her 3 years in the academy programme at Sunrisers, and she's now been snapped up to come and play for the Blaze. So, yeah, we'll see how she gets on later. Sophie Morris getting on very well indeed. 24 for 2, her figures, and she delivers another one. And those figures will remain exactly the same, bar another dot ball added by the scorers to the bowling analysis of Sophie Morris. Bringing cover in now. Doesn't put anyone else back, which is interesting. He's got 2 back on the leg side boundary, but now a ring of 4 on the offside, with mid-off slightly deeper than the rest, as this one is pushed up to mid-off by Claridge, who's looking to get going. That's actually quite a wise move to cut out the easy single there for Claridge, who's still on
I think
naught.
so, definitely. Yeah, it's good thinking for Morris. Threlkeld trusts her. I don't think Threlkeld had much to do with that decision.
Shaw's length whipped round the corner by Claridge. Now, how much back did she get on this? We'll find out from the umpire in just a moment as Gore chases down towards the boundary. Leg buys is the signal, so Claridge still on naught. I thought she just got a little bit of bat on that. Claridge might have tried to convince the umpire of that too, but it was Pat in the end that took it down.
Well, that was a collector's item.
Like.
Threlkeld missing something. I know it's tricky though. It's really difficult to stop
Yeah,
that.
I think it was
Morris
the pad
comes
that
in,
got
another
in the
dot
way.
ball.
Jones advancing there and just sort of covering her stumps really, outside her stumps, covering the line of the ball to stop it going to Threlkeld there as she advanced and using her body almost as a barricade as Jones waits again to play Morris out to the cover boundary. The sweeper's back for Jones, who's on 33 now. It's returned a couple of bounces to Sophie Morris, who will, I think, take that over. 3 off it.
Not bad. 100
100
up for the Blaze.
Yep, that did bring up the 100 as well, to a little bit of applause in the distance, but it's been a hard-fought 100, that one. 5 wickets it's cost them, and if Lancashire can continue to do what they've done here, total of around 200, 220, something like that, they'd take that as a chase, wouldn't they?
You certainly would. Just trying to spot if I see any of my friends in the crowd there. Any local girls? Not really. They're enjoying themselves today. The folks that have come in, come and join us. Come and join the party.
They've certainly got the sunscreen on as Kate Cross is back into the attack to replace Grace Potts, who had to hobble off at the end of that last over. That might leave a little bit of thinking for Ellie Threlkeld to do, because she will have lost a few overs here from Grace Potts, as that one's driven back to the bowler. So Potts got through 5 overs. She's plenty of options to cover those 5 overs as Ellie Threlkeld, but it just puts a bit of pressure on as Cross gets an uppish drive from the bat of Amy Jones. If they can get Amy Jones here, they really are into the Blaze. But that one didn't quite carry to Ailsa Lister. I think Cross was interested herself for a moment and then realised how wide it was of her. Cross with 1 for 19 from her first 5 overs. Returning to the attack here. Running in the all red of Lancashire to deliver this ball. Into the forward defensive stroke of Amy Jones. No run. Remains 100 for 5.
Jones is having to be patient here, I think.
With good reason.
33 off 51. She's renowned for her high scoring rates in all forms of cricket, actually. But, you know, she's got to play the situation as well as the ball here, I feel.
Cross bowls. It's pushed off the back foot up to Danny Collins, the substitute fielder, who does her fielding well enough to prevent a run. Lancashire still in search of those final 2 wickets in the county championship game to give themselves a chase for their first win of the season against Northamptonshire. They're 167 behind their opponents, needing 2 more second innings wickets to set up that chase. Kate Cross in search of wickets here for Lancashire in the Women's One Day Cup. Uppish, and Fee Morris, who's already had 2 catches at short mid-wicket, I think was a little rueful as she saw that one head out towards forward square leg on the boundary for 1 run. Smale there with the fielding to return. 101 for 5 the total moves on to. Good over this one from Cross. 1 ball to go in it. Only 1 run conceded so far. Running in now. Delivers. Full of length. Takes the outside edge of the bat of Claridge, and that gets her off the mark, but it probably won't be making her feel too much easier, because it wasn't the most convincing of strokes from Claridge, who's 1 off 5. The score 102 for 5 at the 25 over mark. The drinks about to head on to the pitch.
They'll be ready for these.
They will indeed. They will
Dear
indeed.
me,
I think it's fair to say that was Lancashire's first 25 overs of the game. Alison Byrne, in your view?
Sorry, say that again, Mike.
I was saying, I think it's fair to say it was Lancashire's first 25 overs all went
I'd say
to
they
Lancashire
were
there.
they won that quarter, so to speak. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
definitely. Yeah. I was miles away there. I was just wondering what they were drinking, to be honest with you, Mike. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, well, there you go.
I was thinking about what energy drinks they were going to take on. We can see the scores coming up there for the Blaze. Not overly impressive, are they?
A good look through the card here. So Fee Morris with the first catch of the ball, and Kate Cross to dismiss Tammy Beaumont. Catherine Bryce, she was able to she was dismissed, able to get to 22 before being caught by Cross off the ball, and Sophie Morris, who backed it up in the same over with Sarah Bryce, caught from her third ball down the leg side by Threlkeld. Grace Potts then got Elwys playing on, and also added Georgie Boyce to that, who was caught by Fee Morris again at short mid-wicket before having to hobble off injured after just 5 overs of bowling. But yeah, Potts definitely in the wickets there, as is Sophie Morris and Kate Cross as well. You see those 2 wickets in an over in the 15th. That's really kind of what has made things difficult for the Blaze here, and is the reason they find themselves 102 for 5. So in a spot of bother in terms of trying to get... we also see 205 for 8 there is the Northamptonshire score, as they lead by 167 in the county championship match, and the 3 slips and a gully in place for Lancashire, an indication that they are chasing that wicket in the county championship and chasing that first victory of the day. They'll need a few quick runs on the final day, but they need to get rid of Guthrie and Sanderson, as we see Bailey running in to bowl there in the county championship match. So do get that one on another screen if you're lucky enough to have one available, and do stick with us here on Lancs TV, where we'll keep you across that game, and we'll keep you across this game, as we see Grace Potts sitting next to the coach Chris Reed, and she's already got ice strapped around that knee and looks fairly unhappy. Grace Potts there, as she's chatting away to the coach, because I think she felt she was in the wickets today, already got 2, and would have liked to have continued to build on that. But back to the Lancashire huddle, they'll be happy.
They will. I wonder, did you see Potts' injury? Was it like a twist, or did she get a contact on with the ball?
Follow through, because it wasn't her. I don't think it was her bowling knee. I think it was the other knee, and I think it was the stride after she delivered the ball. So
it was an impact rather than a ball whacking it. Oh dear.
But yeah, I think it was an impact of bowling.
Not good. I feel for her, because she's not been in every one of the Lancashire games this season, has she? They've been picking and switching and swapping their bowlers around a little bit. But interestingly, did you see the physio there? It was Kate Cross's twin.
Yes.
I mean, the number of times people have gone out. I read somewhere that she keeps getting asked for autographs and has to gently let people down. I wonder if she's been tempted just to sign them sometimes, just to make some little boy or girl's day. Yeah.
Well, and particularly with the reputation Kate has for signing autographs as well. But yes, no, they're obviously very alive.
So they're about to restart after their drink. Clearly, I don't think we'll be seeing Grace Potts reappear today. No,
it's not looking.
She looked very sorrowful, didn't she, and forlorn. Nothing worse than picking up an injury in the middle of the season when you started to. Particularly bowler, when you're striding in, you're finding your form, and then suddenly your knee gives on you. That's horrible.
Well, particularly she hadn't had wickets in any of her other 3 games so far.
Yeah, she
season.
bowled well today. So get well soon, Grace Potts.
So to pick up 2 today, it should be disappointing not to be able to build on that for obvious reasons. Played at Taunton, Southport, and Chelmsford already this season. As this one's driven into the ground, it's thrown up in the air by Eve Jones, but it was a crowd catch, as they call it, when you get the bump ball that's played down into the crease by Ella Claridge. She's on 1 off 6 against Sophie Morris, who I think is just trying to tempt her into a big swing that she can't really afford with 5 wickets down. Looked to cut there, but the reason for the gasping from Ali Byrne is it just evaded the outside edge and into the gloves of Threlkeld. As in comes Morris again with the Trafford Town Hall behind it, dabbed into the offside. Lamb busily there to pick up from backward points.
Jones looks pretty keen to try and get down to the other end there, didn't she?
But even if the Blaze do bat through from this position, which will be a challenge, this is all balls that Lancashire aren't chasing off, although they will concede a wide there as it slips down the leg side. 103 for 5, but those 3 dot balls that Sophie Morris has bowled are all deliveries that Lancashire don't have to chase runs off. As Morris bowls again, that one kept low. Claridge was at least on her crease, if not back into it, and she did well. She's a tall batter, did well to get her bat down on the ball in the nick of time. Lancashire sensing a way through here. They won the first game of the season in convincing fashion against the Blaze. 130 for Emma Lamb that day, who fields the ball at backward point as it goes off the pad of the Claridge and away behind square on the offside. Still just the 1 run from 10 balls. Tough work here for Claridge. She's been given a real examination by Upton and Lancashire's Sophie Morris, who delivers another one full of length, driven into the offside. She's got a fielder there in the form of Eve Jones again. Very, very good over. Bar the one that slipped down the leg side. There was no runs scored from that over. 1 more goes on to the total. 103 for 5. Alison
Tidy over. I think Sophie will be pleased with her efforts today. Talking to her at Austin earlier on in the week, when I was playing tennis, there she was, watching her boyfriend play for the Oppo. Yeah, she said, "Oh, I'm going to go." I said to her, "I'm going to go back and watch that replay of the game at Southport. I didn't see your bowling section. I only watched the batting." She said, "Oh, I only watched the first 7 balls." And I said to her then, "Oh, don't be daft. You did well. What are you on about?"
The 8th one was pretty good. She got down the right hand.
7 right. That's what she said. 8 balls. Here's another bird. Oh, blackbird. No,
that's a
starling.
That's
there you go.
Starling,
thank you, Cooper and what's the name? We get Badger and Coombs. That's it for that. We wanted to spot these birds.
I think they dabble in wildlife.
Do they?
As
well, thank you. Anyway.
Just going on the name,
Badger and Coombs. Oh, get out of it! Don't think we'll be seeing any badges on the.
In comes Kate Cross to bowl from the Brownstatham end. This one is driven into the offside, and Eve Jones is there to do the fielding.
Very reliable.
Yeah, very reliable indeed. And
well, I'm more accustomed to looking after ducks and geese and hens and things like that. The animal sanctuary down in Hoylake. Oh, and goats and cows and things like that, and pigs.
Full-on menagerie.
Menagerie. And occasionally we feed the wild foxes as well, but didn't tell anyone.
Here comes Kate Cross, who bowls a ball which is pushed away into the offside from round about the crease by Amy Jones, who's on to 35 and has a job to do here. This will be good practice for the summer, actually, for Amy Jones in a tough situation here. She'll looking to guide her team to a total that could prove competitive. Scores elsewhere: Hampshire 131 for 3. They're in the 27th over of their innings. As in comes Kate Cross and bowls.
Nice.
This one's pushed to Danny Collins, who's on the field. In fact, it's not Danny Collins, it's Fee Morris there, who throws the ball to Danny Collins.
Fee Morris, who's fielded at short mid-wicket all through the first 26 overs, you mean? Okay, just checking.
Yes, taken 2 catches there as well. But yeah, Danny Collins on for Grace Potts at the moment. Warwickshire 113 5 now, so a little bit of a slump there for Warwickshire against Durham. That one being played at the Riverside today, as this one is pushed towards Morris, who competes with Collins for the ball and gets there first and tosses it up to the mid-on substitute fielder. Surrey now 184 for 2 in the 29th over at Taunton. It's always a fairly small, high-scoring ground, Taunton, but Surrey making the most of their trip there today at the moment. Dunkley has 40 off 52, 87 off 89 for Bryony Smith, as that one is prodded into the leg side. Fee Morris there with the fielding once again, as she has done on
for the last 27
three
moves.
balls. Yeah. Wyatt Hodge with 44 off 35, also helping the scoring rate in that one. There's been 13 wides as well from Somerset, which is a little bit disappointing from their point of view. Well, there've been 10 here from Lancashire as Cross bowls a ball that's very straight on middle and leg, and it's just pushed down the onside of, well, defended down the onside of straight up to Danny Collins. The ball tossed back to the umpire, because of course we use 2 in this day and age of one-day cricket, and it will be another good over, really, from a Lancashire point of view. 104 for 5, the scoreboard not going anywhere at the moment. It feels, given the way the Blaze are struggling, that this could become a one of those nervy little chasers where scoring can be quite hard here for Lancashire, but they'll be quite happy with where they find themselves as Fee Morris comes on to bowl.
Yeah, they will, definitely. I was just smiling because you recognised Fee Morris as she came on to bowl, as you struggled to point her out earlier. That's just the way my mind works at the moment, Mike. Yeah, I think they'd be really happy about this. Fee Morris, no mean substitute if it is her substituting for Grace Potts. Very reliable bowler.
Here she comes and delivers a ball which is pushed out into the offside. There'll be 1 run out to cover. But Morris will she'll bowl for dots and ones, and she won't be too concerned. As long as she's not going for a boundary, she'll be quite happy with the way things are going at the moment. Played every game so far this season. Delivers this next one, which is twiddled away again into the offside, out towards cover point for 1. 106 for 5 is the score. Picked up just a couple of wickets so far. Didn't have to bowl against Somerset, but's bowled in all the other games. 1 for 32 in the week against Surrey, as this one is defended into the offside. No run again, but it was the 90 with the bat, really, that decided that game earlier in the week. Morris again, quickly through her work here, and it's clubbed by Jones up to mid-off, but again a dot ball is produced. So 2 of those and 2 singles, exactly what Fee Morris sets out to do, and if she can pick up a wicket along the way, she'll be happy. Jones down the track, doesn't get much of this, so just pushes it to Kate Cross at long on for a single in the end. Another 1 to the total. 107 for 5. As in comes Morris again, off the outside edge, I feel there, and that's the reason it's evaded. Threlkeldon's rolling down towards a very fine 3rd position. Mahika Gore first to it, couple of runs, and Morris won't mind that at all. She's bowled very well, and the final ball against the struggling Claridge, who moves on to 4, was very much one that the bowler will count in her favour there.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky was the bowler there. Streaked down towards 3rd. I was just thinking, Mike, not a bad substitute fielder, Danielle Collins, is she? I mean, if you're going to have a fielder to come on for you in that unfortunate circumstance, she'd be your choice, I would imagine.
I think so,
Her
yeah.
and Fee Morris between them.
She's very good at sweeping on the boundary, but can field just about anywhere, Danny Collins, so very useful to have indeed. Here's Kate Cross to bowl the 29th over. It'll come from the Statham end, and she delivers a ball straight in towards the stumps, and it's driven to Fee Morris for no run.
Yeah. So Cross has got somebody at deep square, deep long on, deep fine leg. Everybody else is in the ring.
Turns from towards the back of that ring to charge in and bowl once again, and this one's driven to Ailsa Lister up at mid-off, and Cross will be happy again. Another 2 dots to start the over, and it's becoming a bit of a theme for the Blaze. They need to get this board moving somehow, and it seems every time they try to, they lose a wicket, and that's why they're 5 down, and that's why these 2 have been very, very watchful indeed, and if it continues in the same fashion up towards the 35 over mark, they're really going to leave themselves some work to do at the back end of the innings. As cross bowls, it's lifted uppishly into the leg side, bounces a couple of times out towards Seren Smale, who
was
her
actually
work.
at deep backward square. I hadn't noticed her in the shade over there, so there you go.
If anything, I think she's just in front at the moment. It's quite hard to tell on our angle. But either way, she did the fielding there. One more to the total. Claridge back onto strike, 110 for 5. The first half of this 29th over passes for the loss of just one run as cross bowls again, turned leg side and creeping down back to the striker's end is Jones. One more to the total of Claridge, 111 for 5 the score. First game of the season between these two was won by Lancashire by 8 wickets, 234 was the Blaze score on that day. Would Lancashire take a chase of 235 again today?
Ooh, I don't know so much.
Cross bowls, and this one is lifted into the vacant area on the leg side, but it plugs and will only bring 2 runs in the end. Claridge quickly through for the second. It's not the longest of boundaries, so it's the right route to target for Jones, but she didn't get much of that one. 113 for 5, and it felt sort of risky, if anything, there.
Yeah, a little bit, sort of in the middle of 3 fielders there, wasn't it? But I think, if the ball's there to be hit, she's got to try and, pierce this field.
She'll be looking to send it into the seats on that mid-wicket area, but this one wasn't there to play there, so she drove it fiercely, but only at Eve Jones at short extra cover. And Fee Morris, who bowled 5 overs, 33 for none in that game earlier in the season between these two sides, will continue her work. She may have to bowl a few more. She bowled 5 midweek as well. She may have to bowl a few more than that today, you would guess, just given the fact that Grace Potts is out of the attack.
Yeah, potentially, but she was one of Lancashire Thunder's, would you say, top 5 bowlers last year in terms of being, given the 10 over slot, so I don't think that'll be an unfamiliar role for her.
No, she bowled 10 overs in the game against Hampshire. 10 overs, 53 for 1 on that occasion, so she most certainly can do it as Morris comes in and delivers, and it's through outside the off stump into the gloves of Threlkeld. Of course, first woman to take a 5 for in the 100 as well, Fee Morris. And as we said earlier in the week in the game on Wednesday, they also have the first woman to take a hat-trick in the 100 in Alana King, the Australian, coming to boost the Manchester Originals squad this time. Whipped back towards the stumps and actually clipped them on the way through and took the bail off, but the batter was well home in the end. So Jones back on strike, 114 for 5 with the single to short extra cover there. Did get a little bit tight there. We're seeing the replay now in slow motion. Claridge setting off, but we'll have to bring in the next ball before we get the conclusion to that replay, as this one's played out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Casey Mack, who
I'm
seen
wondering
much of recently, returning it there.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Casey Mack. Gosh, that's the first time she's touched the ball, isn't it? Almost.
Well, since the first 5 overs, where she was at backward point, she did quite a bit of work, and then it's an indication that Blaze aren't really troubling the boundary riders. That one's down the leg side from Morris. Good take from Threlkeld. Keeps it to just the 1 run for the wide, 116 for 5.
I'll be wondering now whether they'd be tempted to bring Gore on and just put a bit of pressure on Claridge with that extra pace and seam and swing.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, actually.
She's
Claridge
still got
plays it out with the gold number on
the
the back of her shirt, and this is going to be tight for Amy Jones, but she does get back for the second, 118 for 5. This is long on now, going back for Claridge. It's 33 in gold lettering or gold numbering on the back of the orange and black jersey. She pushes it into the offside, just the 1 to the total as a result. 119 for 5. Morris will be relatively happy again with this over. Plenty of dots and 1s in it, which is her her first port of call, really. The wind sort of switches direction slightly and starts to blow left to right as we look from the Statham end. The ball's driven to the right where Eve Jones is there. The players will be glad of that breeze today because it's a stiflingly hot day. You're getting the view from the other end of the, or from our end, in fact, of the ground, and we see the wagon wheel come up on the screen. Plenty of 4s there for the Blaze, but no 6s so far, and they've struggled to keep scoring consistent so far in this game, even if they have scored all around the wicket, Ali. But
yeah, it's been a tight bowling performance so far. As you can see, the scores coming up. There's only really Jones who's got into her work really fully. Catherine Price threatened, but didn't really pull it off in the end, didn't she? She and Elvis, a couple of good shots, but other than that, it's been a tough old day for the Blaze.
Has indeed. They've lost wickets on a regular basis, and you've got your wish. Mahika Gore into the attack.
There you go.
So
Ali Threll, telepathy.
Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain.
Gore she's changed end. She's at the Statham end.
And Mahika Gore's going to come on. Let's see how well this goes. She slams it into the pitch, which I think was the idea there, just to try and ruffle Claridge, but she was unruffled in the end and pulled it round the corner for 1 run.
Didn't quite time it though, did she? It wasn't, I mean, yeah, not quite timed. Rushed the shot a little bit.
But found the area she was looking for in the field. As Mahika Gore comes in once again to deliver the 31st over, and this one is pushed into the leg side. Fee Morris will pick up and send it back into the gloves of Threlkeld.
Yeah, good fielding again from Fee Morris. Very sharp.
Hands on knees in there. I think the players are feeling the heat a little bit.
I was about to say, it's really tricky to field for this length of time.
I got that impression from Seren Smale as well. They just want the screens moved again slightly. The coaching staff getting involved.
Well, I was about to say, what were they doing last time? Come on, guys.
And they're going to close the gap up here. But I guess that's as much the unusual sort of delivery that Mahika Gore delivers from such a height.
Yeah.
Might be as much the reason for the moving in the screens. It's just a comfort thing as much as anything else.
In she comes.
Amy Jones, who's facing up on 41, back into her crease. Again, finds Smale out on the forward square leg boundary.
Watch out for the Yorker, Mike.
1, 2, 1 for 5.
2 or 3 short ones. Expect one on your toes, Miss Claridge.
Yeah, it's only bowled the 1 ball to Claridge so far, so will she go short again just to emphasise that tactic before going full on the toes? Was getting swing earlier on, was Mahika Gore as well, and bowls
short
this
again.
one, forces Claridge back. It was over the top of sort of middle and off stump in the end, that one, so defended well. So a very different sort of a spell from judging from this first
Ball's
over is what we're
it?
going to see, because it was full and swinging in the first spell from Mahika Gore. This one has been short so far. Hasn't got it though past the shoulders yet, which I think is an indication of the pitch as much as anything. So hence hasn't brought any signals from the umpire, as this one is again short and it's going to be cut away. There's a fielder in the form of Katie Mack out on the cover boundary. So another 1 to the total, 123 for 5. But it all feels very in control for Lancashire at the moment.
It does.
They won't want to give themselves too many to chase, because they'll know when they chased 235 at Trent Bridge earlier in the season, it was built on Emma Lamb's 130 not out. So they won't want to be leaving themselves in a position where they require something like that, even though they might get it again, as this one's driven up to mid-on and cross. Despite it being a full toss, she was going for the Yorker there.
Yeah.
Gore got it slightly wrong, but fast bowling teammate Kate Cross saved any runs being scored. So that's the end of the 31st over, 122 for 5. Alison Byrne will pick up the commentary for you.
Yeah, Gore showing a little bit of a range of tactical nous there, isn't she? I mean, as you quite rightly said, she was using the swing and the seam of the ball when it was new, and working to good effect there. And she's come on when the ball's a bit softer, a bit easier to manage, if you like, if you're a batter. Changed her tack, pitched it shorter a few times, placed the batter on the back foot, and then, as we both suspected, that we thought the fuller ball was about to happen, and she managed to pull it off. It was a low full toss. It was a non-scoring one as Fee Morris comes into bowl her first ball of this over. Thank goodness for Fee Morris. Probably not expecting to bowl an awful lot today, but reliable as ever.
Yeah, she was probably expecting her standard 5, really, I think, today, but she might have to bowl a few more than that. We'll see.
Second ball of the over. Pushes it forward, does Jones. Moves into the 40s. Has moved into the 40s. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it was Jones, sorry. It's Claridge on strike now, who's scored 12 of her 26 deliveries, so she's playing her part. Is Claridge. This partnership is moving on. I'd like to see how many they've got, but they've done well. They've kept it going. Thank you, Mike. Off the legs there from Claridge. Moves on to 13. Ooh, I do believe I've just seen Grace Potts field that one back, number 9. She's back on.
She's back on.
Excellent news for Lancashire.
That is
She's moving quite freely as well and running backwards. That's really good news. Didn't look like that earlier, did it? Morris. Swept down to Potts. I thought that one was hit harder than it seemed, and Potts is being brought into action again. Lovely arm in, one bounce straight to the keeper's gloves, just what you like as a keeper.
And that one would have tested the knee out as well. So maybe it just needed a bit of stabilising, and they're quite happy with it. They put a bit of ice on it.
Perhaps they've stuck a support bandage on underneath that tracksuit, and off we go. Morris. Again, it's been swept, and again, it's Grace Potts, as if to say, come on then, let's see what you got. What she's got is a lovely arm back into Threlkeld again. Well done.
Yeah, they've certainly tested the knee out in this.
Yeah. Five singles in a row.
I think she might be thinking, I wouldn't mind you bowling one outside off stump here, Fee.
Yeah, and I think the Blaze are actually enjoying Fee Morris's bowling. I hate to say it, I know she's been fairly tight, but they've consistently been scoring 4 5s and over, which wasn't happening for a short spell earlier on in the innings. So 6 off that over, in fact, all singles. Brings us up to 128 for 5. Claridge has moved on. Here's the partnerships coming up now. Yeah, Jones, I suspected as much. Jones and Claridge have put on 31, which is the second best partnership so far of the day. After that earlier partnership of 36. I can't see who that was between. Jones and Bryce. Thank you very much. Yeah, so as I say, it's a good little partnership building here from a Blaze perspective without having to do anything too crazy. I think that's what they need at this stage of the game. I think, as you're right, as you said earlier, I don't think Jones will be looking to expand too much early doors. As Gore comes in, that's a lovely shot out to the covers. Off the back foot, driven, and Jones
Well, she has to
takes her to 46.
Be there now. At the sort of probably 45th over mark, really, and then to have a little bit of a dart from there. But she needs to hold her team together.
Yeah, definitely.
I should mention as well, Hypercourse pointed out to me that the 297 that was chased by Lancashire the other day.
Gore's coming in again, a little bit shorter, played off the hips. There's a big gap there if she wants to try and push for 2, but the fielders were quickly in to save that second run being a possibility. Just the one.
It was the second highest successful chase in women's List A cricket in England, and the others in the top 3 were all made in this edition of the competition. So on Sunday, Warwickshire v Surrey, 314 chased in that game, and 293 chased by Hampshire against Lancashire also at Southport.
Gore into Jones. Didn't see that one. Oh yes, it's gone for 6. She pulled it off her hip. I couldn't see where it had gone. It's definitely gone for 6. I saw it bounce over the rope. Yeah, I didn't catch the first part of that shot, but I knew it had gone somewhere by the reaction of the fielders. That's Amy Jones, classic Amy Jones. Anything short, she will pull. Yeah, that tactic isn't necessarily going to work to Amy Jones, Mahika. She's very, very good on that shot.
Yeah, knew it's a fairly short boundary over there as well, so was able to just lean back on it and allow it to go up and over the rope. It was nicely struck.
This will be a test for the young bowler. See what she's got in her locker, so to speak.
The other chasers on that list, the others that complete the top 5.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit full of length, a bit straighter. Great response from Mahika Gore.
292 by the Storm against Thunder in 2021 and 285 Sparks v Thunder in 2024. So a significant rise in the ability to chase runs this season, and it doesn't look like Lancashire are going to be chasing anything near 300 today.
In comes Gore. A bit short again, Joe. Oh, and unbelievably, Threlkelt's missed that one, but thankfully there's going to be... No! It's gone right through Threlkelt for 4 byes, I believe. 4 wides, beg your pardon, 4 wides. And Phoebe Graham's joined us in the commentary box, looking very elegant in a summer outfit. Hardly recognise you out your red kit on, Phoebe. Looking good. We'll speak to you in a minute, yeah? Cool.
We'll get Phoebe on in just a minute. We'll let her get settled first, and then, yeah, I think it'd be
nice.
Worth hearing from
Catch up with
Graham.
Phoebe. Not quite party time yet, Phoebe, but there you go. Every day's a party when Phoebe's around, I think. 4 wides. Mika. The Statham end. What's she got? It's a bit leg side, but it's gone to a fielder, and that is a great catch. Sophie Morris, fantastic catch down on the boundary there. Heart would have been in mouth because these two were starting to build up a really promising partnership, and that is the key wicket of Amy Jones, out for 52. Very good fielding. So if that was the plan for Mahika Gore, to give her a few easy runs early doors and just set it off again, it worked to a tee. Now it really is game on for Blaze now. That was the crucial wicket at this point in the game, Mike.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to get...
Let's get Phoebe in.
Phoebe
come on, Phoebe. Then you come, girl.
Oh, no, I was going to bring her in for me.
Oh, okay. Great. I don't think I've ever had a chance to talk to Phoebe on camera before. Yeah. So 141 for 6. And the girls are taking a well-earned drink there. So all that running from boundary for Sophie Morris has paid off, as she's taken one deep in the boundary there below the hotel, in front of the people having their nice bit of cricket before they go off to watch Man United. And we're joined by Phoebe Graham, of course, Lancashire player, looking resplendent in your summer outfit. And how have you enjoyed the game so far? Have you been watching it all from the stands?
Yeah, so I've been sat in the pavilion to watch the game, which has been great, and an amazing start by the girls.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, and great catch then from Sophie Morris on the deep boundary at fine. She's taken a few good catches.
Has she?
Sophie, yeah, so...
There you go.
Really improved all parts of the game this Soph, which is great.
It's been a real stellar season, last season and this season for Sophie Morris coming through the ranks, hasn't she? And you must have seen her development, and of course some of the other younger players' development as they come through. Mahika Gore, Statham and Glenn is on strike. She'll be glad to get off the mark there with that little dab down to third. I mean, you must have bowled against Glenn a few times in your time, and maybe not so much Claridge, but she can hit a ball, can Glenn, can't she?
Absolutely, yeah. This will be a key partnership to break. Actually, both these batters have got a lot of depth and experience, and they've got a big role to play for the Blaze now to get them a good total. So Lancs will be feeling good. We'll be feeling like
happy days.
We're on top of the game at the moment, but it's just making sure that we stay really disciplined at this point and make sure that we break through another couple of wickets.
And we have Fee Morris has continued to bowl from the Anderson end. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. She'll be keen to put that right, I'm sure.
Yeah, she bowled well as Fee to start. It's been good.
Just looking at the field, 2 on the leg. Deep point, D square, sorry. Forward of point. What do you think would be a good total for Lancashire to keep Blaze to then, Phoebe?
I think Lancs will be looking to keep them anything under probably 210, and Blaze will probably be looking, I think par's probably 230 on here. So yeah, I think anything under 200, around 210, Lancs will be really pleased with to chase down. It looks a good wicket, but anything on the stumps has looked really hard to score from.
Surprisingly so at first, because Mike and I were expecting it to be a high-scoring affair, and there's been one or two. I mean, you've played on this wicket, obviously, and does it keep a bit low at points on this one, or is it just that it just doesn't quite come onto the bat occasionally, or what's your feelings about the wicket?
Yes, keeps a bit low and probably doesn't come onto the bat quite as nicely as say some of the other grounds that we've played at this time of year.
Shorter for Morris, Fee Morris that is, and she's pulled that round to Grace Potts, considering that we thought she was down and out for the game. Has done a remarkable job the last couple of overs fielding down there. Kept it to 1 run, scores moved on to 143 for 6. Crucially, in the last over, Lancashire took the key wicket of Jones. It's as Phoebe's saying, it's 210 would be a good one to keep them below. They're doing everything to do that at the moment, Lancashire. Morris comes in, Fee Morris strikes it out to the point boundary. Not very nice shot from Claridge, just for the 1 run.
But yeah, we've trained out in the middle quite a lot over the pre-season period, so we've got a good amount of experience of how these wickets play and how to build in innings on Old Trafford deck, so I think it hopefully gives us that home advantage.
Hopefully. Morris in, Fee Morris. Well, you never know with these two. They're all swapping shirts, as you've probably heard about from the girls.
I think Fee turned up to Southport without any kit, so...
Anything at all. It's funny, I was just saying to Mike earlier, I bumped into Sophie over on the Wirral where we both live, and she was come to watch her boyfriend play cricket, and I was playing tennis at the same pitch. Next to the cricket pitch, so I sort of caught up with her, and we were having a right giggle about that. Morris comes in, Fee Morris comes in to bowl. Out towards the point boundary, picking up the singles here. I don't think Fee will be too worried about these singles coming off the bat. Nice work from Morris at the end, 149 for 6. That's the end of the 34th over.
To do the ball by ball?
Go for it, Phoebes. You're here, you might as well.
Give it a go, you know.
Make use of you. It's a long day, 50 overs.
Well, there's only the two of you in the
yeah, there is. Yeah.
James message to say if you're around, then pop upstairs.
Bless you.
So, yeah, bit of a moment out of the sunshine, which is absolutely glorious.
We've got the aircon on nice and early, Phoebe.
It's amazing.
We did
today. Old Trafford just looks brilliant,
doesn't
when
it?
The sun's out and we've got blue skies.
Bit of breeze there, thankfully, for the players as well.
Mahika into Glen and driven through the covers for 1 run. And have you been following all the Lancs games?
I have watched every single game, Phoebe. I've been most impressed, particularly with the batting. But, you know, even the games they've lost, they've played well in. It's just the opposition has played a tiny bit better, you know. So it's been very encouraging. I've been watching all of them. I've enjoyed watching some of the Tier 2 stuff as well as at Derbyshire last weekend, doing their comms for them. It's interesting.
It's Mahika in and defended by Claridge. Yeah, there's been some high scoring totals round the grounds, and probably not what we're used to as April and May cricket's concerned as bowlers. You normally have a little bit in it in the pitch and a bit of lateral movement, but they've been batting on a lot of roads because of this.
Do you think the bowlers have had to change their sort of plan A's as a result of that? I think they've been a little bit more defensive and a bit more mindful of the 1s and 2s, rather than, especially the opening bowlers, looking for wicket-taking balls as McGill comes in.
Just padded onto the leg side for 1 run. Yeah, I think you're looking at moving into your death plans a little bit earlier when the wickets are playing really well, and how can you look to defend the over a little bit more when the boundary options, and how do you save the boundaries? So it's been a little bit different thinking for particularly the seam bowlers, because they've been such high scoring totals. Mahika in and defended.
Looked like a little bit of a slower ball there, Thebes, didn't it?
Yeah, I think she rolled her fingers over that.
Been impressed with Gore. I'm surprised she hasn't managed to play a few more games last season than she was offered. And I'm surprised you haven't had a few run-outs. What have you been doing with yourself with all this bowling talent on show?
So I've actually had a bit of a knee injury.
Oh, no.
but I'm back to bowling next week.
Oh,
so
I'm pleased to hear that. Great.
Back on the park very soon.
Pushing for your place.
Mahika in and driven through the covers. K-Mac out there. Stops them from getting 2.
So the knee injury, is that a direct result of, being a fast bowler and running in and slamming your left leg down, or is it a sort of...
To be honest, I think I might have fallen on it in a pre-season game and then carried on played a 50-over game.
Yeah.
And then it swelled up like a football and thought there was some serious
Ouch.
damage. But actually, Mahika in and pulled through to fine leg for a single. Just 4 off the over.
Keeping Sophie awake.
So yeah, it was a good result from the MRI scan.
Good.
Had it drained, had a bit of steroid put in there.
Ow. You've been through it, haven't you?
Should hopefully be back bowling next week.
Excellent.
If everything reacts well.
And do you feel confident to fully go for it yet with your knee, or are you going to just jog it through the motions?
I had a gym session yesterday and it all felt good, which is promising. But it's just not fun when you can't move your body. I think if you're not playing cricket...
You don't need to tell me that at my age, love.
You can't go for a run or a bike ride or anything.
Yeah, I know.
That's the bit that's most frustrating.
The difference, one of the massive differences between your era and my era is that we didn't have any medical care or attention, and we didn't look after our bodies in the way that you guys have got to look after yours in the pro era. And we're paying for them now. I'm still suffering from injuries I got when I was... Anyway, Sophie Morris. Is it, or is it Lamb? Let's have a look.
Emma Lamb.
Emma Lamb. It's those glasses that give it away, isn't it?
Who's had a great start to the season.
Hasn't she? So pleased for her.
The bat and the ball. She obviously suffered with her back last season, had a back surgery and didn't bowl at all. And it was mainly to get her back healing and her back batting. And I think just through great care through the science and medicine team here, she's managed to get back on her feet and is taking the ball, batting and back in form. It's amazing.
Just the one off that one, Lamb. Total's moved on to 154 for 6 while we've been gabbing away. But yeah, I mean, I heard Mike do a very brief after-game interview with her last season when she was talking about how not being able to bowl psychologically is disadvantaged her when she batted, because she always felt that when she was bowling, if she did well in one, then that was okay. And it gave her the confidence for, as we go, big sweep. To do the other, when she was just batting and not being able to bowl, she felt the pressure to perform well as a batter. So it's been great to see her bowling so well. I mean, come on, Charlotte Edwards must have a number on speed dial, surely.
I hope so.
Swept. Ellie's missed another one there. It's very unusual. It's gone over the sort of racing track lines down to the boundary, and I can just about see it. No, 4 runs.
I think she got quite a thick inside edge there, did Glenn. Might have even been more of a paddle shot. So Lammy dragged it down the leg side. But yeah, she was playing in a lot of pain when she lost her England contract. So hopefully now pain-free, she's showing again what she's capable of, and she's back to her best self, which is just so nice to see.
It's a better ball from Lamb, that one, isn't it?
As a teammate and as a friend, really, she's absolutely flourishing. She's not playing in pain anymore, and that's one of the most important things, that she can play to her full potential again.
Bit fuller from Lamb on that occasion. Oh, what a cat! Did you see that, Phoebes? Full stretch. Mahika Gore used all of her 6'2" there, dived forward. They're never easy to catch. And as we speak about how pleased we are for Emma Lamb to be back bowling, she goes and takes a wicket. Bowled, fielded, 160 for 6. Amazing.
Yeah, that's a great catch by Mahika Gore there. Thick outside edge from Glenn and diving forward full stretch from Mahika Gore. And it's a great wicket. Glenn can be really destructive towards the end of an innings. You can see here it's a thick outside edge, glancing, and Mahika does that so well.
You forget she's only a youngster as well. She's still got to be agile. Come on, I know she's 6'2", but she's only a young girl. She's got the flexibility and the drive from those lower legs to push herself forward. Well, the girls will be enjoying their energy drinks now, Phoebe, won't they? What will Skipper Threlkelt be saying to them?
I think it's just about making sure that we don't take our foot off the gas now. I think easily you can see 7 down with 13 overs to go, that we're on top here. It's really clear that if you want to be any team right now, you want to be Lancashire with the Blaze 160 for 7. But this is where little partnerships can creep in of 30, 40, 20s.
Oh.
And it's about making sure that these last 3 wickets are seen as the most valuable wickets of the day. And then keeping Blaze under 200 really is realistic. Because Kirsty Gordon has done...
Oh, she scored 50s before now, hasn't she?
Yeah,
She's no fool with a bat.
Her first game back, I think she's been injured for
She's
the
another
first part
back
of the
injury, I think. Yeah.
season. So, yeah, it's just making sure that they don't do what the Blaze often do, which is squeezes out, runs from that lower order. As Potts comes back into the attack, she bowled really nicely today, 2 for 15 off her 5 overs. Into Claridge, just down the leg
And
side.
she's got a habit of bowling that leg side. Well, it's the 3rd over she's bowled. She's burned the first ball, down leg, and then she's ended up stabbing 4 or 5 dot balls after it.
Yeah,
just like radar.
On the money, hasn't it? So.
It's like, that's my sighter.
Her field to Claridge, she's got 4 out. Cover, 3rd, fine and square. She come in and worked through the leg side for 1 run. As Kirsty Gordon takes strike now. So yeah, she's a big part of the Blaze attack that they've missed. Although they've had a great start to the season, they've only lost 1 game, which was that first game against us at Trent Bridge. So we're playing our 2nd game against the Blaze before we've even played Durham.
That's crazy, isn't it?
So, yeah, she brings...
Of course, we've still got two against the newcomers, so to speak, haven't we?
To Kirsty Gordon. Is appeal for LBW?
Yes!
Given!
Better than an appeal, it's a wicket! Goodness me. How's she done that after being strapped up and iced up and then steamed in and taken Kirsty Gordon's wicket? What an absolute recovery that was. We had a dead and buried over here, Phoebe, when we saw her next to Miss Cross, the other Miss Cross, so I don't know who's her first name, Kate's sister.
Yeah, she squared Kirsty Gordon up there. Just watching this back on the replay. It's right in front of middle.
And that's a massive wicket.
Middle of middle, I think.
Middle of middle.
Absolutely nothing there, and that's a great wicket.
I think even with my rubbish eyesight, I could have given that one out.
These are the wickets that are required at this point. It's making sure that we don't allow Blaze to creep up to 200 here now. Making sure that we bowl them out within 40 overs, within 45 overs.
Yeah, definitely. The less the batters have to do in this heat, the better, really.
Definitely.
As Mike Perkins rejoins us after Grace Potts has made a miraculous resurrection, Mike, and just taken a wicket. After we'd written her off, but there you go. Amazing. 162 for 8. Potts is now on 3 for 17. Amazing figures from her. So, a new batsman, Josie Groves. What has she got left?
Potts in and defended by Josie Groves. Into Fee Morris at mid-wicket. Yeah, I think Ellie will be looking to use Potts here, cross, really get her strike bowlers on early doors now to try and rattle through this attack.
Yeah, and who can blame her? It's a hot old day to be fielding. The less time you spend out there, the better, really.
Potts just drags that down the leg side for a wide.
Well, it'll either be a dot ball or wicket next, you watch.
Absolutely.
That's the pattern.
Claridge as well, the other end, 23 from 38, so it's just giving her the one and bowling at the new
been a gritty
batter.
innings, this, from Claridge. She's certainly not been free-flowing.
Defended again by Groves for no run.
Didn't like that very much, though, did she? She sort of jumped backwards into that shot.
That's exactly what Gordon did as well, but just didn't get any bat on it at all. Hit a flush on the pads. And there was no... it was almost like a half-hearted appeal because it was so out.
It's like, do I need to appeal for that one? Can you not see that ump?
Pots in and driven to extra for no run. She can back, can Josie Grove. She's got some flair shots about her.
You don't get to play at this level without being able to bat at some point, surely.
Just cover out to give her one at the end of the over.
Good spot. Yeah. And she comes.
Pots in and defended again for no run. That's a great over from Potts. Just 3 from it and a wicket, and the wicket of Kirsty Gordon, which is a valuable one.
Wow.
Fresh from injury, but regardless, she's played an integral role in the Blaze attack with the ball, but the bat as well, and contributed to some significant lower order partnerships. So massive wicket there.
I always think it's that's Josie Grove's mum, by the way, this lady here. I met her in the stands last season. She's off her head. She's great. Me and her got on like a house on fire. She always has her little Blaze hand, and she supports her daughter and the rest of the Blaze girls vehemently. What a character. These are the characters you meet in women's cricket, and in cricket in general. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Sophie Morris is coming on, I think. No, is it Lamb? No, it's
Morris. Yeah,
it is Morris, even though it says Lamb. Dot ball. Oh.
Do you want to do that?
It's up to you, love. It's up to you, love. You're the guest. You choose. Yeah. Sophie's coming in.
Bit of graft each.
Why not? Yeah. Share the load. Good teamwork. Yeah, so Sophie's coming in, having taken a catch and having taken 2 wickets at crucial point. 15th over's crucial, I think. I'm sure.
Bryce sisters, didn't she?
She did. She'll be keen to take another one, I'm sure. Backward foot drive from Groves. Nice little shot for 1. Out to point. Brings Claridge on to strike. It's been a gritty innings from Claridge. 24 off 39. She came at a tricky time, put a little mini revival together with Amy Jones until Morris got rid of her with a catch down on the boundary. Struck it forwards. Morris easily picks it up.
Yeah, it hasn't looked easy for the batters. I think both Claridge and Jones haven't scored at a rate. It's been more of a gritty sort of innings.
Driven that off her back foot down to short third for no run. I think the leg side boundary fielders are taking on some water from their 12th out in the deep. It's like Katie Mack having a bit of liquid refreshment as Morris comes in. Again, it's been sort of smacked into the turf there from Claridge for a single, quickly run single. Groves was quick off the mark there. Need to be at this stage. Every run might count at this stage. Because as you keep saying, Phoebe, it doesn't seem to be the easiest of batting tracks. And they'll be keen to put as much pressure on Lancashire as they can. Struck, driven hard for no run. Morris might have had to wear that one. On the shins, let's see if she winces as she walked away. Nah, she's got her fingers to that one. End of the over, 166 for 8. 2 batters meet in the middle, as is the custom these days. Well, every day actually. We've always had a nice little chat in the middle, regardless, even if it was just what you're having for your dinner.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just relieves the pressure a little bit, doesn't it? Gives your brain a chance to not have to focus. Helps you refocus as you try and face each ball as it comes. Grace Potts is to continue from this end, as we are. We're situated high above you in the Statham end, in the media centre here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, Potts in from the Statham end. She's bowled 6 overs, 3 for 18 runs as she just has a little jitter.
A little false start.
I think it sort of looked like Ellie was still putting a cap on, so making sure the keeper's ready as she comes in. Yeah.
Tall, slender, long levers. Played that off her hips as Claridge down to Sophie Morris down at fine leg, deep fine. Hurls it into a Threll Kells. 1 to the total. Hello. what I've also been impressed with today is that I don't think I've seen a single misfield.
Yeah, we fielded really well as a unit.
Not been an awful lot, and some fantastic catches, especially from, one from Mahika Gore, two from Fee Morris. Big swipe there. She got lucky with an inside edge. It's gone down to Morris. I think Throwcult thought that had taken something there, but no. Should have done. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. You never know with those inside edges, they can go anywhere. Wants a total though.
And taken a lot of catches as well, which is massive.
Difficult ones.
Yeah, definitely.
In comes Potts. Bit shortish, tried to pull that. I think she must have got something on that. Not sure if it was bat or whether it was glove, but it's going to go for 4, I think. Yeah, 4 down to deep fine. Fine, very fine, fine. Yeah, they've been giving us runs. Must have got a little tickle on there. Claridge has moved into the 30s. This is a very stoic innings from her part. How valuable will those 30-odd runs be as Lancashire takes the field later on? We'll soon see. Still no changes to the field. Potts is steaming in. A bit fuller. She smacked that out to the covers. I think that's Katie Mack in the deep. And correct me if I'm wrong.
It is, yeah.
I just assumed it was because she was so quick in the field.
Whip it out there.
Yeah. 1 run.
Such a good fielder.
What an asset to have to the team this season, eh, Phoebe?
Yeah, she cuts off the boundary so well. And probably saves 20, 30 runs.
As many as that? Really? Yeah. Wow. Pot in. Fuller. Again, Max being brought into the play a little bit easier. Just have to jog gently in towards that one.
Off those. Fielder, if you watch her off the ball as well, like she's already anticipating where the shot's going. So before Claridge had even hit that, she'd made 10 yards on the off the rope. So she's really, really valuable in these sort of boundary riding positions. How she anticipates the game.
Potts off the hips there for 1, I think. Yeah, it's that. I know she's slightly older than some of these players here. She's seen more of the game. She's played cricket in Australia for years, hasn't she? In different franchises. 31, great cricket brain. It does help you with what you lose in speed. Well, I lost in speed. You gain a little bit in anticipating these shots and knowing the players as well. It helps,
definitely.
Doesn't it?
She's ultra fit as well. She goes out and does big runs on her rest days. Like she's your typical Aussie that grits out her fitness and is...
The harder the better.
Yeah, just super quick. She's like that with her batting as well. She turns 1s into 2s and makes sure that she squeezes every single run out of her. And
does that impinge on the attitude of some of the other players? I'm thinking of particularly the younger players. I mean, does that, can you see them looking and learning from her in many situations?
Yeah, definitely. And I hope like the girls ask her questions and take her experience on.
Sophie Morrison from the Anderson end. Just a quick single taken there.
It's like when you've got any overseas, you've got to use them because they've got depth of experience and knowledge and can see the game differently to how anyone else does, particularly through playing out in Australia in different conditions. So
Morris in for a second ball of this over again. She's pushed it to the covers, and these two young players are really pushing for these quick singles now, and you can't blame them. They'll be wanting to get squeeze as many runs out of this innings as possible for their side. They've already edged towards 170. Well, they are on 177 for 8, edging towards that 180 mark.
Yeah, I think that's something Ellie's having a chat with Soph about now, is how do we stop them from rotating the strike if we can keep them at 3s and 4s rather than 6s and 7s. So she's just
we're getting waved at by a camera lady then.
Mahika to the offside.
Yeah, good spot.
Just packing that offside field so it's much harder to rotate the left arm spin of Sophie Morris.
Yeah, very good spot Phoebe because it's gone straight into that cover area there. Struck firmly for no run.
Just makes a big difference if the overs are going for 3 rather than 6.
Absolutely, yeah. It's frustrating, isn't it, as a team as well when you've done so well and then they're getting these easy runs. So Yeah. Smacked into point boundary there, just for the single again. I think that's Seren Smale fielding that one. So Smale will be looking forward to having a bat today. I think from the top 6, she's probably the one who would enjoy a few runs more than, after a stellar season last season. She hasn't really had a chance to do much this year with the batting form with some of the other players, though, has she?
Yeah, she played a really nice knock.
Squirted down to Mika Gore down at third. Treading water a bit is Gore there a little bit. But yeah, they've taken 2. That's good running from these 2 in the middle. They'll be getting sweaty and hot under their helmets now, I think.
Yeah, she's played a couple of really good knocks that have gone unnoticed.
Yeah.
So she got a knot out at Trent Bridge in the 30s, a knock similar at Somerset, where we won both those games and brought the game home. But she probably hasn't had that killer performance that she's been looking for, but she's still had some good contributions.
As you say, it's gone under the radar slightly, but there's sort of, the hundreds and the 90s and things are flying around everywhere. Yeah, that will be a frustration for Lancashire, actually, these 2, without actually doing very much of put on 7 in that over. 182 for 8, the end of the 40th. So there's still 10 overs left in this match. This is what you were alluding to. 4 and over is 40 more runs. That takes them easily over the 200. You see the bowling figures there are incredible. 1 for 26 for experienced Kate Cross. Gore's taken a wicket for 42 runs. Potts has been incredible, really. She's been operating on one knee. 3 for 27. Sophie Morris, those 2 key wickets in the 15th over there of her 9 overs. Lamb's taken a wicket for 25, so it's been a good all-round bowling effort. It's been pulled off her hips for 1 down there from Claridge. As Potts continues some Statham end, our end, so to speak.
Yeah, these last 10 overs are the difference between chasing down 200, 220, 230, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cross come back and bowl her 2 overs a little bit earlier than right at the very death. To see if Potts can strike again in the next over. She's in.
Yeah, she's that's hardly a true stroke there. She's pinned down as Potts there. Dot ball, well bowled. Groves did well to keep that out. So Potts has got deep cover, deep third, deep fine, deep square. Everybody else is on the ring. She comes in. Again, she's pinned her back a bit there. That's good bowling. Very good bowling. She's been a great asset to the team as well this season, hasn't she? Joining as she has from the Sparks.
Absolutely, yeah. Her and Eve are 2 great signings for the team, who had a lot of depth and experience. Both, I think, Potts has been the leading wicket taker for Sparks for a number of years, and Jones a leading run scorer. So, yeah, we've got 2 assets there. Fuller
off the toes again. It's nicely played from Groves there for 1. Down to deep square. Yeah, they're picking off the singles here, there, and everywhere here. I think your little target of 210, I think, is very achievable. We're looking at maybe 220 at this point. Minimum from the Blaze perspective, I feel. We'll see what Potts has got up his sleeve in this next delivery. Bit fuller. It's taken by Threlkeld. She got a tickle on it? No, not this time. Did you see how Bryce got out? Little tickle down the leg.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, Soph Morris got both the Bryce sisters, which she'll be very pleased with.
To go with Danny Wyatt-Hodge last week.
Absolutely. She's got some
good scalps
now, as Soph.
Oh, we've got a bird flying over there, Mike. It's pigeon. Here we go. Potts is in. Again off the hips. Oh, they're annoying when they come off the pads for a leg bye, aren't they? Or was it a little tickle? They'll see the umpire. No, she's got a leg bye. Oh, I used to hate them as a bowler. Yeah. So at the end of the over, it's 185 for 8, and you'll be rejoined by that well-known ornithologist, Mike Perkins.
Brilliant. So we're here at Emirates Old Trafford. Blaze are 185 for 8. Ella Claridge in 35 from 52, and Josie Groves 7 from the 14 deliveries. It'll be a big 9 overs for the Blaze to try and bat out. But obviously in Lancashire's eyes, we want to make sure that we get the next couple of wickets as soon as possible, as Fee Morris comes into the attack and is swept to short 45 for 1 run. That's a good piece of fielding again by Mahika Gore at that short 45. She's done well in this position, got a great catch from Glenn at short third, diving forwards and just rolled onto that and stopped the boundary. Morris in to Groves. Shout for LB. Half-hearted shout there.
Yeah, Lancashire, I think they'll just want to get these last 2 as soon as they can. They don't want to be sort of bowling to 50 now, because they've had the glimpse that they can get out the heat a bit early, and the Blaze have left themselves quite a bit to do with the bat here.
Morris in, and Groves drives that down the ground for no run.
I was interested, you saying you felt 230 was par then on this wicket.
Yeah, potentially maybe even 250, but it feels like anything on the stumps as Morris in and driven up and over mid-off that'll plug and they'll just have 1 run. Anything on the stumps looks really hard to score off. I think Lancashire have bowled really, really well here and contained Blaze, and most of the wickets have been aerial, really. They've been caught out, have Blaze through sort of maybe a bit of impatience. Blaze dabs that to covers for a single. And I think these two have actually played some of the best cricket here, rotating the ball, and they've gone at 5s and 6s of the lower order just through finding ways to score and rotate. So that's defended for 1 run, and that's a good over from Fee Morris, 4 off it. They found ways to rotate the strike, and the wickets played probably different to a lot of the other wickets that we've seen throughout the competition so far. We've seen scores north of 300 being chased down. We've seen 2 of the biggest run chases in the women's game this season already, and we're playing in
Well, we were saying earlier, I think the 3 highest in List A cricket in England have all happened in the last couple of weeks, you know, and I think that's why we thought just sun out again. Maybe it will be another high-scoring day, but it looks a different. It's certainly been a different proposition for the Blaze here to try and get up to, as you say, anything around kind of 230, 250. Looks like it's going to be a struggle, but I suppose what this will do is it will give the time to Emma Lamb and Eve Jones that they've maybe not had at other points in the season, trying to get those higher scores. They'll have a bit of time to bat.
Cross back into the attack and straight on the money, defended for no run. Yeah, definitely, and the boundaries are big here at Emirates Old Trafford, which means boundaries are harder to come by, and some of the shots that we've seen have gone for 1s and 2s rather than maybe at Southport the other day. It was like they were batting on glass. The ball just kept running and running to the boundary.
If it was past the infield, it was gone, wasn't it?
Cross in and punch to backward point for no run. So yeah, those shots that have gone for 1 or 2 at Southport went for 4. So you just alleviates a bit of pressure that's built up on the batting unit. So it's a different mentality of batting on a wicket and pitch like this, which we'll be learning from the Blazers innings, which hopefully makes it easier to chase down and know what's required. It's cross in and driven out to cover for 1 run. So even Amy Jones, it was a gritty 50, wasn't it?
Yeah. You kept wondering when she was going to go, but she got into a position where she lost so many people at the other end. She just didn't have the option, really. She tried to lift one onto the shorter side, into the leg side, and it didn't really go it didn't really go the distance she would expect it to, and in the end got out in that fashion, I suppose, as well.
Punch to cover for no run. Yeah, in Claridge again, she's batted quite a long period of time now. She's 38 off 57. And it has felt difficult for her to find a boundary, to rotate the strike. Lancs have been really disciplined with the lines and lengths as well.
And again, she's usually one they send in to put bat to ball and to hit the ball cleanly.
Cross in and chipped up to mid-on as Potts runs round and collects that on the bounce. Felt like it could have gone into mid-wicket's hands.
Yeah, Fee Morris was interested in a third catch of the innings there, wasn't she? But just ended up watching it over the voice you're hearing alongside myself, Mike Perkins, Phoebe Graham, Lancashire cricketer. So we're indebted to her for her insight here into what's looking a good effort with the ball from Lancashire.
Cross in and punch to mid-on as they take a quick single there. And set off early did Claridge to retain the strike. Good over from Potts, just 3 from it. As they creep up to 190 to the Blaze for 8. This is what they do really well to the Blaze with their lower order. They just squeeze out.
They've done fantastically, really, given that 8th wicket went in the 37th over of the innings, having lost the 7th, the over before that as well. They were in some real trouble, and it was looking as if we were going to see the end of the innings probably by about this point. About this point in it, about the 43rd over mark. But they, as you say, they've managed to just squeeze something extra out, haven't they?
Well, I think it's happening more and more as well, that these lower order partnerships have bigger standing, and it's not a case of you get them 6 down and you've won the game. As Morris comes in, it's driven out to covers as they look to come back for 2, but Smale cuts that off.
Because you'd have played that day where Danny Gregory and Lawrence Smith squeezed out 76 runs for the final wicket. But at that time, that was almost unheard of, wasn't it? It wasn't happening a lot at all.
Morris in and just gets a massive thick outside edge that runs down to 3rd, but Mahika will cut that out. She goes for the slog sweep, does Josie Groves, and doesn't get any of it, but manages to get a thick outside edge that runs all the way down to 3rd.
I mean, it's as close.
Yeah, that was when Hartley got 6 wickets, wasn't
it? Yes, it was. Yeah, 6 for 24. So we were mentioning it the other day because we were at Southport.
Morrison, big hoik, it's up in the air. Emma Lamb's under it and taken. Oh, Kate Cross even.
Either way, as easy a catch as you're going to get, and it gets rid of Groves. Going for that slog sweep again. She got more of that one, but it's cost her a wicket. She's out.
Yeah, simple catch in the end. I think that shows how hard it is to go hard at the ball on this wicket. It's come onto the bat much slower than she's anticipated as Fee's taken a bit of pace off the ball, and it's gone high in the safe hands of Kate Cross. He's under that.
It was a slice in the end, wasn't it? It sort of was one of those where the bat didn't meet it with the full face. It was kind of almost half a face of the bat, and it just sliced up horribly. She, after all that praise for how the Blaze runs out, has she gone a bit early there?
Oh, absolutely. There's still 6.5 overs left of the game, which is nearly 40 balls left. If you can bat out 40 balls, you can easily put on 230. Whereas giving your wicket away like that at this stage means there's a lot to do for the number 11 batter.
It'll be Charlie Phillips walking to the crease, the 19-year-old brought in from Sunrisers.
Who's had a great start to her campaign, hasn't she? She's managed to be one of the frontline bowlers for the Blaze, and looks like she's secured her spot. Morris in and defended by Phillips.
As I say, she's one I, don't know much about really in terms of she's just sort of burst on the scene this year, so it'll be really interesting to see her in person.
Morris in and defended again by Phillips.
This is the way of it now, though. I mean, every season we seem to get somebody new who sort of appears, and you think, oh wow, They just come on and really sort of make you sit up and take notice.
Morris in, defended to short 3rd, and there'll be a single. As she keeps the strike, does Phillips. Lancashire will be quite happy with that. Blaze are 195 for 9, and I think Cross will come in here and bowl her 10th over.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that. I mean, you're not going to turn down any runs in this situation, I suppose. Everyone... It's absolutely vital for the Blaze now as they just try and creep towards a total. We've been mentioning we have cricket going on all around the country today, so we'll bring you up to date with some scores elsewhere. Warwickshire 202 for 7, so they've similarly struggled to mount a big total. They've got 4 overs left. Hampshire 238 for 4. They've got just over, 3.5 overs remaining in their innings, and Surrey are now 218 for 2 according to that.
Cross in and defended by Phillips for no run.
But the Surrey have got a little bit longer left in their innings, so they're going a little bit slower in that game at Taunton. But that's probably where the batting has been easiest so far today in this competition. Got around about 17 overs left, Surrey.
Cross in and chipped up to mid-off, but bounces just before Elsa Lister.
It's the nature of it as well, I suppose, that pitches are sort of being played on more and more and more as this hot weather continues, so they will slow down a little bit. I know obviously we've moved from Southport to Old Trafford as well, so that's a factor too.
Cross in and cut off by Fee Morris at mid-wicket. 3 deliveries left of Kate Cross's spell. I think she'd like to finish this game in the next 3 balls. Keep the Blaze under 200, which will be a brilliant effort from the Lancashire attack. There's cross in and driven for no run.
Yeah, I mean, Ellie Threlkeld couldn't have asked for any more, really, when she went to her bowlers and said, well, I want you to try and bowl them out on a hot day. To do it for less than 200 would be an absolutely fantastic effort. We should also say Lancashire chasing their first win in the county championship today. They need 236 to beat Northamptonshire. They're 12 without loss.
Work to the square leg for 1 run. Claridge will just have 1 ball left in this over to face. He's been starved of the strike since Phillips has come in for those 8 balls.
In fact, 237 for victory. 236 would give them a tie against Northamptonshire. So 237 for victory.
That'd be lovely to get a double win.
It would, yeah. Could be a very good day for the Red Rose here.
There's cross in and worked down to fine for another single. And that'll be the end of Kate Cross's spell, who's bowled brilliantly today. 1 for 30 off her 10. Economical as ever, and got the key wicket of Tammy Beaumont in the power play, which the two of them, whenever they face up against each other, seem to have a very, very good battle. So it's nice to see that Kate Cross has won that war.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a real feature, actually, of the early weeks of the season, hasn't it? That we've seen England players going up against each other and really sort of competing to be in form for this first selection that Charlotte Edwards is going to make.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what that squad shapes up like as Morris in and driven through the covers. Claridge will take her total up to 45, who plays that really nicely coming down the track and drives that through the covers. Definitely, and I mean, Lottie said herself that places are up for grabs. It's all on performance and form. There'll be a number of players that are putting the name in the hat. Eve Jones, Emma Lamb. You can't ignore the runs they've scored as Morris in and driven out to deep cover as they come back for 2. Claridge desperate to keep the strike here. She moves up to 47 off 62.
I mean, in Lamb's case, she couldn't have done much more, really. She's 3rd in the wicket-takings column and top of the runs. I mean, that's a real sort of statement of intent to any new coach, isn't it?
Absolutely. Morris in and driven back to Morris for no run.
Do you think somebody like Charlotte Edwards, of course, will presumably know how to build the confidence of Emma Lamb on the international stage as well, kind of having spent so long on it herself?
Morris in and no run. Yeah, I think Lottie's worked with a lot of the players as well. So when Emma was in the England Academy on the New Zealand A Tour, I think Lottie was the coach for that. So she's worked with a lot of the players around the scene and knows how to build confidence. Driven to mid-off as they don't take the single. Really nice piece of fielding there from Elsa Lister.
And is there a feeling almost that she will pay more attention to the domestic scene than perhaps previously was in under the last set of coaches?
Morris in and worked the leg side for one run as Claridge retains the strike at the end of the over. She's 48 now, unbeaten. Blaze 204 for 9. I think Grace Potts will come back into the attack. She's got 2 overs left to try and get this breakthrough wicket. Yeah, definitely. She's certainly spoken about the importance of domestic cricket and how she wants all her England players playing, which they have been, I think, aside from Sophie Eccleston, who's been out with an injury. So it's shown the importance of the domestic competition, and she wants people to win in those pressure moments. Yeah. I think what will really show is what her selection is for the West Indies tour.
Well,
that'll speak louder than words. Who's on that team sheet? So it certainly will, as Potts in and work down to fine for which hopefully will just be a single. Sophie Morris cuts that off. Great piece of fielding as Phillips now on strike. Claridge 49 unbeaten.
This is where Lancashire really have to focus and get the number 11 out. They want to bowl at her as often as they
absolutely bringing cover up as well. So everyone on the ring here will be on the single, making sure that Claridge faces as little balls as possible in these last 4 overs. But yeah, I think that'll be the biggest message, will be the selection. Potts in and worked down to square for a single of the West Indies, and there's been a lot of runs scored. They've been batter-friendly tracks, really, so there haven't been many bowlers that have been able to put the name in the hat, the name forward, but batting-wise, there's been so many runs scored, lots of hundreds.
And as you say, I mean, it's just words at this stage, but they were kind of words we didn't maybe feel we were hearing in previous seasons, so it is encouraging.
Potts in and driven out to Cow. That takes Claridge's 50 up. It's been a gritty 50 from Claridge. She's anchored this innings for the Blaze and played a really pivotal role to take them up to 207. Just 3.5 overs remaining.
It took her 5 balls, I think, to get her first run as well. She sort of really had to fight for it in the early stages, and she's done well.
Potts in and big waft from Phillips for no run.
I think that shows the percentage of bowling at the number 11 now here.
Yeah, absolutely. She's managed to work her singles reasonably well as Phillips, but hopefully she works one on the last ball of the over. Here, it's K-Mac working out whether to stay in the ring or not for this 5th delivery. Yeah, she does. Potts wants to bowl 2 balls at Phillips. She's in and worked down to 3rd for a single. Claridge faces up for the last ball of the over.
Matt will go back here, so does Morris. I suppose Claridge doesn't really have a lot of options other than to just keep batting. I mean, you'll know better as somebody who's played in this competition. With 9 wickets down, are they waiting for the last over to have a real go at this, or would they go before then?
I would have thought so, because there's still, in and defended, unable to get the singles. Well bowled by Potts. It looked like she just rolled her fingers over that. Another good over from Potts.
Yeah, with 2 overs left now, would they be thinking, right, we do have to play some shots here, or is it the risk of giving away so many balls in your innings if you get out that they have to look at sort of which side of that equation gets given more weight, as we see some shots from Ella Claridge's 50 there?
I think if Phillips can just rotate, that's her job, is to get Claridge on strike. And Claridge is probably looking for boundaries or twos now.
Yeah. So she's a bit of a licence.
Yeah, I'd absolutely be wanting, if I was the coach now, Claridge to open up and really go to strike the ball, because 3 boundaries at this point changes the total from potentially 215 to 230. Morris in and punch to mid-wicket for no run. But yeah, Phillips will know her job is just to rotate, make sure she can get Claridge on strike, and she's been batting out there for a long time, so it's the freedom to open up really. Morris in, and Clary's looking to take the single, but straight to Eve Jones at cover.
She got halfway there. That's a turn around.
But yeah, there's definitely a balance to strike, but I think once you're an established batter, then you've got the freedom to let your arms go a little bit. She works that through to mid-wicket, and they'll take the single. Claridge has 3 balls of this over to face.
Well, Morris has done very well there, because she's got to the halfway point for the loss of only 1 run. It's another sign, I suppose, of the pitch that they're happy with the spinner bowling this penultimate over.
Absolutely. They've got cover, long on, cow, squares. Claridge goes up and punches that through. Extra cover for 4. Used a feet again to Morris to open up that boundary option on the offside.
Or 3rd from last over, I should say. But that was very well played, got to the pitch and struck it nicely in the end. Yeah, she so got to the pitch, she was almost having to lean back to keep it on the ground in a strange sort of way there.
Morris in, and Claridge drives that again as it goes through backward points. Smale running round, and it trickles over the boundary ropes for 4 runs. The total goes up to 217. So yeah, Claridge is doing exactly...
Well, I think we've got an answer to our question there, haven't we?
What I don't want her to do, but she's having a go, and it's coming off, so...
And all of a sudden it's 217.
Yeah, looking to save one here and bowl at Phillips in the last over as she works that to short 45 for a single and retains a strike. 2 overs left. Blaze 218 for 9. Lancashire requiring 1 wicket to close this game. Blaze managed to squeeze a lot out of their bottom order at the moment.
Yeah, they've done very well. Recheck the score on the fall of that wicket in the 37th over. We saw Kirsty Gordon out. The score was 162 at that point. So these last 2 wickets have really pushed things on to get up to 218. Valuable runs. Going to be Grace Potts to try and end the innings then, Phoebe.
Yeah, she's got a death field here, so cover, square, cow, and long on to Claridge, 3rd and fine up, so I think she'll be looking to take pace off here, and Potts in, and Claridge goes over, sort of scoots that down to fine for 4 runs.
Brave and inventive stroke from Claridge, 4 more. So that takes the score for the last 2 wickets up to 60 and counting now.
Yeah, it was an option that was on with 3rd and fine up. And she's obviously seen the ball really nicely now. She managed to be quite fine there, so Threlkeld or Soph Morris at short fine weren't able to get anywhere near that. Potts sort of getting Soph Morris that little bit finer, as it'll be the paddle scoop that she'll be cutting off as Potts comes in from the Stathan end. Bowls that shorter and caught. Great catch by Emma Lamb at short point. That's a brilliant piece of fielding, and the key wicket that Lancashire were looking for as Blazer all out for 222. Potts the pick of the bowler, taking 4 wickets for 37. But a brilliant innings from Claridge there, who anchors the Blaze attack. 63 from her, 73 deliveries. But you can see here, Potts digs it in. Claridge gives herself room, and Lamb takes a fantastic catch there.
I think the smile was because she thought she was going to run out of length in her arms there. And she just about managed to cling on to one that had gone very quickly above her head. But 2-2-3, the target. Do make sure you rejoin us for this this chase if you are off anywhere during the break. There'll be plenty of entertainment during it as well, though, so well worth staying with us on Lancs TV. We'll keep you up to date on how Lancashire go in the county championship as well. 236. Phoebe Graham, what are you sort of making of that as a target then? You said round about 230 to 250 would be par. It's just below that. It feels like Lancashire maybe eking runs out at stages. What's your view on that as a chase?
I think Lancashire will be really pleased with how they've contained the Blaze today. 222 feels very, very gettable on the surface out there at Emirates Old Trafford. I think they'll be looking to rotate, and how can they look at different boundary options, but it'll be about strike rotation today.
Yeah, as we see the bowling figures coming up, Grace Potts is 4 for 37, the pick off them from 9.2 overs. Went off with a knee injury in the middle of that as well, so very well done. Kate Cross 31 for 1 maiden from her 10 overs. And there's the story of the innings. Tammy Beaumont, the first out, caught by Fee Morris off the bowling of Cross. We then saw Catherine Bryce make 22, caught by Cross off the bowling of Morris, Sophie Morris, that is, who caught Jones as well for 52. Eventually, she was the key batter in the first part of the innings. Sarah Bryce also out in the same over as her sister Catherine to Sophie Morris, caught by Ellie Threlkeld down the leg side. Thoughts there might have been a bit of pad rather than bat involved, but there we go. That's sort of the view from a few others. Elwys only made 19 in the end, and then it was all down to Ella Claridge coming in and making that 63 from 74 to sort of rescue her team's innings really and send them up to 223. We will leave you with the rest of the graphics, and after a short little break, we will be back to see if Lancashire can chase down a 223 for victory. Do join us for that.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp that was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
But they're talking. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted
Hi,
now.
I'm here. Who invited her?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
Sage, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals.
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had, with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But I also think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out, that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just. I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Come back. Only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
You've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as a personally, having to obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni, but equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, it was kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's the professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years
Trying to
ago.
do some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad, and she was up in Manchester. So I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
And
really
just feels this
has.
real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under 13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't
She's playing-
realise. That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under 13 side where they've had to split the league into two because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple, I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school. You're coming to Old Trafford because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrea Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record. So
we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there, and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach,
yeah.
Isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year. But then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
that's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less.
Yeah.
And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
I mean,
it's
men.
just
Men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it it's just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well, though,
boots,
as well.
yeah. There's not really any female specifically.
And some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There
our
are girls
feet are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where the chase will be 223 for Lancashire to beat the Blaze for the second time in the season, and they would be the only team to have beaten the Blaze. Well, they are the only team who've beaten the Blaze so far, and they would be the only team to have. They would remain the only team to have done it if they can get a second win here against them. And I think they're favourites here, Alison Byrne. What do you make of that as a former Lancashire and Cheshire captain?
I agree, but I also think that last annoying little partnership between Claridge and Phillips would have meant that potentially they finished the innings on a positive note, and sometimes that positivity can carry on into the next innings. And I'm always a bit anxious when Lancashire bat, you know that.
They've such a strong top 5 this year, though. It would be. But then we said that about the Blaze, didn't we? It's such a strong batting lineup. Somebody's going to get a score, and nobody really did. Amy Jones 52 and Ella Claridge 63, but none of those were the sort of 70s, 80s, 90s, 100s that we've been seeing throughout the competition this year. So it didn't happen for the Blaze, so it may not happen for Lancashire. We will see. Charlie Phillips is going to open the bowling for the visitors here, and we said we wanted to have a look because she's somebody who's burst onto the scene this year and we haven't seen much of. We're going to get a good look here as she bowls from the Statham end. She's got a whippy little action. It goes down the leg side, and it's a good stop in the end by the England wicketkeeper Amy Jones to get across and get a paw on that one to prevent it going for more than just the one. But now the target is 200, and in fact it's been given as a no ball, so she's overstepped as well as firing that down the leg side. So we have a free hit here. One without loss the score, so 222 more for Lancashire to get, and they're going to have a freebie to have a smack at. And I don't think Jones got much on that, but it's going to go all the way for 4 past the wicketkeeper Amy Jones. So Eve Jones does indeed miss the ball. So does Amy Jones, and it ends in 4 byes. Eve was trying to go way over mid-wicket, and she'll be quite grateful in the end, having not got bat on ball, to still get 4 runs.
Not the start the Blaze would have hoped for, defending a relatively small total.
No. Yes, they've already given 5 of their 222 away. 223 the target for victory, because you have to go 1 past your opponents, as that one is played into the mid-wicket region. Tammy Beaumont there with the fielding. I'm perhaps a little surprised not to see her creeping a little closer, given Fee Morris got 2 captures early in the innings off in that position. One off Kate Cross, and the other one she held was off Grace Potts.
Phillips seems to be generating quite a bit of pace early doors, so maybe they're just giving her a yard because it'll come off the bat a little bit quicker as well.
Whippy action, she gets that one right, straight onto the stumps, but it's driven up to mid-off. The captain, Kirsty Gordon, back in position for the Blaze, back into the side, captaining her team, and enjoying doing so once again. It's almost like she's never left that mid-off position. It's where she's always situated herself when captaining. Reminder as well that Lancashire need 236 to win their first. Oh, it'll be the first win in the county championship this season. We'll keep you up to date with that. They're 33 for 2 at the moment, as this one takes a bit of pad and possibly a bit of bat. We're about to find out, because Eve Jones has scampered to the non-striker's end, and the tap of the knee from the umpire will tell you that it didn't take any bat. So 6 without loss, and neither Jones nor Lamb are on the mark yet.
Oh, you did say extras would play their part. We didn't think they were going to get all the extras in the first over, Mike.
217 more required for Lancashire to win this one. They're well placed on a sunny day, but with a slightly tricky track to negotiate. If these two get in, though, if fact, if either of these bat through, they've won, haven't they? I mean, these two, they know how to pace a chase, and it's a considerably easier chase than they've had with the having to get up to 292 when setting and then 297 last week. That was really what got Eve Jones out last time. Emma Lamb off the mark with that shot behind square on the offside. 1 to the total, 7 without loss. And yeah, I mean, that was really what got Eve Jones out the other day, was the fact that, oh, another no ball here, is that? Well, it's not been credited to the score yet. It does now. 8 without loss, another free hit. And this has been a problematic first over from Phillips, and this is exactly what the Blaze didn't need, a tough first over for their young fast bowler. Kirsty Gordon just discussing what's going to go on.
She can't change the field, can she?
Well, she can, because they've swapped ends, haven't they, with the single. So it does allow the captain to switch the field, hence the conversation. I think, though, it's almost one of those where the captain needs to take responsibility here, and Phillips needs to just think about getting through this first over as she bowls. Whippy right arm action. Jones again tries to heave it into the leg side, does make contact with the bat, but gets less runs for it, as is the way with cricket.
Phillips. It's, you know, especially when Eve Jones is in such good form to bowl a dot ball, and she had a free rein to let loose, so to speak. So she did well, the young bowler, though.
So yeah, Eve Jones not able to get off the mark from either of the free hits, but she did get 4 for the first one because Amy Jones wasn't able to gather it. Here comes Phillips again. She's got one slip in place, whippy action, and it's driven up to Kirsty Gordon once again. That is the end of the first over. 8 from it, and there are another 215 required for victory for Lancashire. Steady start.
I like the look of Phillips, though. I've never seen her actually bowl for the Blaze previously. Phoebe was saying she's had she's had a really good season for them. Yeah, good pace. Apart from a couple of no balls, it was a decent over.
Yeah, you can certainly see why she's interested people with that whippy action that she has, Charlie Phillips. We wait to see the exact move that'll be made at the far end, but already Kirsty Gordon is
Catherine Bryce, is it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yep.
Is instructing her fielders, so she's going to keep Phillips at long leg. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4, so she's bowling to a 4 on the off and 5 on the leg is Catherine Bryce, as this is turned into the leg side, down to long leg by Emma Lamb, who gets her second run. The 9th of the Lancashire innings.
Yeah, Price is a pivotal player in this team. She's in most teams she plays for. Brilliant all-rounder. Of course, had a spell for the Originals, didn't she, at some point? Was it last season?
She did, yeah. I think she's still on the part of the Originals roster, if that makes sense. But 5 for 38, best figures of the competition so far. Unless coming into this game anyway, they may have been usurped in that first innings. I'll have to have a scan through the cards to check that, as Eve Jones still not off the mark as she forces this into the offside. And you're right, Sarah Glenn with an excellent one-handed diving effort to keep that to a dot ball. Good to see. There was always more than 1,000 of you, sometimes more than 1,500 in the first innings of this game on Lancs TV, as Jones drives into the offside, finds cover this time, no run. And it's good to see that most of you have returned to see how the chase goes. And Eve Jones just examining her bat and looking slightly ruefully at it, because she's had 9 balls here and she's not been able to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think she's under whatever the opposite of top-edged is. Under-edged couple.
Pops this one back down the ground on the drive, bounces into the pitch over Catherine Bryce, but no run again. But Eve Jones has the option here of making a steady start. The run rate shouldn't be a problem, and they've got all those extras as well, which has helped them, as this one is driven up to mid-off. It's not the captain on this occasion, it's Georgie Boyce, because it's the left-handed Eve Jones, so That means Kirsty Gordon is at mid-on. It's a sort of fairly deepish kind of third slip in Ella Claridge. That one driven to short cover. Finds Tammy Beaumont. No run on offer.
Yeah,
And
very good.
The over comes to an end. 9 without... Oh, no, there's one more ball in it. Oh, no, they are having the chat now. So 9 without loss at the end of the second over. So just 1 from that. Eve Jones still to get underway. Lamb is 2 from 2.
Yeah, Bryce bowled well to her field there, didn't she? Experience showed in that position. Just what they needed after conceding a few, shall we say, silly runs in the first over.
As I say, after the 107 in the 292 that Lancashire set Hampshire for victory and couldn't defend, I felt Eve Jones in her 52 at Southport in the next game only really got out because she knew about the scoreboard pressure. So how she goes about a much lower chase will be intriguing to see, as Lamb, who got 130 not out in the chase of 235 at Trent Bridge earlier in the season between these two teams, defends into the offside. No run on offer. She just has a little prod at the pitch and a walk around as Phillips heads back to her mark. Was under pressure in that first over was Charlie Phillips, but has the ball in hand again and is racing in from the Statham end, short of length, and it's prodded into the offside. No run on offer. She's now 23 years of age, Charlie Phillips, and she has taken 2 wickets against Hampshire in the previous game at Nottingham, and a wicket at Edgbaston. That was against Warwickshire, of course. Didn't get wickets in the 2 games before that. And that's when she came into the side. So she played. This is her 5th game of the season. She's played 4 at the 5 previous coming into this, and that's 4. Nicely guided by Emma Lamb down to 3rd, and fine of the fielder there, and away it goes. 13 without loss is the score.
First boundary of the innings. Off the bat, anyway.
Nicely played by Lamb. It's not a sort of shot she'll look back on with great admiration at the end of this innings, I'm sure, but it's a very useful one, and it was well played. A slip does come into place now as Phillips is on her way and bowls good length and brings a defensive stroke from Lamb, who wasn't really very far backward or forward on that occasion. Didn't have to be, though. Lancashire 40 for 2, requiring another 196 for victory against Northamptonshire. So 196 for Lancashire's first win of the county championship season, and they're chasing 223 for what will be their 4th victory of the Women's One Day Cup. Oh, that one has beaten the outside edge of Lamb. She was looking to cut when it maybe wasn't there. Amy Jones looks ruefully and exchanges a word or two with Ella Claridge. That could have been hit for Emma Lamb there, but she survives.
Yeah, so Claridge is a keeper in her own right. So quite nice to have her at slip next to Amy Jones, isn't it? 2 keepers in effect there.
Phillips did play in the game at Nottingham, none for 21 on that occasion. She bowls and is driven into the offside, and Lamb's found the gap, and she looks like she's going to find her second boundary of the over. She is indeed. 4 more to the total, 17 without loss. It was a fluid stroke from Emma Lamb, and it was the better of the 2 boundaries in this over, just piercing the gap at cover. It was nice and full, and she just allowed her hands to flow through the ball at the opportune moment. And away it goes, 17 without loss.
Yeah, I think that's a very encouraging sign for Lancashire, watching Lamb in full flow there. I don't think Jones should be at all worried about her relatively or non-existent score rate at the moment. It's a very long old days, 50 overs.
Well, and also they're going at 1 a ball, aren't
Exactly.
they, because of all the extras.
Yep.
So she doesn't have to worry one bit. And Lamb's on 10 off 8, so she can just relax, and she knows that, and she's used to batting here. Got her best score of last season here, 136 in a win for the Sparks against Lancashire Thunder. That one's driven firmly. Jones still not off the mark. 13 balls.
Well, she's a very patient player as well, isn't she, Jones? Experienced, cool, calm, collected.
Waits again. Round the wicket comes Bryce, driven by Eve Jones, but only finds another Scot in Kirsty Gordon, the captain of the Blaze. He's got a job on her hands here, defending 2-2-3. Might not have even thought she was going to get that when she walked off the pitch in the first innings of this game. As Bryce bowls and Eve Jones drives, beats the ever enthusiastic Tammy Beaumont at short extra cover, but it was on the line of mid-off is the reason it did beat her, and Georgie Boyce is just able to pick up comfortably. But yeah, and Kirsty Gordon was walking off at 162 for 8 in the 37th over. She might not have thought she'd have 2-2-3 to defend, so she might be quite glad of it. As that one speared in towards the legs of Eve Jones, it'll be a wide, and another extra against the Blaze, who have been a little careless in that respect, I think it's fair to say, in the early stages of this game. They have already, as Jones will get off the mark with a drive down the ground and picks up a single to the total, 19 without loss. Yeah, the extras column already up into up to 8 now with the wide.
Could be costly.
Yeah, it's not what you need when you're defending a low total, but the Blaze bowlers just trying to hit their straps here, as this one is into the pads of Lamb, diverts it out forward of square on the leg side, but doesn't pick up a run. But as we say, she's created all that that breathing space. As in comes Catherine Bryce again. Delivers, Lamb's back, cuts, finds backward point, no run again. That'll bring the Bryce over to an end, so 4 gone, 19 without loss. From a comparison perspective, that was exactly the score the Blaze had at this stage. 24 without loss was the score in the 5th over, so that's the next milestone from these six balls.
Very similar over, actually. Gore. Dot, 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 dot. Wide, wide, dot. Dot, 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 dot. And then Bryce, 1 wide and 1 run. So.
You doing ball by ball?
I was, yeah.
Fantastic.
Look, are you impressed?
Yeah,
I've got to do something while you're talking, Mike.
Well, that's true. That's true. Here comes Charlie Phillips, who's on her way. She's got orange soles to her shoes to match the orange shirt, but it's another wide ball. And it's another frustrating extra for the Blaze. Their 9th of the innings.
And of course, it's the extra ball as well. That's 9 extra ball. Well, no, it's not, is it? Because some of them went for boundary wides, but it's at least 4 extra balls.
Yeah, no, the buys was off a free hit, if that makes sense. So that one wasn't added to the total, but yeah, extra balls as well.
That's going to be a wide as well.
And Charlie Phillips is having a tough time here, it's fair to say. The Blaze into double figures for extras now.
That's the one for the over. That's the first ball that's gone anywhere near head height.
Yeah, well,
but then it was.
You would have to put it in
a third of the way down
to get it up there, and that's what Phillips did there. But yeah, just needs to maybe get back to basics, bowl your best ball. Is always the advice in these situations, and Phillips is on her way in again trying to do that. And she's hit into the offside. They're going to get through for 1. It's Eve Jones' 2nd run of her 17 delivery innings, and takes Lancashire on to 22 without loss. So they've already wiped out the 22 of the 222 that the Blaze scored. They need 2-2-3 for victory.
Very colourful sight, isn't it, with the orange and the red and the gold stripes and everything. Oh, hello, John.
They've picked up the sponsors' aeroplane, an Emirates airline coming in for Manchester Airport, presumably there, as that one's pushed into the offside. Well, it's a bit lost if it's not going to Manchester Airport, but I don't think that happens.
Abu Dhabi, and it's a bit off track.
It might, it might be setting off. That's true. Could be setting off for a journey to places far flung. But here at Emirates Old Trafford, the flags just fluttering again from right to left. They've returned to that way as we look into the sky from the Statham end, and that one is away to Claridge, who picks up at backward point. The football traffic was picking up, lots getting off the tram when we were taking our break.
A few half-hearted attempts at chanting as they got on the tram.
You're not too impressed with those?
Well, I've said enough on this matter. I think I am in Manchester and I don't want to get myself in any trouble.
Fair enough, fair enough. Phillips places 2 fingers behind the seam of the ball and will charge in once more to try and get the first wicket of the Lancashire innings. It's well defended by Emma Lamb. 10 to her name already. She's just settling in. Say top run scorer in the competition with 331 at the moment. Chasers elsewhere in the competition are also underway. Hampshire set 274 for victory for Essex in the end, so they did well to get up to that in that game, as this one is defended into the offside and there's no run on offer. Barely got away from the pitch there. So good chase on the hands of Essex. They're 22 without loss in the 4th over at Southampton. So 2-7-4 the target for victory in that one. Surrey are playing a reduced game, so there must be some rain in that one. I thought their innings was progressing quite slowly.
See, the weather's better in Manchester.
Phillips bowls another ball that requires a forward defensive because it's on a good length. So in that one, it's quite a strange one. It's been reduced to, or the Surrey innings has been reduced to 44 overs. Somerset won the toss and elected to bowl. 266 for 5 is the Surrey score, approaching the end of the 40th over. So that's how things are faring there. And in the game between Durham and Warwickshire at Chesterless Street, Durham are 17 without loss in pursuit of 244 for victory. So this is the lowest of the chasers, which I think indicates what we thought, Ali Ben.
Yes, indeed. But you know,
it's played away by Eve Jones, and it'll be 1 because there was a little half stop by Sarah Glenn at cover. It was forced off the back foot there. 23 without loss.
Yeah, I just get a sense that Lamb and Jones started to see the ball a bit earlier now, picking up singles a bit more regularly. But still, it's always tricky when the ball's moving around a bit, and we saw that in the Blaze innings, didn't we, with Gore and Cross getting it to
200 needed off 269, and there's 4 of them behind square on the offside. A late cut in the end by Lamb. She waited for it to pass her and then just brought the bat down at the opportune moment. 27 without loss. Lovely stroke this one from Emma Lamb. Waited very, very late. The bounce, I think, was a bit lower than she was expecting as well, which was part of the reason she chose the route she did to the boundary, but she executed it perfectly. 196 from 268 now the equation, as Lamb will drive into the offside, and if Sarah Glenn hadn't been in good form, that could have been 4 more of them, but Glenn's been sharp in there at cover so far.
She has. She's a tall girl. Got down really well there.
Another one keen to impress the New England coach. No doubt see her leg spin at some point as well. As Bryce bowls, and it's pushed into the leg side. Beaumont there at short mid-wicket. And for Bryce, they definitely have brought in that mid-wicket nice and close and tight after seeing Kate Cross and Grace Potts pick up catches there in the first innings. We're in the 6th over of the Lancashire chase, and they're well placed at the moment, having not lost a wicket and scored 27 runs Now this was the maiden over that Mahika Gore bowled in the first innings of the game, and that was followed up by a wicket maiden by Kate Cross, and that was a sign of things to come. Ellie Threlkeld choosing to bowl first, and it's proved a wise decision as Lamb pushes that one into the offside again. It's picked up at short cover. There is no run to complete the over, 27 without loss. But these batters doing exactly what you'd expect them to do when they know what their target is. They're gonna just try and time this perfectly, you would think, and if they can do it without either of them getting out, even better.
Yeah, so Amy Jones has just had a helmet taken off the pitch. She's playing in a baseball hat and sunglasses now.
The red rose fluttering on top of the media centre where we're housed.
Wave, Mike. Can they see us?
I don't think they're going to pick us up.
Worth a try.
We're at the Players' Pavilion end here as well. The old pavilion has got spectators in front of it. A few more just taking their seats as Charlie Phillips comes charging in to bowl from the Statham end. And it's forced away through the offside. This one has a chance of getting to the rope, but it'll be pulled in just inside. So Eve Jones settles for 2 there. And she seems prepared in these early stages to work for her runs. That's the 5th of them, 29 without loss.
Yeah, she's famously patient in these situations, is Eve Jones. Tends to build her innings, not panic too much early doors, accelerate later on.
Lancashire have brought up their 50 against Northamptonshire in the final innings of that game, as this one's hit back from the crease to the bowler Phillips. No run on offer. 51 for 2. They need another 100 and... In fact, they've just gone on to 54 for 2. Need 182 more for victory. So 236 the target in that one. So very similar. Chasers, about 13 runs between the two. So we could have double Lancashire wins today.
Ooh, don't tempt fate yet, Mike.
Here comes Charlie Phillips. Bowls, right arm over the wicket. Eve Jones thought about throwing her hands at it, but realised it was a wide, and that was the wise decision. So 30 without loss, the score moves on to. And the Blaze just need to find a way into this game at the moment. They did very well to stay in it with the bat late on. Ella Claridge and Amy Jones, the players who got them to a total. As Phillips into bowl again and is hit through the offside by Eve Jones. And that was a classic Eve Jones sort of a stroke. Disappears through cover. 9 without loss, 34 without loss. The total. Jones 9 unbeaten.
That's a shot of the Lancashire innings so far for me. That's completely still when she hit that ball. Hit right through the line of it. Loved it. Placed it between the two fielders perfectly. They've actually brought another fielder into that position.
Yeah, bringing cover in now. They've got cover, extra cover, mid-off and backward point, as well as third on the boundary. That means 4 on the leg side as well, as Phillips bowls and Jones hits the short extra cover. It bounces off her and she steals a single as a result. 35 without loss. Jones into double figures. She's been the less fluent of the two so far, but she's on her way now, it feels.
Yeah. And, I'd be a little bit anxious if I was in the same as Kirsty. If I was in Kirsty Gordon's position now, the Blaze captain. A little bit anxious.
As Phillips is running in, and she bowls, and it's clipped off the legs down to long leg for 1. So Lamb continues on her merry way. 15 now against her name off 21 balls. 36 without loss, the score.
Yeah. So people have returned from their lunch now. The member stand is beginning to fill up again. Plenty of spaces. A few more people over on the picnic benches to the side of the members' area, enjoying the sunshine.
Phillips once more. Bowls down the leg side, another wide ball, 37 without loss.
Very well taken from England's number 1, Amy Jones. Well, she is at the moment. Who knows what will happen come the end of May, but I'd be very surprised if she's usurped.
Yeah, I think her place is fairly
she's probably
guaranteed. Certainly
apart
with
from
the
that
gloves.
Sibber Brunt, the 2 nailed on people who can expect that call.
Here comes Phillips. Ponytail bouncing from side to side as she goes. It's driven into the offside. This could go away for 4, and it does. It was wide of mid-off, straight of extra cover, dissected that gap perfectly. And Eve Jones, who took a long time to get off the mark, is now in full flow. And she just allowed the hands to go through that one. 41 without loss, 2-2-3 the target.
How come when a left-hander plays a stroke like that, it just looks so much more beautiful than when a right-hander plays it? Absolutely gorgeous to watch, wasn't it?
It was indeed, as the ball just seemed to roll away as soon as the hands of Eve Jones were able to relax into the ball. As Bryce comes into bowl, and it's going to be a similar result from Emma Lamb's bat now. Again, just a relaxed sort of a drive, waited for it. The ball nice and hard at this stage, and scoring seemingly easy for these two. They're already approaching a 50 partnership, just like they put on at Southport on 2 occasions in the last 2 home games.
Yeah, I think that. I think this is right. That's the first 4 Bryce has conceded.
Bryce bowls, and Lamb looking to keep the scoring going. This could be tight, but she makes it. And the throw wasn't a direct hit from Elwes in the end anyway, so it mattered not. 46 without loss.
I was wrong. It's the second 4 she's conceded. You see, these notes are coming in useful.
They do. I'm very impressed.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Very impressed.
Full title when you've been a good boy.
As Phillips is moved wider at 3rd. She's almost a backward point now. As Bryce comes in into the, well, it was the pads of Amy Jones in the end rather than the pads of Eve Jones, the batter. So it's another wide, 47 without loss. And as we say, this 50 partnership has been considerably helped by the extras column throughout.
Oh, yeah. Extras 13.
Bowled again by Bryce outside the off stump, nearly overcorrected there actually, as Eve Jones couldn't get her hands to it. Yeah, it's 6 wides now, 2 no balls. Also had a leg bye and 4 byes. Expensive for the Blaze. So in comes Catherine Bryce, bowls, and Eve Jones pushes to mid-off. Probably more than pushes there. There was a full follow-through. Didn't get too much on it. Her pads look in a little bit of need. I don't know if they're the pads from her first spell.
Eve Jones is.
At Lancashire. They look like she's had them for a while.
They're a little bit darker than the fire engine red, as our friend Claire Perkins refers to the Lancashire kit.
Flip round the corner, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4 runs. So the 50 partnership is up. The first 50 of the Lancashire innings, they're in pursuit of 2-2-3. And it's been plain sailing so far. Eve Jones just getting a little nibble on that one to send it away to fine leg for 4.
I just called Claire Jenkins Claire Perkins. You're Mike Perkins. I'm not going to gloss over it because Claire will pull me up on that. Claire Jenkins, obviously, some of you may have listened to her commentary before. She just got a lot of commentary around the regions for us.
51 off 49 legitimate deliveries, although there's been a few more of that with the extras. And the Blaze really need to lift this, don't they? They've done well to get to a total, but they're not making the most of it at the moment. 8 overs gone, 51 without loss.
Well, I just think, I mean, we keep alluding to them, but the number of extras is just completely taking the pressure off these 2 openers because they're literally just standing there and they're giving them runs.
Confirmation on your screens there on Lancs TV off that 50 partnership. 18 to Jones, 20 to Lamb, the rest of them extras.
Yeah.
And already you're chasing 1-5-2 rather than 2-2-3 essentially. These two have...
and the run rate's down from 4.5 to just above 4.
Lancashire chase this inside 40 overs, they'll pick up a bonus point
Kirsty
as well.
Gordon onto bowl, is it?
It is. The captain's come to try and assert some control here, and her first ball is bang on the length.
After coming back from a back injury as well, that's some doing.
Lamb was back in her crease to play that first ball. She comes forward to this one, which is of similarly good length. So she's had a look now, Lamb, off both feet and defended both times. Lancashire now 63 for 2 in the 17th over of their second innings in that game against Northamptonshire, as Lamb this time advances down the track, but again it brings a defensive stroke from a good length ball from Kirsty Gordon. Seemingly testing the water, whether she could get there with that one.
Interesting character, isn't she, Kirsty Gordon? Scottish by birth and by accent when you speak to her, but has played for England, 5 T20s and a test.
Bowling round the wicket to Lamb, who gets a bit closer to this one. Again, just a really good length left arm spinner from Kirsty Gordon. Yeah, she's one of the many really good eggs on the circuit, is Kirsty Gordon. And she was in talkative form this morning. She bowls another that's just, again, flighted up and pushed back to the bowler. And Lamb settling for a dot ball. Gordon sends a long on out now, just in case. Be looking for a maiden over from her first one, and she'll get the maiden over because it's driven into the offside. Tammy Beaumont there with the fielding, busily running around, trying to get the Blaze players going here. Little high five to the captain. Beaumont passing the captaincy back to Gordon today.
First maiden of the innings for the Blaze. It's taken 10 overs to get there, 9 overs to get there. I'm into the 10th.
I think we're going to see a pattern of spin now we're out the power play, because Sarah Glenn is going to come on and bowl. In fact, she'll bowl the final over of the power play.
Indeed.
I thought we were out of it, but
no,
not quite.
Not quite, mate.
One more
Nearly.
left.
She's just setting her own field by the looks of it.
I mean, we should be if we took off all the 6 wides.
Yeah, quite.
We would be out of it. But
we'd be in the 12.
But no, it's only 6. It's only 6. But yeah, it's Sarah Glenn from the Anderson end, with the car park having
bowls
filled
it straight,
up now.
bowls it stump to stump. Not an awful lot of turn, quite a bit top spin on it, I think. So
pulls Josie Groves round a little bit
she's
closer
very
to square
accurate.
at backward point. Here comes Sarah Glenn, and it's shorter length and pushed up to mid-off by Eve Jones, but it was deliberately shorter length. That one from
I was
Glenn.
up at Derbyshire last weekend, doing Derbyshire-Yorkshire in Tier 2, and they're very proud of Glennie,
indeed.
Derbyshire Academy lady.
She bowls again, this one slightly fuller, but Jones was still able to go back, and it turned into her pants, so she helped it round the corner for 1.
Her name cropped up a lot amongst the coaches and the current crop of young players.
Yeah, well, you can imagine it would, really.
Her and Bess Heath, I didn't realise she was a Derby girl as well.
Yeah, I mean, quite a lot of cricketers will make their way
Danny
over the border
Danny
to
White
Yorkshire.
Hodge, I think, is a former Derbyshire girl.
Who was she? I didn't know that.
I think so. Oh dear, I hope I've not got that one wrong.
I've always associated her as
Staffs.
having always played a cricket. Yeah, for Staffordshire was her neck of the woods, and then she played most of cricket further
Who was
south.
the third one they mentioned then?
You have a think?
Yeah, I will. Well, I know Suzanne Redfern is a Derbyshire girl, current
Indeed. Is this one's
top
cut
umpire.
backward of square?
Because I played against her when she played for Derby.
There was no run there. 2 backward square fielders. Now one probably a wide third, the other one a genuine backward
And she did get a couple of England caps under her belt as well, you know.
She did. As Glenn bowls into the pitch,
Ooh.
whisked away into the leg side by Emma Lamb, who'd advanced to begin with, but then sort of got into one of those power positions to baseball it away into the leg side. And just
I say a couple, I better clarify that. Quite a few, I should say, before I get told off.
Eve Jones, left-handed, helps it into the leg side as the spin of Glenn is coming into her pads. And Elwes just about gathers outside the circle, much to the amusement of her and some of her teammates. 54 without loss. We've got one more ball off the power play remaining.
Oh, talking of Staffordshire cricket, I had a quick chat with Helen Pack at the toss. She's our match official today, our match referee. Hello. She said, I'm in the little box with you guys talking. It keeps me company while I'm in my little office. Nice. So hello, Helen. Hope you're enjoying the cricket.
Lamb drives into the offside. Will pick up 155 without loss. Then will be the score at the end of the power play. And overs of the innings gone, that means.
No, interesting. Yeah, at this stage, I'm just going to look at my notebook, Mike.
Go on.
The opposition, in this case the Blaze, were 42 for 1.
They were.
The loss of the very influential Tammy Beaumont.
So, at the moment, Lancashire are those 13 extras better off.
Is that right? Well, yeah. That's good maths, that. Well
Assuming
done.
It's still 13 extras.
There we go. There's the players. Lancashire girls, if they're watching on their phones, give us a wave.
They're not allowed their phones.
Oh, of course they're not. Yeah, no, of course not.
Day and age.
Of course they're not. And we didn't have phones in my day and age. Gordon into bowl, left-hander. That's driven straight over the head of mid-off there for 4 runs. Cracking shot from Emma Lamb. Yeah, always a sign of a batter in form when they've got the confidence to go over the top of the mid-off, mid-on fielding area, especially against Kirsty Gordon, who's such a tight, accurate bowler, isn't she? Great shot from Lammy. See it on the replay. Straight through the line of the ball. Off you pop. Gordon, second ball. What she got? Lamb's moved her feet again, but this time to defend the ball. This wasn't quite there to be struck in the manner of the first ball.
And I can confirm it is 13 extras that separated them in the power play.
There
so
you go. It says up there on the scoreboard, extras 13.
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Gordon into bowl. She's gone again, Lammy, and that is an amazing stop in the covers from Tammy Beaumont, former junior gymnast. She needed all her gymnastic skills there to pull that stop off.
Just looked like it lost a tiny bit of pace at the right time for Beaumont to make the stop there off the square, but otherwise, good shot.
That's a nice straight drive from Emma Lamb. They'll pick up an easy single. So 6 off the over so far. Brings Eve Jones onto strike, and she's retaking her guard, and Gordon's having to faff around with her field as the left-hander comes in.
Another 163 needed now.
Who invented the word faff? It's such a great word, isn't it? It's great. I'm going to look that up. Dot ball. Eve Jones holds the pose there, very mindful and watchful against Gordon.
I think these two will already be both thinking, if I bat well here, I could just end up with a nice little knot out.
Bit shorter, it's been cut. Eve Jones waited, leant back on that one a little bit, and that's gone flying down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs for Jones. Fist pump in the middle there from these two. Must be getting used to doing that this season. They've had some long innings together, these two already.
They have a partnership of 185 for the first wicket at Southport against Hampshire, a partnership of 53, I think it was, for the first wicket in the game against Surrey.
64 off the 11th over for the loss of no wickets at this point, and Glenn, England bowler obviously, she'll be hoping for a phone call off Charlotte Edwards, I would imagine, in the near future. She comes in for her second over of the day, just stutters her run up a little bit there, goes back to her marks, tries again. Lamb crouched down, strikes it well, wide of the left hand of the fielder at mid-on, down to long on for 1 run. Brings Eve Jones back onto strike. Fresh from her glorious square cut down to the boundary in the earlier ball.
A modest 34 partnership in the first game against Blaze before one of 151 in the next one against Essex.
Shorter. When that's been pulled nicely. Will the fielder get it? She won't. Diving stop attempt, but she's pulled that through to mid-wicket for 4. Jones is seeing the ball very nicely at the moment. Score's gone on to 69 already.
Just threaded a gap there that I think think a lot of players who don't play with as straight a bat as Eve Jones would have struggled to dissect, but because she, even off the back foot, plays with a fairly straight bat.
Yeah, the fielder threw herself over. Sorry, Mike, I thought you finished. Go on. Fielder threw herself over the ball a little bit there, Mike. Glenn's coming in for the third ball of this over. A little bit quicker. Defended on this occasion. To Tammy Beaumont, who must be expecting a call, surely, from old Charlotte Edwards. We'll see, won't we? It's all very exciting, waiting for these phone calls. Len's in for a fourth ball. It's sort of hoiked, if for want of a better word, down off her hip, down to fine leg, but they steal a single off that shot. Taking the total to 70. Leaving 153 left to win. So it's looking very promising for Lancashire at this stage. Lamb, with that very, very crouched position that she takes up. Watchful, plays that beautifully off her toes into mid-wicket for one run. It all seems a little bit sort of predictable at this stage from a Lancashire point of view, isn't it? I think
as I say,
these two will be feeling fairly confident, I think, at this point. Glenn. Nice stroke down to mid-on. Just eased away into that shot, did Jones.
As I say, I think even though they know there's such a long way to go and there's such a lot of work still to do, they will be thinking, I could be on for a nice little not out here. So
72 the score.
They've already, as you said, out of 72, they've already taken a big chunk out of this target of 223 for victory.
Yeah,
they're very used to batting together with each other, these two. They put on 185 against Hampshire, 151 against Somerset, 106 against Essex, 52 against Surrey, and 34 in the first game against the Blaze. So they've had plenty of time in the middle together.
Gordon to continue. Flicked off the toes again from the left-hander Jones. One run.
And that's exactly what Eve Jones would have come back to this county to do, to bat with Emma Lamb, somebody she knows so well, and just to see if they can dominate English domestic cricket and potentially bring themselves another trophy. Obviously, Eve Jones as captain won the T20 and what was then the county championship, the 50-over competition.
In comes Gordon. Uses her feet on this occasion. That's a lovely, lovely, lovely drive through the covers, but I think she's only going to get the one run for this shot. Fielder swept round.
That was way back before the Kia Super League and all that sort of stuff, so yeah, they've got pedigree.
Third ball. Oh, she's brought out the lap shot. Another run to the total.
That's the sort of shot that will annoy Kirsty Gordon.
Oh yeah, annoys any bowler, I think.
I don't think she likes being lapped over her shoulder. Nobody
would like that. A sign of confidence from Lamb. Sorry, from Jones.
2 short extra covers in now.
Big shot, big shot. That's going to go for 6. Oh yes, it has. Great shot over mid-on area. 6 runs. Great shot. Watch this again. High backlift. Nice footwork. Over she pops. Easy as. Great shot.
Shorter side of the ground, so Emma Lamb knew she just had to time that one, and it was away for 6.
Nice. So very good shot from Lamb there. Second shot equally as impressive as the first, because her blood pressure must have risen a bit. She saw that one soar over mid-off, but she still had the wherewithal to put a defensive shot into that good ball from Kirsty Gordon. It was a good response from the bowler. And she comes again. Straight driven for a single down to mid-on. A long one, I should say, off the boundary. And that's the end of a fairly expensive over from Gordon. 10 off the over, 82 for no loss.
Well, that's the story so far. Jones and Lamb, dominant form, 32 and 37. What I liked about the way Lamb played there, not much to write home about in the bowling figures that you just seen on Lancs TV. What I really sort of enjoyed about that from Lamb was she was really picking the ball to go for. She hit the 6, but then the next one she defended, the next one she drove all along the floor up to the fielder at long on who'd had to go back from the earlier shot. So she's really thinking about how she goes about this, and she's got Sarah Glenn now, an England teammate, to take on. Lamb's out the side at the moment, but
of course the Blaze are missing a couple of bowlers today as well, because Ballinger, I believe, is out for a concussion injury, and sadly all of Prendergast has had to return home to Ireland for personal reasons, which we don't know what they are, but Kirsty Gordon did use the word sadly, so I'm assuming it's not good. We wish her and her family well, whatever that might be.
So
from
yeah,
the cricket
our
community.
Best wishes to all of Prendergast as 2 more are taken.
We're sorry she's not here to showcase her numerous skills.
84 without loss. Lamb already on to 39.
Yeah, Glenn's having a little tinker with the field.
We've all seen games change, but it's going to take a lot here from the Blaze.
Comes to land short. That's going to be whacked. Yeah, and it was. It's been pulled, but she's found the one fielder in that huge, expansive field, which is, as was quite often the case in the first innings, actually, because it's such a big field. You do have time to anticipate and get round to some of these big shots.
Yep, sweeper right out on the boundary there, and it's a fairly big one because we're right on the right-hand side of the square. So it's been brought in a bit, but it's still a big old hit. Whereas the opposite side of the ground, the tram stop side, is a little bit shorter.
Glenn's bowling to the left-hander now. It's been sort of played into mid-wicket area for a single. Eve Jones, nicely played. Found the gap quite easily there. Takes Eve Jones on to 33. Lamb's already moved on to 40. Jones has took her, 12, 13 balls to get off the mark, and she's nearly a ball a run already.
So Lancashire chasing 2-2-3 here. 2-3-6 in the championship. Need another 155 with 8 wickets remaining.
Glenn. Ooh, she's beating the outside of the bat there. Haven't said that a lot so far in this innings.
Surrey making 306 for 7 off 44 overs.
Wow.
At Taunton.
Danny Wyatt, was it? Got a few. Little run there for Milan.
They seem to have had a little bit of rain down there, which has delayed the innings slightly and knocked 6 overs off what each side are going to get to bat. But 306 for 7, that is some total.
40-something overs.
44 overs.
44. Well, a few of them must have got big scores there for that to have happened. Glenn. It's been cut to point. Nicely stopped at point off on one bounce. Tricky. Always tricky when it bounces at you at speed in that position.
Bryony Smith 110 off 103 was the highlight of it. Dunkley made 79 off 81. And then there was some 18 off 11s, 14 off 11, 14 off 9, those sorts of contributions down the list. Danny Wyatt Hodge 44 off 35 at the top.
Nice. 87 score after that 14th over, moving into the 15th over. And I think, I'm not sure who she's bringing on to bowl there. It's Gordon.
I think she's going to continue herself, or is this going to be Groves? No, it's going to be continuing herself.
Yeah, Gordon. Yeah.
Paul Somerset tried just about everybody with the ball they've used.
Gordon in. Used the feet again to Lamb.
7 bowlers in the end, including the former captain, England captain Heather Knight.
Well, Knight's apparently been bowling very well this season. There's people saying that she might even get a bowl for England at some point. And she's been swept that one down. That's a very quick single because it went straight to the fielder. That was sharp running from these two.
I think, like everyone, she got a little bit of tap today. 5 overs for 38, 7.6 the economy.
Yeah.
But Skelton went at 7s, and poor Jackson went.
Laura Jackson.
Yeah, went at 21 off her 2 overs.
Into the left-hander. Straight drive, and she's taken a really good catch low at her ankles. Jones cannot believe it. And how much did the Blaze need that wicket? That was an incredible piece of fielding, especially somebody who's just come back from having a bad back for however many games and months that was. Eve Jones can't believe she's done that.
It was a dismissal typical of the pitch, in that the batter was trying to hit it and just didn't get much on it. And that's what allowed the bowler to take the catch in the end.
And ends up on her back.
88, the latest partnership between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. It'll be left to Lamb, who made 130 not out earlier in the season against the Blaze. Kirsty Gordon was talking away to her players there as they huddled round after the wicket, and I think it was just to say, look, this has got to be better, if not even for today's game, for the games going forward. Katie Mack coming to the crease, and she's such a busy cricketer. It will be intriguing to see if she can get in, because if she can, she will.
I think
she'll scamper between the wickets, and she'll be the ideal sort of player.
I was just
for
about
this
to say, I think Lamb will have to have her running shoes on. Brace yourself, Emma Lamb. I'm pretty sure they've batted together several times already. I think Alan would be more than aware of what's expected from her. Yeah, very good piece of fielding from Gordon.
Alison Byrne with myself, Mike Perkins, on Lancs TV at the moment. So we're indebted to the insight of the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. Phoebe Graham up as well. She said she'll pop back in the second innings at some point as well. So that'll be good to. We'll hear from Phoebe at some point.
The Yorkshire Lancastrian.
The Yorkshire Lancastrian.
Yep.
Yes. Both the roses, red and white.
She's an adopted Lancastrian, is our Phoebe. Gordon. Into Mac. Dot ball. Mac's having a little stretch out there.
Trying to get all that running out of legs that she does on her days off,
according
to Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, probably. It's a nice shot for not very much. In fact, nothing. Tight quads by the looks of it. Mind you, to be fair, she covered the whole of that long side boundary on her own for long periods of the first innings,
didn't she? She just seems to love it, doesn't she?
Yeah. That's nice again from Gordon. Defensive shot from Mac. And at the end of that over, it's 88 for the crucial one wicket of Eve Jones. Caught and bowled by Kirsty Gordon for 33, I believe. And we're moving into the 16th over.
The thing I really like about Mac's batting, though, is she's either right back on her stumps or she's charging right forward down the track. She's one way or the other. You know, there's such a huge difference. And for a player who is quite small to create that difference between where she's striking the ball is a real achievement to be able to do it.
And it's a real nuisance if you're a bowler trying to bowl to her and trying to find your length, because she's constantly changing the length that the bowler will have to bowl at. Yeah, so she's still fiddling around with her pads and stretching and what have you. Lamb's on strike, 42 of her 48 balls received. In comes Len. Oh, is it gone? Is she gone? It's a big appeal.
It's ambitious because she was a long way down the pitch there, Emma Lamb.
Yeah.
I think the ball had a long way to go, and it's very difficult for an umpire to make a decision when somebody's hit this far out, although it was the back leg
as well,
which obviously decreased that distance.
She's lost her life there as Lamb. She's punished the bowler for daring to appeal by smacking it out to the covers, but only for one. Sorry, this point area. Brings Mac. Mackie's back onto strike. Done. Adjusting the field slightly for the new batter. Bringing in the fielder from the deep cover into the ring.
134 more required. I think the runs per over or the balls left is already almost becoming irrelevant.
Oh, that was close. I think she did well to miss that one, did Mac? She did what you described earlier. She really stepped back onto her stumps then.
I think they're the Blaze. They're going to have to take all 10 wickets if
I
they
agree.
want to win this one.
Oh, it's hit the pads on. She's got her this time. That's a great piece of bowling from Glenn. She didn't look comfortable against Glenn. As soon as she came in, she had 2 or 3 little balls that she wasn't quite sure what to play. And now that really has put the cat amongst the pigeons for Lancashire.
I'm really interested to see this replay. Obviously, even the camera angle's on a slight angle, and yeah, I don't think you can have any complaints there. I was wondering at first, because of Glenn is a leg spinner, had it pitched outside leg stump. I thought that was the only thing that could have saved
her. Don't think so.
But I think that one pitched round about middle and leg stump and would have hit middle and off stump, and that's when Mac had gone back onto. So we won't get to see her batting for very long today. She's out for naught.
It's a shame for Mac, because she batted superbly well at Southport in the game you were covering last weekend. For her 84, was it she got in the end? Yeah. And in strides Saren Smale, who was actually opening for Lancashire with Lammy last season for the majority of the season. They've got a good understanding between them. They've played some considerable innings together previously. So hopefully that will be the case again. On this occasion, obviously, both used to batting on this track together.
Yeah, I think she's got those runs from last season in the bank, hasn't she? She's got that sort of credit to her name as Saren Smale, but she'll want to score here to get a season going.
She's also got the luxury of not much scoreboard pressure at this point. Obviously, there's still an awful lot of cricket left to be played in this match.
Yeah, the opportunity to spend some time in the middle's there, isn't it? Yeah, 84 of 64 Matt got at Southport, but none today.
That's a nice looking shot to get yourself off the mark, young lady. Could be 2 if they run quickly, and Lamb's going for it, and misfield, 2 runs. Yeah, Lamb put the pressure on the fielder there by turning quickly, and the fielder just failed to pick the ball up as she tried to prevent that second single.
Smale never misses out on an opportunity to get back for 2.
No, I think it was Lamb in that occasion really pushed the issue as well. Smale on strike, Glenn. Nice defensive stroke. Yeah, Glenn tends to be very accurate, bowls wicket to wicket usually.
She digs it into the pitch as well, doesn't she, with her leg spin, which sort of almost fools the batter into thinking they can go back the way Katie Mack did. And if they end up swinging the bat a little early, they'll sort of flick at it rather than meet it the way they'd like.
So 91 for 2, Lancashire. Of course, at the same stage, the Blaze was 71 for 3, so they are ahead of the game as such, but there's still a very, very long way to go in this game. It's all to play for, I feel, at this stage still.
But runs and wickets ahead. It's looking good for Lancashire already.
It's looking good. I'm not counting any chickens yet, talking about birds. That's a lovely straight strike down the ground from Emma Lamb. Timed it pretty well. There was a fielder there to cut off the boundary opportunity. It's 1 run. Gordon has kept herself on from this end, Statham end.
Bringing the field in now for the new batter. So they're all in the ring, bar one back at sort of a forward square leg position on the boundary.
Here comes Gordon. Oh, and Smale swiped to that wide one. She was lucky she didn't get anything to it. It's definitely a wide. 1 to the total.
I suppose the option Smale does have is behind square on the offside, but getting it there would be the difficulty.
Nicely defended. Dabbed into a space. That's the other option, isn't it? Drop and run. Don't need to do much more than that, to be fair. Run rate's only just under 4.
Yeah, they're well in control of it in terms of...
Run rate at the moment isn't an issue.
Balls to target.
Brings Lamb on to strike. Gordon in. She thought about absolutely tonking that over mid-wicket, changed her mind and dabbed it down. Realised she wasn't quite to the pitch there.
And I mean, they don't even need to go at 1 a ball to reach it inside the 40 over marker.
Gone back in her stumps there and played it off her hip for a sharp single down to square leg.
On a hot day, this could get very difficult for the Blaze very quickly, as because I mean the halfway point is, as soon as they go past this 100, that halfway point becomes the next little landmark to pass.
Indeed. That's a nice looking stroke for not very much, in fact, nothing at all. Gordon's placing the mid-on fielder down to long on, whilst Smale is on strike. I think they're potentially trying to get keeper on strike by giving her a single there. But they've taken a single anyway, down to square leg boundary. Off the hip of Smale. And they've achieved their aim of keeping Smale on strike. It's still 96 for 2, 5 off the over. That's all they need.
Chase is underway then in this competition across the country. Durham 69 for 1 in pursuit of 2 for 4 to beat Warwickshire at Chesterless Street. We've got Essex 77 for 1 at Southampton. They need 274 for victory. And Somerset 19 for 1. They're chasing 307 for victory. And they have just 44 overs in which to get there. So it's, as I say, teams chasing, looking to secure victory, but the side probably best placed would be Lancashire, even though they have now lost 2 wickets. 96 for 2 the score.
In comes the line at the start of her 5th over. It's driven straight back at her from Smale, who is a solid striker of the ball. Stays hit when it gets hit, put it that way. Second ball from Glenn, a bit shorter. Smale's played that off her hip to square leg, past the umpire as he gently moves out of the way. 1 run. Edging towards that 100 mark. Oh, Lancashire. This lovely sunny day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Glorious day for cricket. Dabs it down to third, and it's beaten third. They could get 2 here, maybe 3. They'll be looking for 3. They'll be looking for 3. Oh, she's turned already. Yes, they do like a good old run between the wickets, these two. 3 for that.
It's a good example, though, from Sarah and Smale of if you run the first couple hard, you can actually make the third one, or at least the second half of it, quite easy.
You can make a little highlight reel of her ability to turn 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s, couldn't you? And that is actually the 100 up for Lancashire at that point. Off only 105 balls. Not bad, not bad. They'd have taken that.
They're in charge here. They're in charge.
Glenn into Smale. She pushes that off the back foot this time. Punches it through to mid-on. Long on, sorry. He's come in towards mid-on to field that. Scores on 101.
It's looking good for a double Lancashire victory today, because the men's side in the county championship at 89 for 2, needing another 147 for victory against Northamptonshire.
Glenn to Lamb. Oh, and Lamb's absolutely walloped that. I don't think the fielder's going to catch it. No, that's a very, very welcome 4 for Emma Lamb. The mid-wicket boundary. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. And that is the 50. Well played, Emma Lamb. It's just another 50. It's just what she does, isn't it?
I think she'll have an eye on double that if she can today.
Just another 50 for Emma Lamb. And now, you know, I'm going to ring you myself if Charlotte Edwards doesn't, Lammy. I'm going to pretend to be Charlotte Edwards. Yeah.
I think she'll be fairly near the top of Charlotte Edwards' list at the
Glenn
moment.
into the confident Lamb at this point, who's smacked it down to point for 1 run. Takes her score on to 52 actually at the end of that over, and it takes the total up to 106 for the loss of 2. Those 2 wickets being Jones, who hold out to Kirsty Gordon, and Mac, who was out LBW against Glenn for not very many.
Seeing the strokes of Emma Lamb's innings, that's probably the best of them, when she came down the track after Kirsty Gordon had bowled a maiden over and lifted her over long gone. But the 4 to bring up the 50, perhaps as impressive. 383 runs now in the competition and counting after...
Wow. And that's just another couple of runs picked up there from Lancashire as I was listening to you.
Yeah, just the one from Lamb.
Just the one, was it? So right, there you go.
304 she moves on to, so 385 runs now and counting.
Gordon's still keeping herself onto bowl from the Statham end. And she's been stumped. That's a really, really, really good piece of bowling. And that's Smale. She'll be disappointed with that. She's starting to get her eye in, and that's her 3rd wicket for the Blaze, and you can see how much that means to them. The high fives are being given out hilly-nilly. Smale will be gutted.
Well, Fee Morris already on her way to the wicket here at number 5. And I think the thing that just gives the Blaze a chance is Kirsty Gordon.
Oh, yeah.
The captain has come on. She's taken a bit of control of this game. That's her 2nd wicket. Or, OK, a mistake from the batter that's led to Smale remonstrating with her own bat there on the way off. But Gordon just giving her team a chance.
And there was no need for it as well. She knows that. She was taking a big hoik coming out of it. She was, going for the big shot coming out of her wickets against a left-arm spinner who has proven to be a very, very accurate and consistent performer in this game. And big chance taken, and it didn't come off for her.
No, it certainly didn't.
Sophie Morris is in form as well.
Yep, 90 the other day.
Yeah. Watched it twice, actually. Watched her innings twice. Watched it live when you were commentating, and I watched it again. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching it.
It was good, wasn't it? I don't know if this is the sort of track she'll enjoy. I think she likes the ball coming on a little bit more than this, but we'll see how she goes about it.
Gordon into Morris. Nicely defended. They've taken a quick single there. That was a quick single. Lamb did her mate a favour there, got her off strike, got her moving in the scoreboard, on the scoreboard.
Well, I think Lamb had actually already set off before it had even hit the bat of Fee Morris there. She just knew it was going to go behind square on the offside, and there was
Gordon again into Lamb. And again, oh, no, get back. Oh, that's hit Morris. Where did that hit her?
She had remade her ground at the time it did.
Well, that's 1-1 because Beaumont got one in the first innings. So that's 1-1 on thumps on the backside. Or on the hip. I think she's holding her hip now. She's fine. She's wearing that one. Gordon in again. 5th ball of the over. Defended from Emma Lamb. Yeah, last ball of her 6th over, I think it is. So they've still got 4 more to face of this wonderful bowler of Lancashire. That's a dot ball. 108, the score for the loss of 3 Lancashire wickets at the end of the 19th.
Yeah, it's been a very simple tactic from Kirsty Gordon, but it's just been get myself and my England bowler on and see if we can just drag ourselves into this game. And you can see there the name of Gordon twice and the name of Glenn does seem to be just dragging the Blaze into this, but it's still a long way to go here. 115 more required for victory. I think the Blaze feel further away, needing 7 wickets at this point.
I generally would not be surprised if she doesn't bowl herself and Glenn through at this point.
Yeah, I think
they've got to get wickets, and they're 2 really good bowlers down, aren't they? In the form of Ballinger and Prendergast. I mean, I only think they'll take themselves off if Lamb and Morris take a liking to one of their bowling. But at the moment,
they might try a little bit of Josie Groves' leg
possibly,
spin somewhere in here.
But it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. Nice strike. All fielded in the covers.
But Lamb and Morris will know if they see these 2 through, they give themselves a chance. You know, they don't need to score quickly off either of these 2 bowlers.
Again, defended. Tidy over so far from the very experienced Sarah Glenn.
I think we might see maybe less so to Glenn, but more so to Gordon, some of those little rampy sweep shots where Morris almost catches the ball before it bounces.
Oh, it's a good shot. That's going to go for 4, I think. Oh, well fielded. Who's that in the field? That was a great piece of a diving save there. Saved 2 runs at least there.
Looks like Josie Groves.
Josie Groves. Oh, I'm sure there'll be a picture of her mum waving her fake glove in a minute. Can you find her?
Yeah, Nita's a big
lovely.
supporter, and
Lovely.
she likes to see great cricket like
2
that
runs,
from her
though.
daughter.
Yeah, Claire knows her a drink after that ball, I think. So 2 runs from her figures. Dab down. Defended.
Has to be a little careful here, Morris. She was a long way out her crease defending that one. But she got bat on ball, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's one thing coming forward to defend out of your crease. It's another thing coming forward to whack it and then missing it by a half country mile. Back foot defensive shot there from Morris. Straight back to Glenn. Put an extra field on the leg side. 2 on the leg side, long on, and a deep point. Sorry, in the covers. The 4 fielders allowed outside. That's where she's placed them. Morris defends again. Just the 2 off the over. Crucially, no wickets lost on that occasion. 110 for 3.
Well, superb to have you with us on the Geo app in India and on Lancs TV. And we're enjoying what looks like being a very competently managed Lancashire chase at the moment, but they've lost these 3 wickets, and it just is opening the door to the Blaze to potentially get back into things. If they're going to, it will be in this little spell here.
Well, interestingly, they had the same number of wickets lost at this stage in the Blaze innings, but they are 93, 117 ahead in the run rate. So it's not massively running away for Lancashire. There's still an awful lot of work to be done here, especially when you've got the likes of Kirsty Gordon bowling at you. Coming into the 21st over.
Yep, and that one is driven by Lamb down the onside of straight, but no run on offer as Gordon continues on her way. Ball short of length, it's whisked round the corner. It'll be just the 1 to the fielder on the 45. I think it took a bit of body as well as bat there from Emma Lamb. She just couldn't quite nail it the way she would have liked. Seems in relaxed mood out there, does Lamb, just chatting away to Kirsty Gordon. On to 55 now. If she stays there, Lancashire win this game. Absolutely no problem. They need another 112 as Gordon throws it up. It's hit in the air, and this will be caught by Sarah Glenn at mid-off. And Fee Morris can't believe what she's done. She's offered up the simplest of catches. We've seen it throughout the day. Batters trying to drive the ball either over the top or even the ones trying to keep it on the floor and just not able to get the power into it. Getting underneath the ball at times when they've been trying not to. And it's been a really sticky wicket from that point of view. And Kirsty Gordon knows exactly how to exploit it. And Fee Morris just sank to her knees as she hit that one straight into the hands of Sarah Glenn. She's out, walking back to the pavilion. 111 for 4. One more here. And the Blaze start to move into a position where they will be really, really looking at the possibility of a win. Morris just giving it away. And some guts is going to need to be shown by the likes of Ailsa Lister and Ellie Threlkeld.
And I don't think Lister's had an awful long time at the crease this season.
Well, she only had 3 balls in the previous game, which is all she's had.
The one advantage she has got is she's playing against Kirsty Gordon. I know Kirsty Gordon's not in the Scotland squad, is she, despite the fact she's got a Scottish accent. I was about to say she's faced her a lot in the nets, but I don't think she will have done.
Yeah, unfortunately, she doesn't even have that card in her favour. Gordon will have the remaining 3 balls of this over and then another 3 overs after it with which to try and bowl her side to victory. You imagine it will get easier once Gordon comes off, but she's dragged her team back into the game as only, it seems, Kirsty Gordon can do at times.
Captain Gordon.
3 wickets for 28 as this one is prodded towards the fielder Georgia Elwis at short mid-wicket. I wonder if a bit of Georgia Elwis, she doesn't bowl as much anymore these days, as that one is defended again out to the Wolverhampton-born Elwis. But I think her little seamers on this, certainly Elwys back in the day, would have been very, very difficult on this pitch.
Well, she bowled against the Thunder last season when they played here, against
Gordon again bowls and is prodded this time on the offside to short extra cover. Beaumont picks up. Josie Groves will definitely offer overs. They obviously don't need to use all their bowling as well, because it's very unlikely this. I don't even think this is going to go beyond the 40 over mark, to be quite honest with you. It'll be over one way or another by then. But it's whether it's going to be 10 Lancashire wickets taken by the Blaze or Lancashire getting to the total. It's all a little bit nervy, and the tail's long today. Cross, Potts, Gore and Morris.
Oh, I wouldn't have Crosses in the tail. I think she can wield her back quite nicely, Kate Cross. Don't you worry about Cross.
I'm exaggerating it, but that's where you get into the bowlers,
yes,
aren't you? And I think it's not as strong as it could be. So there is just this glimmer of hope now for the Blaze that they can get the 10 wickets before the 2-2-3 mark.
Yeah, they're only just halfway, not quite halfway.
But as long as there's someone to hold an end up for Emma Lamb, they will make it. This is Josie Groves on into the attack. Sunglasses on, and throws down one of her leg spinners that takes Lamb on the pad, and will be a leg bye to the total. Signified as much by the umpire. 112 for 4, which means 111 are needed for victory. So we've moved past the halfway point of the chase, and Lancashire still have 6 wickets in hand, but it's got very, very close. And after a opening partnership of 88, it perhaps shouldn't have, as this one is just pushed away into the offside of the back foot by Lister. She's already faced more balls than she did at Southport, but still not yet off the mark for the season.
I think she'll need to face a few more, quite frankly.
Waits now. And hits this one over the top of the offside. It bounces once and over the rope. And that is a very Ailsa Lister shot.
I was about to say, she's a bit famous for those
she likes to put bat to ball, and she's done so there and just sent it up and over the top of cover.
It was an incredible shot. She hardly lifted her bat up. It was all wrist and power. Amazing shot. Forearms. She must have Popeye forearms.
116 for 4. It's all about bat speed with Ailsa Lister, and she's got a full toss here, which I think she is a little disappointed she didn't put in the same direction. She just pushed it there on the floor in the end. But Lister's underway. Long off going back for her now.
Well, she spread the field after one shot.
Here comes Groves, bowls into the pitch, Lister back in her crease, chops into the offside, picks up 1 as a result. So good sign for Lancashire fans. Ailsa Lister underway, 117 for 4. And really she just has to keep Emma Lamb company here, but I don't think she's going to go about it that way, judging by that shot to get off the mark. Lamb down the track, hits it hard to mid-off, and there's no run. Gordon picks up. And that's the end of the over. 117 for 4. We've had 22 overs. The mark at the 25 over mark was 102 for 5. So as long as Lancashire don't lose another wicket, they are going to be ahead at that point.
Well, they're ahead now, actually.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, 96 for 4 with the Blaze.
But they've not got there. They could be 6 down by the time they get there. You never know.
Oh, Mike, all the way to we've getting a little fly pass from several pigeons there. Look at them. Wow.
They're a little bit all wings.
Can you get a murmuration of pigeons? It was almost one, wasn't it? Almost one.
They seem to have to work very hard to stay in the air.
They've got these little chubby bodies, haven't they?
Yeah. There's a lot to carry. There's a lot to carry in a pigeon. Anyway, Kirsty Gordon is on to bowl around the wicket. And she delivers a ball which is defended down into the pitch by Lister. She just looks down the ground, which I think might be, when she does eventually go, the route she takes. But it could be wise just to block out these remaining 3 overs from Gordon. I know it's not the modern way, but if they can see Gordon off, they've got a very, very good chance of victory. That one chopped away into the offside, finds Groves, no run.
Yeah, because, I mean, the run rate required is still less than 4. Ah, here we go. She's tempting Lister. Go on, have a go. Go on, have a go. I'll send both of them back. Have a go.
Yeah, do you want to just push it there and try and beat the 2 extra covers and the short mid-wicket? And she drives into point in the end. No run on offer. So there's going to be no 6 down the ground, but if you want to push it there on the floor, be my guest is the message. Here comes Gordon again. Left arm around the wicket. Hit down the ground, but straight at the bowler. No run. Lister on 5, having to be patient. 117 for 4. Hit that one magnificent shot over the top to get off the mark. They are going to open up the route through cover again now as well. As in comes Gordon. Back into the crease goes
nice shot.
Lister and just pushes it into the vacated gap, but it means Lister will likely be on strike for the next over. 118 for 4, 1 ball remaining of the 23rd over of the innings. Lamb faces up. Gordon bowls. Lamb down the track, hits it hard, and this is going to be a chase round from long on, and a successful chase round from long on. 119 for 4, so Lamb does retain the strike, despite only having had the 1 ball with which to do it.
Yeah. Sensible play from Lister. She was, you know, obvious. It was an obvious trap that was being set there, and she was thankfully not foolish enough to fall for it. But you've seen it happen, haven't you? And it's been obvious what they're trying to do as a batter, and you still fall for the trap. 119 for 4, 104 to win, so it'll be below the 100 mark, hopefully, shortly, potentially in this over.
Yeah, that does feel another little significant milestone. The last one was moving past the halfway point of the chase. But Kirsty Gordon, 3 for 28, has bowled a team back into this contest, it seems. In fact, 3 for 30 now with the 2 runs off the last 2 balls of the over. As Lamb has, well, I've not got much on it, but Amy Jones, the England wicketkeeper, hasn't picked it up either. That's going to roll away, I think, for 4 byes. Yes, the umpire signals as much now. So 4 costly byes. Lamb with a misjudgment. She's the player that if the Blaze don't get out, they're in big trouble. Well, she's just missed one, and Amy Jones has not been able to gather it. It was a tough one, but one you would expect Amy Jones to have had the veils off, and that would have been the end of Emma Lamb. 100 to win. 161 balls to do it in. That's not a problem. It's more whether somebody in all red can survive to that 2-2-3 mark as Lamb goes back and defends, having had a life on 56 at the start of the 24th over of the innings. Thrown up. Lamb will clap this away into the leg side, but doesn't beat Claridge at backward square leg. Definitely worthy of a note, that Emma Lamb 56 mis-stumping in the 24th over. Because we could be looking back on that as a vital, vital moment in this game. 99 left to win with the single to the total. Ailsa Lister back on strike. Josie Groves just contemplating what she wants to do with her field. She's going to leave long on bat this time, but she's going to move cover round to extra cover on the boundary and have 3 in the ring at 3rd backward point and cover point. As Lister will take the opportunity to strike it out to deep extra cover for 1. And the fielders at extra cover on the boundary and cover in the ring will swap once more. 98 more to win, 125 for 4. Lamb, who's had a life in this over on strike, paddles it round the corner. This is going to be a chase on for Claridge to get to the fine leg position to pick up from backward square leg. Does so, but loses 2 more runs in the process. 96 to win, 127 for 4. Lamb's on to 59. Still feels tense here for Lancashire.
Very tense.
After an opening stand of 88, they should have made short work of it from there, but it's not proving that way as it's driven out to the cover boundary for 1. Lamb gratefully takes it. She's on to 60, 128 for 4. Will keep the strike as well. 24 overs gone. The number of balls left is not an issue now, but getting to the target of 223 without losing those remaining 6 wickets is more of a task, Alison Burt.
Yeah, it is. And of course, you know, the collie wobbles kick in if you're the person padded up next to come in. As the innings progresses and it's getting closer and closer, that tension does build up. However confident you may have been feeling at 88 if there's no loss of no wicket, it sort of, you know, erodes the confidence, which is the biggest difference between batting first and second, I suppose, is that yes, you can see what you can get, but also, yes, you can see what you can get, what you need to get. it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, so to speak? Looks like there's your wish is coming true here.
Georgia Ellis. I just think she'll be a very useful bowler on this sort of wicket where it's a little bit sticky and it's a bit hard to drive the ball away. And I think it's going to be a tough task, this, against Georgia Ellis. We will see. Amy Jones stood up to the stumps as well. It's defended the first ball by Lamb in orderly fashion. She comes forward. Scores elsewhere. Essex 104 for 1 in pursuit of 274 to beat Hampshire at Southampton. 49 for 1, that's the Somerset score. They're chasing 307 in 44 overs. And we'll bring you the Warwickshire score after this ball from Elwes, which is prodded into the offside,
that's tight.
Lister's well home.
Goodness
in the end.
me, that's a very tight run.
I think she was probably past the
second
crease in the end.
Well, you
know.
know.
Yeah, she set off very early and got Lamb through for a 61st run. We'll get another look at it now on the replay. It's picked up by
good fielding
Beaumont,
from Tammy Beaumont.
Thrown in, but yeah, I think she was past the second crease by the time the bails were removed by Amy Jones. So that Durham score against Warwickshire, 126 for 1 in pursuit of 244 in the 22nd over. So Durham looking good, although their batting after the top has been fragile. There's an appeal for LBW. I think it was just going to be missing a leg stump. They seem very much to have been relying on Armitage and Bates of Durham this season. So, and it is those two at the wickets at the moment. So that game could change quickly if either of those are dismissed by Warwickshire. But at the moment, it's looking plain sailing. But it was looking plain sailing for Lancashire, and all of a sudden it's got very tense as Elwes again just bowls another ball hitting the stumps, and Lister has to dig it out. Sends cover back now. She's into the last 2 balls of the over. She'll just try and tempt the Scot to do something.
I'll get her off. I'll get her. Trying to keep her on strike for the next over, potentially.
Here's Lister. Facing up and driving back to Elwes. Fluid fashion. 129 for 4. On this hot afternoon here in Manchester. Around 25, 26 degrees now. A little bit of a breeze. It's fluttering now towards the town hall at the Anderson end. The bowling coming from the Statham end, and it's just prodded up to Kirsty Gordon, who throws it to her wicketkeeper.
Tidy over from Elvis.
And walks off to collect some drinks. 25 overs then gone. We will no doubt check in with the scorecards and that kind of thing, but we'll also no doubt check in with how things are going in Lancashire's chase against Northamptonshire in the county championship. 110 now for 2. The Lancashire score 126 runs with 8 wickets. Alison Burt.
Yes, so it's all to play for here. But while we're waiting for these girls to take a well-earned drink, I would just like to signpost a few of you interested in this topic to the Wisden podcast this week, as a result of the ECB statement banning transgender folk from playing in transgender women in particular playing in women's teams. And I'm not going to make a personal comment at this stage, but there's a very interesting podcast on Wisden, featuring a friend of mine, actually, Susie James, who's a trans woman who does play cricket, or has been able to play cricket. And it's an interview with her on her perspective on the Mass. If any of you are interested, please, find it, Google it, Wisden podcast. Also, in addition, on the same podcast, Lauren Winfield Hill is talking about the Tier 2 of the Metro Bank Cup. So it's quite a moving account of how personally she will be affected and others like her. But as I say, I'll let you make your own decisions based on what you feel about that. I won't say any more. But please do tune in. It's a really sweet interview. Susie's a lovely lady, and I'm sure even if you don't agree with what she's saying, as a human being, you will understand where she's coming from, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty that needs to be heard on that subject, and the Wisden Cricket podcast. They have a women's cricket podcast, a specific women's cricket podcast now, so you have a opportunity to hear that there as we take drinks on the pitch here in the after 25 overs of the innings. 129 for 4 the score. As we say, Lancashire also chasing against Northamptonshire in the county championship. They need 126 more in that game to get their first win of the season in that competition, but it would be a 4th win of the season for Lancashire in this competition, and they're going very, very well indeed. I think, Ali Byrne, I think it's kind of the ingredients have always been there for Lancashire in this 50 over format, haven't they? But they've not come together in the way they have this season yet. There was obviously the T20 final they made, but that was a bit of a late charge rather than actually starting well as they have in this competition this season.
I just think the experience that they've brought in as well has been massively valuable. Phoebe was talking about, Eve Jones coming in and Grace Pott, of course, leading wicket taker for Warwickshire last year. The overseas player Casey Mack, Alana King to follow. Can't wait to see her bowl in Lancashire Red. So it's a very interesting manoeuvring from Lancashire this season.
Here's Groves, who's going to bowl to Emma Lamb, claps it away out to deep mid-wicket for 1, and a precious one because it takes the asking rate down now to 93 from 149 balls. We can scrub the balls off that now. I think it's just
forget that. It's irrelevant.
It's just the runs required for victory now.
Don't think the Blaze would be too unhappy that Lamb took a single off the first ball of the over, but I don't think we're quite at the stage of protecting the batter at the other end. Lister's perfectly capable of, as we saw earlier, playing some good cricket.
Yeah, we're a long way off that, I think. There's Groves on her way. Right arm over the wicket, leg spin, and hit down the ground. This could be a catch, and it's been shelled. It goes down. It was Georgie Boyce against her former team, and she just couldn't cling on at mid-on. It was a tough one, a low one. In fact, no, was it the captain Gordon's retrieved the ball, but that one going just to ground as Boyce dived forward. She just couldn't get underneath it, and it spilt it out. Another 1 to the total. 91 more required for victory as Lister pokes into the offside. No run.
Yeah, it's a let off.
Seen 2 in this partnership as Lister faces again. Sweeps hard. Claridge gets round. Tumbling stop. Could have easily escaped underneath. I had to keep her eyes on the ball the whole way. And Lister adds another 1 to the total. 131 for 4. 90 needed for victory. 133 for 4 even. Our scoreboard's not added on the 2 that Lister was able to get after the spill from Georgie Boyce. So both these batters dropped during this partnership. Well, one a missed stumping and one a drop now. But both giving chances during this partnership. Another 1 to the total from Lamb. 134 for 4. 89 more needed to win. Lister waits. Groves bowls. Hit away into the leg side. Beaumont there with the fielding at mid-wicket. Returns the ball to the bowler. And Lancashire continue to push towards this victory target, but not without risk, it would seem. Alison Byrne.
No, it was a close call, wasn't it? Georgie Boyce was very close. She got 2 hands on that. I think maybe her elbows just caught the turf as she landed almost. But it was it was close, too close for comfort for my liking. My poor little heart was in my mouth then.
She was just sort of pushing it away from her, it seemed, as she tried, because she was having to throw herself forward and just couldn't cling on.
Oh, she'll be gutted though. You're a former team.
Nottingham-born Georgie Boyce unable to cling on that occasion, as this one is driven into the offside. Beaumont there with the fielding at short extra cover. As chases throughout this competition are taking place. Women's One Day Cup action being brought to you on Lancs TV by Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, as Elwys Bowles prodded into the leg side. Scampering through for 1 there is Lister. Durham 129 for 2 in pursuit of 2 for 4 against Warwickshire. 52 for 1, the Somerset score in pursuit of 307 for victory, but that's off 44 overs. And Essex 116 for 1, chasing 274. Here comes Elwys Bowles, driving his Lister from the crease. Finds mid-on, no run. Phillips there with the fielding. As the football continues down the road, won't be long from the final whistle though. 1 or 2 will creep in and watch a bit of cricket as Elwys Bowles. It's pushed into the offside now. Out to cover it goes on this occasion, so another 1 to the total. Lamb comes back onto strike. 1-3-6 for 4. 2-2-3 needed by Thunder for victory. Doesn't look enough, but another wicket here will make things very, very nervy indeed. Lamb, who's had a life, taken on the pad on that occasion. The life came in the 24th over of the innings on 56. Hasn't really gone very far since then either. Just the 8 runs since.
Plenty of time though, Mike. They don't need to rush this.
Lister got her life just after drinks in the 26th over, as this one is defended by Lamb. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, tidy from Elwys. Very tidy. Just the 2. Off that over at this stage in the proceedings, that's crucial.
Deep conversation though between the 2 batters, just figuring out their way through this. They'll know, of course, what Georgia Elwys has done in tight situations in international cricket before.
Yeah, vastly experienced Elwys. Vastly experienced. And we've got Groves continuing from the Anderson end.
And facing up is Ailsa Lister, who's going to sweep this one round the corner, and this could be 4. It's looking like it's going to win the race down to the boundary, and it's collected by the Lancashire coaching staff, which indicates it has gone for 4. They needed that. It was a punchy sweep shot that was played very, very fine in the end by Ailsa Lister.
Yeah, she punished.
Valuable runs, 140 for 4.
Punished a rare bad ball from the Blaze, actually, in the recent overs that we've seen.
In comes Groves again.
Ooh.
And it just trickles through, but doesn't quite reach the stumps in the end. Ailsa Lister just sort of playing it into her own foot. As in comes Groves once more. Sweep, high, top edge. This could be out. It will be out. Diving forward there. The catch is taken. It was a difficult one. And Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. 140 for 4. They require 2-2-3. And it was a catch that
she saw it late, didn't she? I didn't think she'd seen it originally.
It was always dropping, but it was safely held in the end. And it was Catherine Bryce who got underneath it when it mattered most for her team at deep mid-wicket. And now the captain, Ellie Threlkeld, has to come to the crease, knowing the rate isn't an issue, but knowing that there is work to do.
Well, set up for Threlkeld, isn't it? She likes to push for those 1s and 2s. She plays within her range. You very rarely see her make a rash shot. And her and Lamb batted together a lot of times over the last few seasons. So you feel this is the crucial partnership now. It's not quite last chance saloon, but it's heading in that direction. But if there's anyone in the Lancashire team I'd bet money on to see this through, it'd be Threlkeld, to be honest.
She batted very sensibly the other day in support of Fee Morris, who was whacking it everywhere, and it sort of feels like it needs a similar sort of innings here. But Ailsa Lister, the latest to go, caught by Catherine Bryce, way out in the deep at mid-wicket. And it was a shot that probably didn't need to be played, Alison Byrne.
But again, it was a shot that was there. She just picked the fielder out. Such a shame, but it's such a big boundary as well. There's plenty of spaces there.
Swept hard on the floor by Threlkeld, out to deep backward square leg. Claridge is there, 1 more to the total. 141 for 5. 223, the target for victory. Groves with the wicket of Lister in this over. Throws another up, but Lamb drives into the offside. It's well fielded by Sarah Glenn, who's been integral with her. 6 overs, 32 for 1. Groves spins the ball one hand to another. Can she get rid of both the set batters? Lamb advances and sweeps hard out to Bryce in the distance for another one. 142 for 5. 81 more needed for victory. 5 wickets remaining, though, is the problem for Lancashire. They lost Ailsa Lister in that over. Caught Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Groves for 15. Faced 26 balls, 24 minutes, 2 fours in that time. The one that got her off the mark, the one earlier in the over, but went big one too many times. Other wickets to fall. Eve Jones caught and bowled by Kirsty Gordon. Then Mac LBW for 0 off just her 5th ball. Smale was out for 6, stumped by Amy Jones, advancing and missing 1. Fee Morris out for 3, caught by Glenn off the bowling of Gordon as Elwes comes in to bowl again and is hit away into the offside behind square. Advancing forward slightly there was Lamb. She finds a gap, and I think the message from Threlkeld is probably just don't stop being positive here. If you're there at the end, we win. 69 now for Lamb. 146 for 5 in pursuit of 223. And then the only wicket we didn't give you in that recap there was the one of Ailsa Lister in the previous over. Caught by Bryce, bowled by Groves. So you're up to date on the Lancashire chase. 88 for the first wicket. It was looking like it would be a easier one than this at that stage, as this one is defended by Lamb. Back to the bowler, Elwes, who across all formats picked up 35 international wickets. So she's a useful operator, to say the least. Turns round again at the back of what's a fairly short, bustling run. It's cut away.
That's a lovely piece of fielding.
Very, very good stop again. Just a backward point there. Tumbling away. Claridge, I think it was. Another dot ball recorded. Elwes in search of wickets, though, as this one is defended. Glenn comes in to pick up from short mid-wicket.
Yeah, Elvis is doing a really good job for her team here. She kept it tight. Lamb's managed to get her away from one big shot in this over, but it's been tight all the way.
Lamb is up to 400 runs for the competition at the moment. Bang on the dot, 400 now. Start of the day with 3-1. Has added 69 more and defends that latest ball. Again for no run. Just has to stay there. But 77 with 5 wickets remaining. Starting to feel more and more of a challenge for Lancashire. Ellis bowls, it's short of length. Lamb cuts stylishly into the offside, but finds a cover sweeper. It's Bryce who took the catch in the previous over. Ellis takes her cap. 147 for 5. 76 more required for victory.
Yeah. Nothing's ever easy when you commentate or support Lancashire. In my case, both.
It remains tense. It's fair to say.
But, you know, these are the games you want, really, aren't they? You don't want... This division has had some amazing games this season already, including a tie. Some huge scores. It's perfect for the competition as a whole.
Yep, it's been a great advert for women's county cricket in this country, as that one is flayed away by Lamb on the sweep. She'll only get 1 for it, though. Claridge there with a tumbling stop. It brings Threlkeld back onto strike, who scored off her first delivery of this innings. She needs, though, it to be another supporting role, like she played for Fee Morris at Southport the other day. If Threlkeld can do that again, it'll be enough for her team. Tries to dab leg side, doesn't get much on it, but just returns to her crease. A lot resting on the Lancashire captain.
Indeed. Oh, she won't mind that. I think she's the type of player who thrives under pressure, personally.
75 needed for victory. Threlkeld waits. It's going to sweep because it drifted outside leg stump from Groves. Picks up another 1, so 74 more now needed. 5 wickets remaining.
Well, you know what happens when you press a piece of coal hard enough, you put it under pressure, you make a diamond, don't you?
Well, that's true. That's true.
As
As Groves bowls to Lamb, who paddles round the corner, she'll pick up 1 and she'll settle for 1. 73 more needed. 5 more wickets remaining. We said there would be a period in the innings as the 150 comes up for Lancashire with that, but it's so tense. People are just watching on and enjoying the tight equation. Into the offside goes Threlkeld. Is she going to get back for 2? No, she won't. Picked up and returned by Sarah Bryce. So the 151st run of the innings is added. 72 more of them required. We said there would be a period where Lancashire were eking out the runs, and it seems to be this period here, as Lamb is down the track and she rather toes it up to mid-off. That is 30 overs gone. 151 for 5. Alison Byrne to pick up ball-by-ball commentary in this incredibly tense situation.
Yes. I've gone a bit quiet the last few overs because I've sort of gone a bit nervous on their behalf, but I'll have to start talking a bit more now that you're having your little drink. But 151 for 5 at the end of that over from Groves. 4 off it. Excellent over from Groves, by the way. As you say, Lancashire have had to eke these runs out in recent overs, but that's all they need to do is eke 4 and over.
Just water. We're not reaching
just
for
water.
the
No.
We're not reaching for the whiskey.
I didn't say
yet.
It was a drink. I just said a drink. Nobody's assuming you're drinking alcohol here,
We
Michael.
don't need to calm the nerves just yet. It's not
Elvis.
quite that tense.
Elvis into bowl. Off the hip there. From Threlkeld, likes that shot. Gets her off strike. Brings Lamb back into the fray. Yeah, 71 to win.
If it goes below 50 and then below 30, it will start to look a lot easier. But at this stage, it just feels a lot of runs with 5 wickets remaining.
And Elvis has been very accurate, and Lamb has managed to pierce the field for a single there. See, the thing the Blaze have got at the moment, the problem they've got is they're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. They've got to still defend boundaries, but they can't. Lancashire can win it in singles at this point, so it's really tricky for Gordon to manoeuvre her field. What she has done is brought the offside boundary in for Threlkeld. Elvis to Threlkeld, dot ball. Oh, pigeons attacking
Everywhere.
us. Yeah. Because it's a huge, I mean, obviously you can tell we're in a huge
Squadron of
glass commentary box here, and the pigeons just flew at us then. I was like, whoa, what's happening here?
They might not have spotted this was a window. They might have thought it was just open
Probably.
space.
I'm just hoping none of them hit the window because I will cry. Always in. Picked up nicely off our own bowling there, dot ball.
I wouldn't say this has echoes of it, but it certainly has similarities to the tied game between Warwickshire and Hampshire, where Warwickshire looked very, very comfortable, and then all of a sudden some tight, accurate bowling pinned them back, and things got very, very slow and very steady and very difficult for Warwickshire. It ended in a tie, that one.
Big gaps appearing in the field for Threlkeld if she wanted to try a little dab and roam it. No, she's stoic in her defence, forward defensive. There's a nice gap at short square leg. There's another one at fine leg.
That's the right shot at the minute. If you get a good ball, don't try and do anything clever with it. Just knock it back to the bowler.
Yeah.
Say, have another go.
And she comes to have another go. And again, she's given her another defensive shot. War of attrition from Elvis on Threlkeld at the moment.
But that's all Threlkeld's got to do. Just
very good from
Lamb.
Threlkeld. 153, only 2 off the over, but as we keep saying, doesn't matter. 19 overs left to get these runs.
I mean, look at Emma Lamb. She, would be expecting, having faced 90 balls, to be a lot closer to one a ball, but she knows that's not what's required at the moment. She just has to stay in. 73 off 90 is enough.
Yeah.
For now.
So the fielders are jogging back into position. It must be very hot out there. I don't know what the temperature is, Mike. I'm sure Mr. Google will tell you if you
I imagine it's
press
still
a few
25,
buttons.
26.
But we're nice and cool in here because of the nice man who came to give us some aircon.
Because once it got there, it
was a good
wasn't
call.
going to dip until about 6 o'clock. And yeah, it is around about 25, 26 degrees.
And it's Catherine Bryce to come back on. To bowl the 32nd over of this innings, a very crucial point in the proceedings. They've taken a quick single there off the hip. That's good running from those two. Excellent, gets the thumbs up. First ball, first run off that over.
Interesting change, went for 18 off of 4 overs earlier in the day.
Yep, Bryce is just waiting for the batters to settle. Threlkeld on strike. Nicely played. Good accurate bowling from Bryce. Threlkeld happy to keep that out. Lamb seems fairly relaxed, leaning on her bat, hand on hip. Bryce comes in for his 3rd ball of the over. Fuller, driven from Threlkeld, but found the fielder at mid-off. Yeah. Still a lovely day. Doesn't seem to be any watching from the balconies anymore. They've obviously all potted off to see Man U. 4th ball might have pierced the field, but no. Threlkeld's happy to play with a straight bat. Sensible play.
Assuming they've not had to check out though, they'll be back very shortly because that game's finished, I think.
Oh, would you think they'd be having 2 nights for one football match? Don't know. I hope so. Hope they get to see some cricket as well. Threlkeld's whacked that one off the hip. They'll turn, maybe look for 2, but no, it's not on. 1 run to Threlkeld. 68 to win. It's below the 70 mark. Pigeons flying around. Something going on. A pigeon party maybe. Oh, they're on the outfield eating some grass seeds, I think. In comes Bryce. Oh, she's been given out. Caught behind by Amy Jones. Lammer's gone. Gone for 74. And is this the beginning of the end for Lancashire in this match? Blaze are absolutely thrilled with that. Second player in this match who's been caught down the leg side. I think she got caught. Was it LB? Oh, he got a little feather on that. And that is a superb piece of keeping from Amy Jones. You can't have seen that for much.
Well, she's made amends,
quality.
hasn't she? She missed a stumping in the 24th over off Lamb on 56, but she's brilliantly caught her down the leg side for 74. And this is a fantastic bit of keeping by
Absolutely
Amy Jones.
amazing.
Realises straight away that it's just taken a little feather on its way into her gloves. And Lamb is gone, caught by Amy Jones for 74. Caught down the leg side. Catherine Bryce, the bowler, making the difference. And there is still work to do. 94 balls, 7 fours, 1 6 for the Emma Lamb.
There's a lot of work to do. Yeah, a lot of work to do. Yeah. And as you said earlier, the tail isn't as strong as we've had previously. I say we, Lancashire. But Cross is an international player. She scored runs before. She scored 50s for Lancashire before. And she'll need to play a sort of a Ella Claridge-esque innings here with Threlkeld.
The issue is that it's not that she's coming in to support an end. One of these two has to play the lead role now. 68 more required for victory, just 4 wickets left.
But they're still not in the stage where they needed to hit a 4 and over, Mike. They can still do this in singles, and that will play to Ellie Threlkeld's strengths, I feel. There you go. The nice little play into the boundary, hard wicket. Looking for 2. 1 run to Threlkeld. First ball of Elvis is fresh over. 32nd over we're into. Sorry, 33rd over. Having just lost the 32nd over and lost the vital wicket of Lamb there.
At this very tense moment.
She picks her moments, does Phoebe Graham,
doesn't
she? Elvis in. Just for a moment the Blaze were going up, thinking that had wrapped her pads, but no.
Shall we bring her back in, see what she's making of proceedings? We'll give her just 1 second to get settled. She can come in for me again. And,
Okie dokie.
And you can keep commentating.
All right,
we'll get Phoebe Graham's thoughts on this very, very tense situation.
Phoebe Graham, of course, Lancashire player. Has been in similar situations herself, where she's been lower order bat, expected to get runs. Horrible situation to be in. It'd be interesting to see what she thinks of this situation, having been there herself, no doubt. Quick single taken there while we've been talking. Two off the over from Elvis so far. She's come in turns to come back for her fourth ball of the over. That's a nicely struck shot through the covers from Captain. Fantastic at the moment. Anyway, it's going to go, it's going to go. Ah, it's a valiant attempt in the field, but that's such a valuable boundary from Ellie Threlkeld there. Gets the fist pump down the other end. Phoebe, welcome.
Yeah.
How's the nerves?
Feeling good with that shot from Ellie. That's a beautiful strike through the covers for 4. But yeah, they've just got the key wicket they'll be looking for with Emma Lamb. But Ellie seems to be in good form at the moment and probably in a similar situation to where Blaze were at. Just had a look. I think they were 146 for 6, so slightly ahead of where they were in the game. But very, very achievable. It'll just take someone to really anchor in the innings now.
Absolutely. They're slightly ahead at this stage, but there's not much in it. About 15 runs, I think, difference. Dot ball bowled from Elvis. Yeah, I've been impressed with her since she came onto bowl. She kept it really tight.
Yeah, we did wonder whether Kirsty Gordon and Sarah Glenn were going to bowl out the whole 10 overs, which felt very, very bold. But she seems to have come on and bowled a nice little spell here. Elvis kept it really tight in at the stumps.
And she comes again, and that's another nice stroke for no run on this occasion from Threlkeld, who's moved on to 10 from her 17 balls faced. And that's the end of the 33rd over. 161 for 6. Catherine Bryce looks like she's continuing to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Yeah, that spell up top of Kirsty Gordon and Sarah Glenn was really effective. They've got 6 overs left between the two of them.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? Because I keep saying anyway that there you go, Mike. A few pigeons for you. Yeah, they've been dive bombing the screens while you've been absent, Phoebe. But there you go, they're eating now. So anyway, yeah, Bryce is in to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end, and as you say, there's still considerable amount of overs left from two two very effective overs in Glenn and Gordon. Here's Bryce. No slouch herself with the ball, obviously. Dot ball into cross.
Yeah, run rate's not a problem at the moment, so it's just about these two settling in. There's still plenty of overs in the game. And yeah, if Crossy or Ellie can bat through here, then the total seems not a problem.
Good confidence from Phoebe Graham. I like it. Dot ball.
But yeah, they're taking pace off the ball here with Brycey. Elwys has gone to a lot of cutters and pace off, and then they've got a lot of spin in their tack as well, so it's going to be rotating the strike that's really important.
Nice shot from Kate Cross down the track. Picks out the fielder at mid-on. Mid-off, sorry.
Bold with the field as well, sending cover out now, but they've kept cover up for as long as possible just to try and squeeze the over. Yeah.
Shot again. For nothing. She might have a bruise on the knee there. She's wearing it. Yeah, she has. She's shaking her leg like a dog.
But it definitely
that sounded
seems
horrible
to be
saying like a dog. I didn't mean it like that. You know the way dogs sometimes shake their legs? I didn't mean that in a derogatory way whatsoever. It's gone down leg. Get your foot in. Wide ball. Onto the total. And they'll take that at this stage. We were talking about Amy Jones earlier, and the take she took to get. Did you see it as you were walking up? Amazing, wasn't it? She couldn't have seen it for more than a millisecond. Bryce. Oh, and she snuck that one past Amy Jones. Actually, I don't know how she played that shot. That was like a nutmeg. I'll have to call that a crisscross or something. I don't know what sort of shot that was, but it was 4 runs anyway. Well done, Kate Cross.
That eases off a bit of pressure off the over as well.
See that again.
All of a sudden it's gone for 5 through quite a thick outside edge, down to third.
She's just nicked it. Well, is it a nick or is it a placement? I'll let you call that one, Phoebe. You see more.
It looks a bit of soft hands
soft
there.
Hands.
We'll
down give
to
it.
third.
What a shot, Kate Cross. Catherine Bryce into bowl to Kate Cross again. She casually just raises a white glove to her batting partner then. Just to say, that'll do. We've got our boundary for the over. Relax. So that very welcome boundary has taken the score up to 166 for 6 as we move into the 35th over, and the pigeons are still hovering, Mike. I think they've gone a bit mad. Badger and Coombs on the bird theme today now, haven't they? We've been bird spotting all day, but they were like, it looked like they were going to fly through the windows at one point.
Yeah, 57 required from 96 balls, so it's just 3.6 an over that's required. But obviously the Blaze will be looking at the wickets column as well. Lancashire 6 down.
Yeah. And with respect to Sophie and Mahika and Grace Potts, not famous for their batting. I don't know, I've not seen much of their batting, to be fair. You might have seen more than I have. Dot ball there.
I think they're very famous for it. So very famous for finishing games of cricket, I've heard.
In a good way?
In a good way, absolutely.
Excellent, that's what we want.
Taking the team over the line.
Absolutely, well done, Phoebes. That's it, your teammates will thank you for that. Well, I hope they do. Well, I hope they don't have to, because actually these two seem to be doing the job very nicely at the moment, calmly. Comes Elwys. Nice straight drive. That's going to go. What a lovely shot. Threlkeld, another 4. Well done.
It's another glorious shot from Ellie Threlkeld down the ground, full face of the bat, and drives it on the up as well. That's a beautiful shot. And they're just putting cover out as well now. That's a boundary off the over, and if they can rotate and get a couple of runs, then the scoreboard
53
keeps ticking over.
53. What I like about Threlkeld is that she knows her shots. She plays within her limits, knows her shots, and plays those shots well. Defends well, runs hard.
Absolutely, and it just shows that the boundary options don't always have to be the big bombs. That's just a really great shot down the ground that's beaten mid-on straight.
Yeah.
And so it can still be done through proper cricket shots.
Risk and reward.
Absolutely.
She minimises the risk for the maximum reward. Elwys in. Yeah, again, she plays that one beautifully off her hip there into mid-wicket. 1 run.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a change of attack here from the Blaze as well. I think they'll look to bring Glenn or Gordon on for Elvis next over. When it's looking into 52 to win, you need to
get your best bowlers on.
Absolutely. They'll try and win the game and break the back of the game early rather than when there's 10 to win or 20 to win.
It's pointless having your best bowlers with overs left to bowl if you've lost at the end of the day, isn't it? 1 run off Elvis. Sorry, George. 1 run to the total. Sorry, Mike. He's like, oh, not another idiot. Right, 51 to win. More important statistic there. How many more runs do they need to rattle off here? Defended. Again, Threll Celts.
Another good over for Lancashire, 6 from it.
Yeah.
A couple of back-to-back boundaries from the last 2 overs. Just releases a bit of pressure for these two. 51 off the last 90 balls required. And you can see from these Lancashire partnership, it really was that opening stand of 88 between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb that set a platform for Lancashire, and it's just about another partnership. If these two can establish a partnership here, then we'll see the fortunes turn again. We've got Sarah Glenn back into the attack.
You called it.
She's got, I think, 4 overs left, has Glenn. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 32. Has Sarah Glenn. She got the wicket of Katie Mack, LBW, early on in the innings.
Have you faced much of Sarah Glenn as a batter? And I suppose you would have done, because she's been away with England a lot, hasn't she, over the years? But
a couple of times. She's quite skiddy, but because she is tall, I think she's about 5'11", she's got a lot of bounce as well.
Skiddy, but she doesn't seem to get a lot of lateral turn. It's more top spin. Yeah. As she comes into bowl, cross on strike. She's gone for a big shot there. That could actually have beaten the field on this occasion. I think it has, 4 from Kate Cross. Well, that's relieved the pressure a little bit more, hasn't it?
Great
shot.
Whoa,
Lanky on the scoreboard. I haven't seen Lanky around. Is he around today? Our mascot.
I don't think he usually is for the 50 over cricket. I think we see him reappear in the T20. I think it's more the T20 competition actually that he has a bit of presence. I don't think he makes it to the county championship games.
There's another shot from Cross through the covers. That's going to beat the field, I think. Oh, superb shot. Mike, the banger you can hear in the background is Mike Perkins.
Yeah, awesome from Crossy there. Big smile on her face. Bit of a drag down again from Sarah Glenn.
I think these
on
two
the offside
might
again.
Be secretly enjoying this bit of a challenge. What do you reckon?
Well, definitely.
Yeah.
I think Glennie's pitched a couple short there and Crossy's punished it. So she's yet to challenge in and around the right area is Sarah Glenn. Having a good chat with Kirsty Gordon, but I think realistically the last 2 deliveries have been short and put away.
And suddenly, Lancashire only require 43. I say only, it must seem a long way away if you're the next person padded up to come in, but 43 to win. And there's some sort of conflagration about the shape of the ball with Glenn and the umpire. Is he looking for a different one, or is he just... not sure what's happening. No, he's just keeping hold of it. End of the over from Glenn, 180 for 6.
No, she's only bowled 2 balls for that over,
oh,
so
sorry.
I don't know why she's just come off there. But Josie Groves is finishing the over for her.
Is she injured, potentially? Oh, there we go. There's a mystery Phoebe.
She's running off and field is changing. And
potentially she's injured. That's a shame.
Yeah. It felt like it was something to do with her hand, the way that she was sort of looking at it and feeling...
No, that is a shame. That could be a vital loss for the Blaze.
It potentially explains as well those 2 drag downs. Whether it's a bowling hand and it's in too much pain.
Well, it could be a loss in 2 ways, because this counts for an over for... I'm right in thinking this will count as a whole over for Josie Groves and for Sarah Glenn.
Yes, it will.
In she comes. Well, that's not bad without any warning, is it, from Josie Groves? And you go.
Groves still has 5 overs left to bowl. Has bowled reasonably well as Groves up front, so they'll be looking to keep this spin attack going.
Another short one. It's down towards us under the commentary box. Well picked up from the fielder below us. They'll still pick up 2 with Lancashire. And just been told by the sub-fielder is Michaela Kirk. Is that how you pronounce it? There we go. So she'll come on in the absence of Sarah Glenn. Well, Groves will finish this over. 10 off it already. Great over for Lancashire. That's a foot. Ooh, is that a wide? Potentially, no. Close to it if it wasn't. Dot ball though. Cross was tempted to have a little slash at that. Changed her mind at the last minute. It's good thinking from Cross. Quick thinking. And that's pulled again. It's been dropped short from Josie Groves. That could go on this occasion, and it does, despite an absolute epic attempt on the boundary. 4 runs for Kate Cross.
That ends up being a very good over
Nicely
for Lancashire,
swept.
that.
Yeah.
14 from it, and Kate Cross has put away the bad ball there. That's a masterclass on how to
do it.
How to do it and how to pick the boundary when a spinner drags it short.
Oh, there they are.
Man United.
What's the score, Mike? Oh, what a shame.
A lot of sad Man United fans there walking back to Old Trafford tram stop.
Yeah,
This is where they should be
186
pouring into the
for
ground
6.
to watch
I know, you'd hope so,
the
wouldn't
end
you?
of this game.
Threlkelt's moved on to 15 and Cross has raced 20 off her 15 deliveries. We're into the 37th over of the match, the innings. And a bit of a conflab going on between current captain and last week's captain there, Beaumont.
Yeah,
as to where to
Gordon
put
coming on
fielders.
to bowl her
Yeah.
final 2 overs, which will be the most threatening overs of the attack left. So Threlkeld and Cross will be looking to see these 6 deliveries out. Got quite an attacking field with catches in at mid-wicket and extra cover.
Played sensibly for no run by Threlkeld.
She's just changed her pace nicely for her wickets today as Kirsty Gordon getting catches.
Yeah, but Threlkeld is the one for that forward defensive when it's necessary. I think this will be an interesting little battle within a battle.
Yeah, I think both of them will be quite happy to see this over out. As long as it doesn't go for a wicket, they'll be happy.
She gets a good stride into Threlkeld as well. She's a tall girl. She can smother these deliveries as and when is necessary. And she comes again. This time she tries to flick it past the point area. No luck on this occasion. It's good over from Gordon, but we expected nothing less at this stage from this very, very impressive bowler. Gordon's in. A little bit short that time. Threlkeld defends off the back foot. One more of her 6 deliveries to face, which Threlkeld has seen her off, which is just exactly what you wanted, Phoebe Graham.
Absolutely happy with that maiden over,
Yeah.
and we're happy for Kirsty Gordon to bowl another maiden over. That's the main thing. See her out. She's the biggest threat now. Glenn's off the pitch with an injury, and it's just about milking the other bowlers. 78 balls remaining, 37 to win. It won't be the overs that are a problem or the run rate required, so it's just about sticking it out for Gordon's last over. Josie Groves in the attack and keep doing what they're doing. Both Cross and Threlkeld anchoring this innings nicely for Lancashire.
Yeah, beautiful. They've played it beautifully so far, haven't they? In comes Groves. Oh, and that's not a bad ball, is it? And Cross did well to keep that out. Going for her toes. She just plays it really late, does Cross, though. She worries me sometimes. She's practically played behind her, isn't it?
Almost got a fine leg to Josie Groves because of this sweep shot that Crossy's been playing.
Oh, she's played and missed at that, and Jones took a great take there.
It's like it got a bit of spin and grip there for Groves. She's a leggy and does get a little bit of spin when she puts more flight and revs on it.
It's got to be. Ooh, Cross has left it. Looked like it was going wide from where I was, but then I'm not down at the crease, am I? Yeah.
She's got deep cover out and extras in catching, so she's tempting her.
Well done. Kate Cross isn't one to be tempted at this stage.
Seem to have cool heads on them, both Kate and Ellie at the moment.
Yeah.
Not getting too bamboozled by a couple of good overs.
And why should they? They've been... oh, you say that. That gripped and turned Phoebe, didn't it? Wow.
And she's
too good. That ball was too good.
Probably my sort of height, 5'11", so she gets that extra bit of bounce, a bit like Glennie. Amy Jones has taken that almost by a shoulder.
Wow. This is a fascinating contest here at Emirates Old Trafford between two teams that are both in good form. Blaze top of the league at the moment. Lancashire, although they're in fourth, they are the only team that have beaten the Blaze this season so far. And they've had a good run of results and matches, winning 3 from their 5. 2 close games in the ones that they lost. So it's everything to play for here.
And it's Kirsty Gordon's last over of her spell. She's got 3 for 30, taking the wickets of Eve Jones, Fee Morris and Seren Smale. Looks like she's got catches in at mid-wicket and extra cover. And to mid-on and mid-off is sort of really walking in from the ring. She's like to vary her pace today.
Gordon. Familiar pattern as Threlkeld defends.
Yep, solid front foot defensive. We've seen now 7 balls on the trot from Ellie Threlkeld.
Oh no, one was a back foot defensive, I think you'll find, Phoebe. It's only 6 out of 7.
Happy to do that, and they've just taken the mid-wicket out, so they've put mid-wicket to Cal just to try and tempt her to do something different.
Nope. No, she did something different. She pretended to take a run there.
Gave it the Steve Smith, no right.
She didn't do the big no. High five in the other direction. Gordon's in again. Bit fuller. She really is trying to tempt her to drive, isn't it, over the head? But she's brought the 2 fielders in at mid-on and mid-off. She's saying, go on, I'll give it a bit fuller. Do you want to have a go? Do you want to have a go? No.
I think she's starting to tempt Ellie, but as long as she knows there's only 3 balls left.
Oh. Don't think Cross is quite ready for that. Oh, hello. Gordon took an awkward fall there. I hope she's all right.
It's a good bit of running there from Ellie.
Very good.
Nobody in on the leg side, so it was Kirsty Gordon's to cut off the single, and she had to do work to do it. So good way of rotating the strike. 1 from the over, 2 deliveries left.
And Gordon's got up a little bit gingerly there, no surprise.
Brought the mid-wicket in for Cross.
There's still a little gap there, and they're off again, taking that snappy little quick single. Good running from these 2. Another one to the total.
Last ball of the spell for Kirsty Gordon.
Just need to see this one off. As Phoebe's already alluded to, she's a major threat to Lancashire is Gordon. Last ball of her spell. Been flicked off the toes. Threlkeld. Nice single.
That's lovely cricket from the girls. 3 from the over. And played it nicely. That's a good spell from Kirsty Gordon. 3 for 36 from her 10. And looked really threatening. Eve Jones caught and bowled. Fee Morris caught mid-off and a stumping off Seren Smale. So she's bowled really nicely and always seems to be the nemesis against Lancashire in their attack. She's had a few fifers against us before, so happy to see the back of her in the attack now.
So it's only 34 to win. That looks a lot better than 72 to win a while back. Josie Groves into bowl again, and she's starting to be quite threatening, isn't she, with that height and that turn, that grip, that bounce that she was getting. Threlkeld's turn to face her. She might find it a little bit easier to manage being a tall person herself. No run off that ball from Groves. A little bit wider, and she's sort of edge that, slash that, whatever you want to call it, but I think it could actually be going for 4 runs to crawl it towards the boundary. 4 runs, very valuable, 30 to win. Very nice, very nice. That's what you want. A little bit of width. Batters are happy with that. Groves is tossing the ball from hand to hand, wondering what ball to bowl to this player next. Checking a field out. In she comes. Bit fuller. Straight drive. Well down from Groves. Thou shalt not pass. So, 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. 1 on the offside. Everyone else in the ring. Apart from a Tammy Beaumont lurking at sort of straightish mid-wicket, or somewhere between mid on mid-wicket.
Yeah, the catches are nice and tight, aren't they?
I know, it's just escaped from Beaumont's grasp. 1 run. Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's a really difficult situation from the captain's perspective, trying to keep this down below 4 and over when it's such a big pitch, especially on the leg side. It's a huge boundary, and that's straight driven there from cross for a 1 run down the ground.
Yeah, you can see they've got the catcher still in at cover and mid-wicket and trying to create something, because they're only going to win this game through wickets. 28 required off 10, so they need to go under 3s now to Lancashire, and it's just a case of whether the Blaze attack have anything special here from Catherine Bryce, who'll be replacing Kirsty Gordon from the Brian Statham end. But it's been a really nice partnership here from Kate Cross and Ellie Threlkeld, who have anchored the ship for Lancashire in this 6th wicket partnership.
You seem to have restored a sense of calm here, Phoebe
I was
Graham.
calm when
I swapped out, it was getting tense at that point. So I think you should pick up the ball by ball really and call Lancashire towards victory. The one thing they won't be able to do now is move past the Blaze, because they've gone past the bonus point mark now that they've faced 40 overs. But they could still very feasibly catch Hampshire and Somerset, who started the day above them. And if they chase these remaining 28 runs, then they will do that. They will at least temporarily move past those sides in the table. So it's looking a lot better all of a sudden from a Lancashire perspective.
With Catherine Bryce in the attack, who bowls it on the legs and cross works to the onside for a single. 27 left to win.
These have played it so far absolutely perfectly, though, haven't they? They've been very, very measured with the way they've gone about it. They've blocked it when they've had to, and they've hit bad balls as well when they've come along.
Bryce in, and Threlkeld drives that to mid-on for no run. Yeah, they've played at a nice tempo, and you can tell that they're communicating well in the middle as well, because they're quite happy to see off Kirsty Gordon. They haven't taken any risk. And
it's almost as if they talked about it before the over and then executed it very well.
Driven through the covers, and that's a great piece of work from Tammy Beaumont. Diving to her right to stop that going through potentially for a boundary. That was a great piece of work.
She's always enthusiastic, Tammy Beaumont, isn't she? She whatever she's doing, whether it's batting or fielding, she absolutely loves it.
Bryce in, and Threlkeld works that to the leg side for no run. Yeah, that was very keeper-esque. You don't see her keeping often now, but she's still got that sort of low stance in her fielding and can jump to the left and right like a salmon, really. Bryce in, slower ball, and Threlkeld punches that down to fine leg for no run.
Maybe the thing she absolutely despises is bowling. Maybe that's the only bit of cricket she doesn't enjoy.
It looks like Sarah Glenn might be had her hand strapped up, and she'll only have an 2 overs left, I would have thought. Bryce in and driven lovely almost through the covers, but Beaumont again stops that. So she's running on the pitch now is Sarah Glenn. She bowled 6.2 overs, so she'll only have 3 overs left if she does want to bowl.
And she'll have to wait a little period, won't she, before coming back in, because she's been off the pitch. I guess they factor in that amount of time, don't they? That's the other aspect of this.
Yeah, I never really know what happens there, but I think if it is an external blow or something that's happened within the game, you are able to come on and bowl as soon as possible. So
right. Okay, then.
If it was a blow to the hand, then she might be able to come on.
You might be right. You might be right.
Next over, but they're turning to Phillips, who's the opening bowler, who's broken through into the side this year. She bowled 4 overs up front for 28, and that was when Emma Lamb and Eve Jones were making hay in their 88 first wicket partnership.
Yeah, they've brought her on from the Anderson end as well. She seemed to struggle from the Statham end.
The back 4, and Phillips in, defended by Threlkeld. Neither of these players will have faced Phillips before, so they'll have a look before they do anything here.
In the county championship, Lancashire still pursuing that target of 236 for their first victory of the season. They need another 104 with 5 wickets now remaining.
Phillips in, and Threlkeld works off her legs for 1 run.
A similar sort of feel to what's happening in Northampton as to what's happening, or has happened really here today for Lancashire. 2 tense chasers.
It would be lovely to get the double red rose win today. That'll be Lancashire's first win of the county championship as well. They've drawn a lot of games of cricket, so I think they'll be ready to have a win as Phillips comes in and defended by Cross. She's quite a skiddy bowler, Phillips.
Yeah, she's got that slingy action, hasn't she? She sort of almost catapults it down. There's a couple more just sit on the benches at the far end, at the Anderson end in front of the hotel. Still very tense, but you feel Lancashire, with 4 wickets left and 25 to win, have broken the back of this, but let's see what Phillips produces.
Phillips in, and Cross works that off her legs. As it's now a leg by, so just comes off her pads there, down to square leg for 1 run. 25 runs to win for Lancashire.
More discussion between Cross and Threlkeld. I think that was exactly what you were saying, Phoebe. She's quite skiddy, I think, was the motion that Kate Cross made with her hand there to Ellie Threlkeld.
Yeah, she's holding it cross seam as well, which, as it pulled away by Threlkeld and finds the boundary, that's 4 runs, brings up Lancashire's 200 in the 41st over. That's a brilliant shot there by Ellie Threlkeld. Really is playing a captain's knock here and bringing the innings home. She goes up to 24 and Lancashire require 19 off the last 48 deliveries.
Just had to ride the bounce of that one as she helped it round the corner.
Phillips in for the final delivery and defended by Threlkeld. Another good over for Lancashire. 19 required.
And they just feel here, Lancashire, a side that have maybe got a bit of a taste of winning this season, and that's helping them in this this tense situation. It's down to 20 now from 48 balls, so they're certainly not going to run out of time. But at one stage it was looking like they might run out of wickets after that big stand of 88 at the top. They collapsed to 155 for 6 when Lamb was out, caught down the leg side by Jones. But these two have marshalled it through very well indeed. Threlkeld now 28 off 46.
Yeah, it's been a spectacular knock by both Cross and Threlkeld as Bryce comes in and is worked onto the leg side, but is cut off nicely by Georgia Elwis.
Don't know how much of a chat Gordon and Glenn have been able to have since she's come on, and whether she would be able to bowl.
Bryce in and driven through to mid-off for no run.
The way she was bowling earlier in the game, you'd certainly want her on, but then obviously the way she bowled for those 2 balls, that really gave Lancashire some bonus runs.
Bryce in and punched off the back foot for no run. Bowling nice and tight into the stumps here is Bryce, squeezing out an extra over in the game here. So we'll just build a little bit of pressure on this partnership. Bryce in, back of the hander, and Cross works that down to fine leg for a single.
Yep, loses it as a leg by eventually. But yeah, Threlkeld made a useful 25 off 39 in support of Fee Morris the other day at Southport, and this 28 of 46 has been very useful indeed as well.
Yeah,
just needs a few more.
The kind of innings that don't really get spoken about but actually are integral to winning games of cricket. Bryce in and defended again by Threlkeld.
But she'll take her time here. She's just all about trying to finish not out. If she does that, they win.
Absolutely. If Cross and Threlkeld are here at the end, then the game is won by Lancashire. Bryce in and defended again by Threlkeld. Just 1 from the over. 7 overs remaining and 19 to win. Just 1 away from the 50 partnership for these two. They've came in with a job in hand, 6 down. They really gave Blaze a bit of a sniff of the game being on, but they've just played really sensible cricket, risk-free, and managed to build a really nice partnership between the two of them.
Yeah, they've just played it very sensibly, haven't they? They've just blocked it when it needs blocking, and they've hit it when it needs hitting. And as I say, those 2 fours Cross got off Glenn were very helpful indeed, but just the whole way through, that sort of typified it. They've just waited for their bad ball, and they know in these final 7 overs there will be more than enough bad balls to get the 19 runs now required for victory.
Yeah, it ended up being an expensive over that. I think it went for 12. And they've just taken advantage of any poor bowling and managed to work singles and rotate the strike, as Amy Jones has just put a cap on and going back to Phillips, so whether they look at bowling the short ball here. Phillips in and driven to mid-off for no run.
The Blaze will feel if they can just get 1 now, it gives them just the very slightest chance of pulling something off here, and you know they can sort of almost bowl at that open end with new batters coming in, but it's getting a very, very slim chance now.
Yeah, it'll take something special, but they are a team that believes till the end. Phillips in, bounces Cross, and she lets that one go without playing her.
Cross thought about it, didn't she? and then realised it was going to be out of her reach.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be a plan with Jones going back with the cap on. She can comfortably stand up to Phillips, but with the bouncer at any thick edge, much better as a keeper stood back to be able to take anything there. Phillips in and driven to Beaumont at mid-wicket.
Busy again, busy again. But yeah, I mean, it's very hard to get much out of this wicket bowling short. We've seen not many attempts to do so because it's a pretty thankless task.
Well, I don't think it's a bad option because of how big the boundaries are. If you take it on,
That's true. That's true.
you've got a potential catching option at fine leg, square leg. Phillips in and driven beautifully through the covers by Kate Cross. Puts her hands through that, and it's an excellent drive through extra cover. Textbook from Kate Cross. Beautiful.
She'd have enjoyed that, I think. She tried to make it look as she went down for the fist bump with Ellie Threlkeld as if she wasn't bothered, but I think she'd have enjoyed that shot. It was a lovely cover drive.
Well, it just starved them for runs for a few deliveries, had the blaze there, and I think there'll be a bit of relief that they're able to find the boundary as Phillips comes in and worked through the covers for a single. 14 required, and the 50 partnership as well for these two.
Well deserved. They've done, it was what their team needed.
Absolutely.
From this position, it all looks very straightforward, but it certainly wasn't when they came together.
Came in at 155 for 6, and they've just anchored the innings of both Threlkeld and Cross, with Phillips in and pulled through Cow. It'll be a chase on for Tammy Beaumont here, and Catherine Bryce is going to do the work, and they'll come back for 3. That's excellent running from the two of them. Big ripple of applause from the Lancashire dugout. It's another good over from the girls. 7 from it, 11 left to win. And looking like Lancashire should cruise this home.
They're comfortable now, aren't they? As I say, the only thing they would have probably liked to have got at 88 for none would have been the bonus point, but they will take the 4 points they'll get for the win. They'll take the points they get for their 4th win of the season, which it must be really nice to see a team you've played so much for and worked so hard for to be in this position where they are winning games of cricket, and they are challenging the top of the table in this 50 over competition.
Absolutely. I think it's been coming for the last few years, and it's just belief that seems to be instilled into the girls this year, and performances like this, the 6th wicket partnership coming on and standing a 70-run partnership, will show teams what we're about, and it's things that we haven't done before, so it's really promising. It's Bryce in and driven to mid-off for no run. And I think often you can talk about winning, but until you start getting into habits of winning, it doesn't become possible. So, yeah, we've got off to a great start.
And the Blaze have not lost to anyone but Lancashire coming into this game, and they will have lost twice if another 11 can be scored here.
Bryce in and driven through extra cover for 4 runs. That's a brilliant shot again by Threlkeld. She's bringing the innings home for Lancashire. It's been a class knock. Some beautiful drives. And her timing today has been outstanding as she pushes Tammy a little bit further outside the ring now into extra cover. 7 to win. Bryce in and just inside edge to square leg for no run.
The only stroke that rivaled that one through extra cover was probably the one she hit down the ground earlier in the innings. I mean, 2 really, really good, proper, compact drives, proper cricket shots, all along the floor.
Top 3 shots of the day. Ellie Threlkeld in and defends for no run. 7 runs to win.
She's done it before, 1,000 runs in Rachel Hay Flint Trophy cricket, so she knows how to bat, Ali Threlkeld.
Bryce in and driven for no run.
She's just going to see this one home, it would seem. For Lancashire, just 7 more now. Given there was a 0 on the end of that 7 when they came together, it shows you how hard they've worked.
Back foot punch to point for no run. That'll be the end of Catherine Bryce's over. She's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 31. It looks like they might be going back to spin here for the last few overs of the game. So 5 overs left. Lancashire require 7, and it's been an excellent partnership by Cross and Threlkeld, who have been absolutely outstanding. 155 for 6 when Cross came to the crease. And hopefully she can steer this home.
Those looking for the double win, though, might be slightly concerned too. Here it's now 102 to win with 3 wickets remaining. So Lancashire struggling a little bit down the road at Northants, but they are on course for their 4th victory of the season in this competition here at Emirates Old Trafford. And elsewhere in this competition, Surrey defending 307 off 44 overs. Somerset now 135 for 6. So they're heading for defeat there, which will help Lancashire's position in the table because it means they'll move past Somerset in it. And Essex still in with a chance. They need 61 off 42 balls with 5 wickets remaining against Hampshire. You think Hampshire the favourites there, but you never know. And Warwickshire are playing Durham at Chester Street.
Groves in and look to take the single, but Beaumont is quickly onto that. Cross apologises to Threlkeld for that little bit of yes-no at this stage of the game, which isn't required. 7 runs to win, 5 overs left. Groves in and Cross drives that to Beaumont again. She's been busy in this mid-wicket region as Tammy Beaumont.
Yes, indeed. Cross probably could have made amends there by hitting that one for 4, but she hit it straight at Beaumont.
Groves in and Cross drives that, and Groves manages to get a hand on it. You can see they've brought the field in here massively. They've just got cover out, cow out, and lots of catches round the bat. So trying everything, throwing all the kitchen at this now. Groves in and defended by Cross.
37 more needed for Durham off 54 balls. They're 207 for 6 in pursuit of 244. So you're up to date on all the scores around the country.
Cricket. Groves in and Cross drives that to Elwys for no run.
We said first half Lancashire would be eking out runs at times, and that's what they've done through this partnership to get themselves within reach of victory.
Groves in and Cross hits that. Beaumont stops it and they're able to get the single. But Tammy stays down. I don't know if she's just tired of falling on the floor.
She's just trying to stretch out a bit of cramp there that she maybe got as she went for that one. She has scored 2 centuries in the 2 games before this, so the legs will be feeling it. Just 6 more now required of the final 24 balls. You feel any moment now. Lancashire will be heading for their 4th victory of the Women's One Day Cup. As we say, they've really had to eke it out in this partnership, but that's exactly what they've done. And these two who came together with a score on 155 have done a superb job.
Yeah, it's been a great partnership by Threlkeld and Cross. Very mature innings by both of them as Bryce in and punched off the back foot straight to Beaumont, who has a shy at the bowler's end. Yeah, they've got a lot of bodies in front of the bat at the moment. Extras in nice and tight, mid-wicket in tight. She's just got cow, fine and cover out in the deep as Cross drives that down the ground for 4. It's a beautiful shot. Lets her hands through it. Gets the job done. 2 left required to win.
I was thinking as you were describing that field, Kate Cross likes a scoop, but it's probably not the pitch all the time for it, and she's gone completely the opposite route, smashing it through mid-on. It was slightly uppish for a second. That would have interested Phillips for a brief moment, but she couldn't get to the catch or even affect the stop in the end. It was brilliantly hit, and fortunately for the Blaze, I think that that opening spell was just too costly for them.
Bryson to cross and pulled out into the deep, and they'll just get the single, so it'll be Threlkeld to face, one required to win.
Thunder's very first victory of the Lancashire Flint Trophy was against, as they then were, Loughborough Lightning. So they seem to have been a bit of a bogey team.
Bryson and driven to mid-on for no run.
For the Blaze in whatever guise they've taken. Now based out of Trent Bridge. This will only be their second defeat though. They came in top of the table, but Lancashire will be moving up just a point behind them now.
Bryson and driven again by Threlkeld, but mid-on and mid-off are eager to field that, not allowing them to take that quick single, just one required. This is an awesome partnership from Threlkeld and Cross. Bryson and driven again to mid-wicket, that'll be the end of the over, and Cross will be on strike.
And they'll move past Somerset because they'll go level on points with them on 17, but their run rate will improve Lancashire, so they will go past Somerset. We wait to see what happens with Hampshire. They look as if they're going to win their game today against Essex. 55 needed off 34 balls now for Essex. They have 4 wickets remaining, so it's not impossible, but you think Hampshire would be the favourites there. They would move up to 19 and top of the table if they do hold on for victory there. But Lancashire would be in 3rd position with victory here, and they need just one more run to do it. We're poised, Phoebe, for for this victory.
Yeah, Groves has a lot of fielders in front of the bat, and Cross defends that back to Groves. 17 balls remaining, 1 run required. So they've still got time on their side. As Grove comes in and Cross hoiks that down the ground for 4. It's been an excellent partnership from both Cross and Threlkeld to bring this win home for Lancashire. Blaze beaten twice by Lancashire, and that's another brilliant win at Emirates Old Trafford. And the captain leads the innings home.
It is, but the fast bowlers just pipped her in the scoring charts, but Threlkeld won't mind one bit. Threlkeld 35, Cross 38, not out. They came together with 68 needed for victory, and just those 4 wickets remaining. We've all seen 4 wickets fall for less than 68 runs, so it's a very, very important win, that one for Lancashire, and I suppose it bodes very well now going into games against Warwickshire and Durham that Lancashire will be expecting to win, Phoebe Graham.
Absolutely, yeah. So Warwickshire on Wednesday and then Durham the following Monday at Blackpool, and the girls will be full of confidence, and everyone's been contributing. That's the promising thing. It's even Lammy have been fabulous at the top order, but that's the second time now Ellie Threlkeld's brought the team home to victory, and nice to see Kate Cross in the runs as well as wickets. So it's been a great team performance, and I think everyone in camp will be absolutely buzzing about it.
Well, thank you, Phoebe. Always appreciate your time. Appreciate Alison Byrne as well for her thoughts on this game. Do join us for those games coming up, particularly the one at Blackpool, because we'll have another live stream on Lancs TV. Just to talk you through the card, the Blaze with 52 from Amy Jones and 63 from Ella Claridge. Set a target of 223 for Lancashire. The pick of the Lancashire bowlers in that innings was Grace Potts with 37 for 4. And given she had to go off with a knee injury after 5 overs of that spell, that's quite an impressive effort from her. Wickets also for Cross, Gore, 2 for Sophie Morris in the same over, Lamb and Morris. So all the bowlers picking up wickets for Lancashire. 223. Didn't look like it was going to be enough, but it got tense at times. Emma Lamb and Eve Jones put on 88, adding another good partnership to their collection for the season. Jones was the first out, caught and bowled by good. And then Mac went for 0, Smale for 6, Fee Morris for 3, Ailsa Lister made 15. And then when Emma Lamb was caught down the leg side by Amy Jones, brilliant work from the England wicketkeeper who had missed a stumping on 54, but got her 20 runs later on 74. Emma Lamb out eventually, 74, 92 balls, 130 minutes, 7 fours and 1 6. That made things look a little bit dicey for Lancashire. They needed 68 with their remaining 4 wickets, but Ellie Threlkeld and Kate Cross with 35 and 38 saw the team home. It's been a pleasure to be with you. It's from myself, Mike Perkins, from Phoebe Graham and from Alison Byrne. It's goodbye for now, and we will see you again soon. Bye-bye.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.